Good morning! How are we feeling? Refreshed after the 10-hour stream yesterday? I mean, kind of, maybe, possibly. Not sure if it'll be 10-hour today, but to be honest, you get your bang for buck if you're looking for some KP across the week, because we'll be here to present all the Age of Empires for action. That's right, we're going to have probably, I reckon, somewhere between, we'll see how it goes, maybe 6 to 9 hours of content today. And then I'm going to be back, not on this channel, but on EGCs tomorrow to open the Elite Classics with their qualifiers. I'm still weighing up the idea of casting on Sunday, Stormgate, on this channel. What I might do instead is do it in midweek, just so that I get a little bit of time with the family. And then, you know, it kind of gives a nice little bit of variety to catch up midweek with. Because for those who don't know, Adico has been organizing the Tank Cup 0, which I believe is the one where basically all the people playing in are people who have like ranked highly or won the previous Tank Cups. And then on top of that, there's going to be a 3v3 event. Well, not 3v3. It's top players in Stormgate that are going to basically coordinate teams, and then they're going to clash 1v1, right? So basically, like, you know, you have X members to choose from, then you throw one at it. And it's going to include people like Top, aka Kiwian. It's going to have, I think, Probe's also playing in it. You're also going to have, on the other side of it, partaking, haha. So some really cool faces there. We might try to catch up on that midweek because it's going to be, I think, super duper late. What I might try and do, I mean, I wouldn't mind actually hopping on the Pigs channel if you want someone to cast with. Because I think I noticed it because of Jared. He tweeted out saying that there is, on Sunday morning for the Aussies, so basically 10 p.m. my time on Saturday, there's going to be a Team Vanguard versus Team Infernal. So it's going to be Probe, Top, and Mixu, versus Parting, Mana, and Fury. Which sounds actually really dope. So I might actually have to take a little look at that, and maybe I'll reach out to Pig a little bit later today and see if he's interested in a co-cast of that. Depends on whether the AoE4 Games finishing time. I imagine they will. Oh, hello, Emma. Look at that. She turned up. Inside joke. But yeah, just going to give it a minute or two for everyone to gather in because we're going to be opening up with some Louis versus Killjadi. We have a big announcement today. Yeah, so on Twitter, in the Tweetery lands, on the Age of Empires Twitter page, they announced that there's going to be some stuff being announced today. Details still to be released, but they are calling it the New Year, New Age. So they've got details on a bunch of things. It's going to include some information on Age of Empires Mobile and Age of Mythology Retold. So quite intrigued by that. Not sure if we're going to get anything for us. I'd be surprised. Just because if you think about it, we just had the biggest expansion a few months back. I don't know what they've got to announce. I'm hoping we've got Red Bull Warlord. Like, that would be incredible. If they get in, like, by the way, Red Bull Warlord, whoop, whoop, drop flag, wave it. That would be incredible. That is the thing that, in my eyes, is doable. If it's not done, it's going to be a really missed opportunity. Because I imagine other games are going to have a lot to announce, right? Like, Age of Mythology has completely been, like, silent in 2023. Mobile has been a big question mark for a while. Surely they've got something to show there. And then what? 2? I think 2 has had a few extra months compared to 4 since they last got an expansion. On top of that, you've got... Is that everything? I guess 3. 3 hasn't had an announcement for several months extra compared to 4, right? So like, I'd be surprised if 4 has something big. The big thing they can lean into is something esports related. Let me just load up the Louis game because I just realized I had that kind of like... I had that memory leak again, so I need to quickly reboot the game. Yeah, hopefully we get something. 46 stream streak? Jesus, get alive. Okay, so we've got... I mean, mobile could be a good thing for Age of Mythology, Age of Empires rather in general, to be honest with you, if done right. Not gonna lie, like, there are... So here's the thing, like, mobile games kind of get like a bad rap. There are actually some decent mobile games coming out these days. Like, I played a lot of Warcraft Rumble while I was out in Germany. Absolutely love it. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Anyone who hasn't played it, like, you know, have a look at the gameplay of it. It's very fun for PvP. I'm hoping that Age of Empires Mobile is doing something PvP oriented, and it's not just one of those AFK farm fiestas where you, like a Facebook game, come back every day to, you know, pick up all your plants and then go again. That would suck. That would genuinely suck. That's the worst thing they could do. Phones are for reading manga. Yeah, because you can be one-handed and then the other hand. Oh, don't read into that thought too much. Nothing to see here, folks. I mean, with a name like Fatplop, I don't want to say you could see that coming. Let's move on. The other hand is for a second phone with manga. There you go, dude. Double your reading. Oh. All right. Shall we get to it? Let's get ready. All right. Manga comments and what you look at on your phone and what you do with the other hand aside. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. I just noticed this one live from the ladders. We've got Louis of Team Elephant, Chinese prodigy, going up against the Duck. And who the Duck is this? It's no other than Killjadi, the Finn, the Fantastico himself, here on Forts playing as the Delhi up against Louis' Japanese. Saw this matchup, saw this map, immediately stroked my chin and said, let's actually take a look. I mean, I couldn't resist it. It's not something I feel like we see too often at the moment, especially considering Delhi have barely been picked on this map, right? I think I've seen like 1, maybe 2 games maximum, and that's it. And yes, Crackedy, you are correct. I've been keeping an eye on our boy Killjadi. Killjadi is blitzing it right now. This is the Duck account, which is lower rank, but I want to do it justice of what his rank really is. I think the Duck account is like rank 70th. So Smurf that he's been boosting up. But his main is sitting in 3rd on the leaderboard right now. Louis, on the other hand, I believe is down to about 15th. So he's slipped a little bit. That's surprising. Louis very rarely outside the top 10. But he hasn't been playing as much in the last week or two. Either he's using a Smurf or he's been doing some sort of Stormgate shenanigans on the side. I think like the way things lined up around the Steam Next Fest, I think Louis was probably taking a little bit of a break from AoE to check out Stormgate. So that, you know, put him back a bit. I think Killjadi, by comparison, has just been kind of grind timing it non-stop. Well, in this matchup, you've kind of got to favor the Delhi because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but basically any matchup, you have to favor the Delhi. It's a good map for them as well. Look at this spawn. This always happens at the moment with forts, is 2 of the sacred sites tend to be close together. Not usually this close, but you know what? You don't stare a gift horse in the mouth. We're going to go 2 times speed here for the first few minutes just so we can accelerate through to what the feudal age choice is going to be. Should be pretty standard here. I'm expecting a Kura Storehouse to come out from Louis. On the other side of this, I'm expecting the Duck, aka Killjadi, to go for that Tower of Victory. Kura Storehouse on the back, so I like the way he set this up. Like, if he chops 1 tree here, he should be able to get extra farms round. This is a better place to put it, because if you put it on the forward side, even though the stone block you out, you basically get, like, what, 4 farms maybe? This way, you can actually fully flesh the farms out safely behind your base, where your opponent cannot easily reach you, right? So, much more beneficial position here. And, whoa. Okay, it's not Tower of Victory. It's a Dome of Faith build. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, is this going to be a fast castle build? We might be looking at a fast castle build. Killjadi just the other day was experimenting with a fast castle in a matchup versus Marine Lord. In that game, I believe it went TOV and then went Men-at-Arms spam. But I do like the idea of Dome of Faith fast castle into Lancers. It's a little bit weird up against the Japanese because they will have Mounted Samurai, which are better. But if you go House of Learning, you can eventually get into Home Blades, which gives you the edge, right? Like, we'll see which way he wants to go. It just could be about the quicker timing to get his hands on the sacred sites, but that would feel a little bit weird, considering like how you're discounting your hand a little bit later here. But Mosque has been dropped on the other side of berries before anyone has a heart attack. This is not going to be a weird Dome of Faith only no Mosque build. There's honestly no reason to neglect building the Mosque, to be honest with you. You get a free scholar once you build it. It's absurdly powerful. At that point, like, you're getting paid to build it, if you think about it. A scholar costs you 130 gold, but building the Mosque is only 100 wood. Even though if you wait for the Dome of Faith, you get them cheaper, if you compare 100 wood to 80 gold at this point, it's just a no-brainer exchange. Let's see. So Sanctity on the way. He's going to get a lot quicker here. Ghazi Raider opening is pretty standard. So the reason why I think this is not too bad of an idea against the Japanese in this matchup is that you play this quick enough, you don't really have to concern yourself with trivial things such as infantry, right? You can just mass Ghazi and try to dictate the flow with that. I love that Louis is not waiting around, though. Check this build. He moved out onto the stone, right? Yes, he did. Look at that. Wow, he gathered quite a bit of stone there. So Daimyo Mana rushed up. Raxus get intercepted on the back, though. Uma Bannerman's at least going to come out, so he will be able to resecure the area, but this is awkward. This small type of gap, that delay on getting these Raxus up, might seem trivial, but it's really not. If your goal was to go into, say, Mass Onibagisha here, that's now reset your timings a little. That's delayed you by an extra 3, 4 Onibagisha potentially. Against a Sith that's going to keep scaling Cav now, knows what you're doing, and can now pivot into archers. Skulls in the meantime moving out. Now, this is the interesting thing, right? Is like, can you actually get all these sacred sites for free, considering the Uma Bannerman opening? Because I think that was a very crafty detail by Louis. Louis is playing blind right now, so if you look at where he's positioned on the map, Uma Bannerman hasn't come out because he did lose that scout. So it should buy enough time for all these sacred sites to now get locked in. And because he's got the Ghazi Raiders here, there shouldn't really be a way that this Uma Bannerman is able to contest this. Let me see each other. Scholar. Almost unlocking that sacred site, so it's going to be an interceptor tool. And the problem you now have here is the Bannerman, the neglectful thing here is running out too early is a really big mistake for Louis, considering that the Ghazi move quicker. And they wall up quite hard. Remember, they even get bonus damage against you, so your free melee armor, most of it is just negated by the fact there's a +2 from heavy. And it's going to be the Onibagisha spam. If you're wondering why Onibagisha instead of spears, you're up against Ghazi Raiders, the issue with spears is you can't gap close. I've really tried to hammer this home. I want people to take note of this because it's very important that if you play Japanese, you understand this. If you're up against Light Cav, Spearman is not your friend. Spearman is your enemy. If you're up against Light Cav, Onibagisha trade incredibly well. Think about the damage implications here. You hit for 6 base damage. You hit twice as quickly as a Horseman. A normal Horseman has, what is it, 11 damage? Sorry, 9 damage, right? These Ghazi, which attack even slower, have 12 damage, a little bit more health. But if you think about the health comparisons and the cost here, an Onibagisha costs you 80 resources. A Ghazi costs 140. If you actually think about the mathematical situation there, like, you're almost getting 2 Onibagisha for every Ghazi. 2 Onibagisha will slap the crap out of a Ghazi. It's not even close. In fact, you're seeing this right here. Louis getting the better side of him. Killjadi, he has got the Sacred Sites locked in, so you can afford some losses. I love the fact that he peeled back the Ghazi, by the way. This is really smart. Remember, he's got the Dome of Faith. He's going to keep scaling more Scholars. That means he's going to have surplus to start healing with. It's a really cool detail there. Louis. The problem now is he needs to get more Horsemen. Think about what he's done here. He's revealed Mask Onibagisha. The problem is that the Ghazi can tank long enough that the archers win the fight, and that's a really important detail. If you try to run past the Ghazi, they're just going to stab you in the back, right? So I quite like where Killjadi's comp is at right now. The caveat being, if Louis does go into mass Horseman, all of a sudden this is going to get very one-sided. The interesting thing about going mass Horseman here is with the extra melee tech level Numa Bannerman, you hit as hard as a Ghazi Raider, actually. Like, look at the stats here. 12 damage, plus 4. So it's not quite 13 damage. It's probably more like 12.5 because, remember, the game rounds it up in the UI. But 12.5 versus 12. It's actually so absurd how strong this can be. I love this play coming out from Louis, and he is scaling into it. I'm actually a really big fan of this comp. I would say that this is one of my favorite Japanese comps right now. The whole logic is by going Onibagisha and Horseman. Onibagisha counter spears, which means the Horsemen are safe. Horsemen counter archers, which means the Onibagisha are safe. And also, on top of that, because it's a 1.5 movement speed on your slowest unit, you're faster than all those things I just labeled. And should you run into a Horseman or Ghazi, great. We've got Onibagisha that slap. We've got Horseman with Bannerman Aura, which can mirror out. Like, there's no situation in which you feel happy going up against this comp. Unless you have heavy cav. Problem is, you're playing Delhi. You don't get access to any heavily armored units until Castle Age. This is a sick read. I love this from Louis. Had he waited, had he gone for the fast castle build, this would have been 3 Sacred Sites, fast castle from Delhi, and then they would have had units to kind of mirror you out. But now, they're stuck in this weird grinder that usually favors the Delhi, but because it's a Dome of Faith build, it's less so. That's coming in. Horseman, do you find the one of the archers? Onibagisha quickly deal with the Ghazi. And this fight is a good one for Louis to be taking right now. A full surround coming in. Onibagisha are being sacrificed, but a lot of archers now trapped with nowhere to run. What a sick engagement, Louis. He's taken the military lead. And, you know, normally you'd be going, oh, yeah, but KP, the amount of Onibagisha that died, the Horsemen, I mean, there's too much food cost there. Not with the Kura Storehouse, there isn't, guys. That's why I've said the Kura Storehouse is like the busted choice here, right? Like, Shinobi's always had a hard time. Koka Township was always a landmark that was going to struggle to compare to Kura Storehouse on land maps. Now it's not even remotely close. It means you always go for this food source. You always have an infinite source of food early on. And it means that he can keep on churning troops. And he's not stopping there. It's a switchover. He's done with the Horseman aura. He's going for the Katana. Oh, man, dude. Killjadi. You know, the interesting part is I don't think Killjadi needed to rush that to the way he did. Like, if he waited until it came out to the mid-map, he would have had a more even fight, I would say. And also, he wouldn't have had an awkward situation where a tree line could be used against him. But you can't take anything away from Louis. The timing was perfect there. Relentless in his pursuit. And the problem in this game is once Killjadi is a little bit too deep towards the enemy side, you can't say, oh, yeah, just retreat. If you retreat, you lose half your army. Right, the archers move way too close, way too slow rather compared to the Onibagisha and the Horsemen. And the problem is he can't trade well with these archers because once again, it's a Dome of Faith build. Dude, I actually don't think this is as much on Killjadi misplaying as Louis counterplaying. The choice to go all in on feudal when you saw Dome of Faith was a very wise choice by Louis. Had this been just your standard fast castle build, I legitimately think that Killjadi's build makes a lot of sense. But the issue with his choice here is that it was not masked. Louis understood this. He knew what he was up against. He sniffed it out. If he thought this was Tower Victory and he just naturally would go Castle Age, we have a completely different game. But now this game looks pretty much over. Killjadi, it's going to take a miracle to hold this. Ram's now moving in. Love the fact that we're also seeing Louis play onto the flanks, onto the deer, onto the buried locations. Same is happening out of Killjadi, but the interesting part is there's more risk to his economy. Like, realistically, Louis could raid quite freely. I love this. Ghazi are coming, but it's going to be a little bit too late. 5 villagers out here with an outpost will be safe against the 5 cav. Oh, sorry, 4 cav. Now, this is interesting. Louis is not going to try to end the game this by going Feudal all in. I love this. He's going Castle Age. Ghazi going to try to burn this down. I mean, this is just not a great trade. You are idling out 5 villagers, sure, but you're going to get raided much harder. 12 horsemen marching north side. 8 villagers out here. Has got textiles, but realistically, you're not getting away from horsemen quick enough. Army might be able to intercept, but I think if you go wider than this, it's better. It's going to match away. Unfortunately, if he had gone to the far north side, maybe he could have got a few kills here. It looks like actually Killjadi has insulated himself now with the outposts. But realistically, what we're about to see here is Castle Age in a game where Killjadi's doubled down on Feudal, and his army is going to be worthless for it. So, Horsemen are probably going to get upgraded here, right? He's got 14 of them. Just watching for the gold. Like, there is a moment where maybe Killjadi can get a fight. The problem is, with how fast this army is and the fact they kept him in his base, it's very difficult. Like, to me, I just see a very surgical execution by Louis in this game. That fight to defend, and then the fact that he constricted Killjadi back in his base is really important. Had this been a different scenario where Killjadi's standing right outside the base, and this tech-up's happening, then Louis is dead. But that's not the case here. Flowing Gate is on the way. The army is still only in the mid-map. And we're now already seeing Samurai being prepped. Not to mention the fact he's going more horsemen. Because all of a sudden, Killjadi's got a hell of a lot of archers again. Tech up just feels like it's taking a lifetime over here. Probably going to be immediately dropped into the stable so you can upgrade into veterancy for the horsemen. I think that's a more important detail here. I mean, you could just prioritize the next fight after the initial Castle Age one, which will be you drop the Yoroshiro in the racks. But at that point, you might as well just wait for the timing and get the power of the horsemen now. But okay, apparently it's going to be racks. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I think it's much more value to get all those horsemen upgraded. But I guess he's just looking for the 1 unit to beat the entire army, which would be Samurai. Nice timing there. Love that. Louis dodges death, moves out just before the raid arrives. Now he's ready to move out for a killing blow. Onobugisha and Horseman upgrades coming in. And even with a 25 military advantage, I don't know how Killjadi's meant to win this fight. And yes, you are correct that the Samurai upgrades take a while without the Yoroshiro, but also he only has 5 Samurai. He has 20 Horsemen. I'd argue the Horseman timing is more important, especially if you want to keep scaling it. But here we go. Doesn't matter. Pretty much at this stage, Louis can do whatever he wants. Army's on its way, but even if it gets here in the next 2 seconds, it's going to be too late. Veteran Onobugisha are in. Horseman upgrade just 5 seconds away. And level 3 melee tech a minute out. At which stage, this is impossible. Right towards the eco. Killjadi! 25 villagers out here. In fact, there's a hell of a lot more than that. Oh my god. He has 42 villagers in this north side corner. That's practically the entire economy. But don't worry. It won't be for long. Not when they start dying like this. Horsemen chasing forward. Army is going to have to react to this quick, but that's just a fight that Louis has been fishing for. He's going to get it pretty quick. Horseman pull back. Onobugisha into the corner. Outpost now being targeted down to wait for the army to arrive. Going to turn around for the engagement. These Onobugisha absolutely shred Ghazi Raiders. Ghazi at the cheese. And Ona Bigisha are the cheese grater right now. Horsemen go on for the archers. Meanwhile, the Ona Bigisha left behind to deal with all of the Ghazi and the scholars as well. A few samurai layered in. Means that this army is not going to die quick enough. And this is over. No hope of getting back. Really cool game here, actually. I think Killjadi, the problem is he had a game strat and it felt like he got pushed off of it. If he hadn't looked for that aggressive timing, maybe Louis wouldn't have come fishing. I mean, realistically, Louis was always scaling for this. But you can't take anything away from this kid, man. Like, the understanding he has in this matchup, the importance of that small detail. I say small, it's quite a big one and a landmark choice. Leading to such a big deviation in the Japanese, love to see it. We've only seen this type of comp against usually the Malians from the Japanese so far. But you're seeing other ways that Horseman Bugisha can win the day. You think Killjadi forgot the other eco-techs? Possibly. I think it's just irrelevant at that point, if I'm being totally honest. I think that first fight is like just, it's a pivotal downfall. Once that fight happens, you're just basically stuck in a situation where your opponent has to choke for you to win. And I don't think that's an exaggeration. I think like the comps they both played into essentially signs the contract for that reason. Okay, so let's have a look. I believe there was a game between... We've got games between Louis and Dumu. We've got games between Lucifron and Dumu. There's a game between Lucifron and... Invisible? I don't know who Invisible is. And I think Corvinus already gave us his goodie games for today. Or yesterday, rather. I don't think... Wait, was B playing? I can't remember. I could have sworn I saw B playing. Maybe I'm imagining it, though. But I could have sworn B was playing. I can't even see him on the ladder. I think he's changed his name again. Oh, no. He's in 37th. Let's have a look. 2 days ago. So, no new games from B. But we can go for... I think the Louis versus Dumu game could be a good one. Actually, let's do Lucifron versus Dumu. The reason is that, basically... I'm getting a little bit tired of Gorge. And the Dumu Louis one is indeed on Gorge. So, to that whole point of going Ram all in versus the Japanese, the problem with your thought there is actually it's not as effective as you think. Because the Japanese can just rush a Shogunate. They have a 2400 stone right next to them. And I've seen players do it. I've seen them do it against the Juji all-in Ram timing. It's like, it's surprising what you can get as the Japanese. Like, it's not just the matchup of Japanese versus Delhi, it's the matchup on that map that also complicates everything. Okay, so let me find the replay for Lucifron versus Dumu, and we can get ready for the game. Actually, do you guys want Lucifron versus Dumu or Lucifron versus Lash? I guess I'm probably the Dumu games. Or game, rather. Wait, what? Is there a... Wait, what? Is there a competitive scene for the finals? I didn't even know this. Oh, they had a kill race on the 17th. I didn't even know. Huh. I mean, I think that game is basically dead at this point, right? The finals pretty much is just eroded away. I don't think that's like an exaggeration. Like how many, if I check the Twitch directory right now, how many people are playing it? All right, get your guesses in. How many people do you think are playing the finals still? I'm curious. The finals has got... Okay, I hate how you can't see a collective count. I'd say about 400 people, maybe 500. Damn. Did you guys remember how hyped up the finals was over, like, Christmas? Everyone's like, oh my god, it's the big game changer. And now it's just like... What was that game again? I like the idea. I think they just didn't have enough content, for one thing. Yeah, dude, I'm scrolling down to like 500 viewer directories and it's still not showing up. Okay, there you go. 837 viewers. Damn. Guys, we have more viewers than the finals, checkmate. Delhi has a... Wait, is Delhi like at 38%? Yeah, it's... I think the map makes it harder as well for the Japanese. For the Delhi, rather. Like I said, like forts is very hard to breach quick enough to kill. Yeah, but why? Okay, yeah, but Ark, why are you looking at diamond stats and not conk stats for conk game? And yes, YouTubers, I can see you. It's just I have to click on the tab and have a look at you all every once in a while to see it, because I still need to sort a chat window that combines the two. But yeah, look, I'll pull up the matchups to explain this to you. Like, so. You want to be going to Conk level plus games. Delhi versus Japanese. It's a 36.8% win rate. Like Nunk said, like he's looking at Conk plus. Like I don't know why you're looking at Diamond. I'm sorry, but Diamond's irrelevant. For a Conk level game, Diamond is irrelevant. Even there, by the way, even if you look at Diamond plus, the combined is a 44% win rate for Delhi. Okay, once again, though, yeah, cool, but like, what? I don't understand what the point is there, though, Ark. We just watched two Conk play. We literally just watched the ranked 15th and ranked 3rd in the world fight. They are not Diamond. So, like, I don't think criticizing... Like, I don't think Killjadi trying a different build is a bad idea there, considering that very clearly in his rankings, that is not a good matchup. Wait, what? Okay, I'm moving on. Like, you're not making sense there. Dude, yeah, like, dude, I'm losing brain cells reading that comment. I'm legit losing brain cells right now. Moving on. Alright, let's get to it. Dimu versus Lucifron. Old school civs, Chinese versus Rus. I spotted this one on Cliffside and I just could not resist it. I had to take a nibble. So, we are going to be looking at a double scout opener from the Chinese. Love to see that. Hit the 2x speeder. At the time of recording, these two, interestingly enough, Dimu has slipped a little bit on the rankings. So, I believe at the time of recording for this one in particular, Lucifron, 2,228 elo. Dimu down at 2,018 elo. So, been slipping a little bit, but I think, you know, Dimu, in fairness to him, obviously he had StarCraft to prep for, then he was focusing a little bit on Stormgate, and I think that time away, you know, obviously there were players that maybe were getting those kind of nice little bump ups in rankings. I think also, like, my kind of hot take, I don't know if you think it's that hot of a take, is that when you get to, like, the absolute top, there are ways you can very easily game the system to get a higher ranking. And what I mean by that is there are certain players that fill a certain time slot in the day consistently on their own. So, for example, Lucifron starts quite early. let's say he's playing on a Monday, Duma's not going to play on a Monday. He might get a little bit of a free win here or there. Obviously, Louis has been missing from that early slot for a few days. It's not to say that Lucifron doesn't deserve that top spot. It's more to say that the elo difference between these two isn't necessarily indicative of their capabilities. I think this can be a very close matchup. The tough part, though, is that Lucifron basically picked the Sweat Civ. 100% the Sweat Civ. He has got the Rus up against the Chinese, and I actually rate the Rus incredibly highly on this map for this very reason. Look at the Kremlin drop location. Basically covers any access point quickly to your opponent's base. Interestingly enough, I don't think he even necessarily needed to worry as much about like the defensive element, because the thing you have to remember is the Chinese aren't going to aggro you. And wow, by comparison, that Barbican, it's not as pretty. In fact, wait. Wait. Oh my god, the villagers! What? Lucifron! Oh my god! Dude, he gets the cancel! Wow. And that was the first landmark. What a sick read. Lucy now has a huge edge. Dumu has to back away. Guys, what just happened there? Like, it's ridiculously powerful for Lucifron. That pull of the villagers, forcing the denial on the Barbican, that was the first landmark for the Chinese. They hadn't prepped this Imperial Academy yet. On top of that, he now can't get a good Barbican because of the night timing that the Rus always aim for in this matchup. Dude, that is harsh. What a sick read. I can't believe that, man. And yeah, interesting detail. They did both go random, which I find quite entertaining considering, like, you know, Dumu, one of his most cozy civs in my eyes has always been Chinese. And Lucifron, Rus, one of his classic civs, his signature civ for a long time was French, right? And I feel like, you know, there's a lot of similarities in the tempo-aggressive role those two civs play, also in their approach to wanting to multi-TC. So, like, it's pretty cozy on both sides, but I just love how uncomfortable he just made this game for Dumu with that one move. Oh, man. Wow. Now, here's the interesting thing. The reason why that Barbican denial was so important isn't just because it screws the song, it screws, like, timings. It's because it keeps this central pass open. So now if Lucifron wants to go for an all-in timer, he doesn't have to worry about a Barbican blunting his way. Also means when he rides through Knights produced from this stables, look at it. Look where the line is. It's just a quick route straight towards the enemy base. You don't have to dart around. You don't have to spend more time idle. And you also have a little bit more rotational potential. If this Barbican went up, you wouldn't be able to 360 the base, because you'd run under the TC or the Barbican. But now, it means that Lucifron could just circle around like a shark all the time, hitting every angle. So it's a really big difference that one Barbican placement will make, even if it looks like it's not securing much. Because, of course, even though there's Golden Stone here, it's not like you haven't got Golden Stone at home, right? Like, this isn't one of those Barbicans that's designed to secure you a second TC location. It's designed to disrupt the flow of the game. Now everything's out of whack, man. Scouts are going to sniff out what's happening over here. What was the sheep haul in the end? Wow. So a little bit better actually here for Dumu. He got 10. But this deer secure with the TC means actually Lucifron has more runway. And the problem you now have if you're Dumu is you're stuck, pinned in your base on one TC. Where do you really go from here? If you go fast castle, doesn't feel great. Like, you're still up against Feudal Age Knights that can contest you. He has to get the TC, right? In fact, wait, what? There we go. Barbican's on the way. So yeah, it's going to be condensed TCs. The worry I have for Dumu in this game is he doesn't have much food now. Oh my god, and he's also again just getting idled out. Alright, be honest, raise your hands. Like, who could have achieved that? Who could have seen that at the exact moment Lucifron did and go in for a little strike for free like that? Not many players, dude. That was sick. With all the spamming around, the villagers as well, just like finding his weave-in point was beautiful. Barbican is now up, though. Dumu, honestly, like, a part of me wants to say just go free TC because this looks bad either way. But probably going to be 2 TC with Song. Should be good enough. He's seen his opponent has gone 2 TC, so he just knows he's not being too greedy here. But there's a very big difference in what the two players are securing. I would really prefer to see Dumu move out and get a TC drop here. But I just don't see it being feasible. For all he knows, there could be 2 or 3 more Knights coming, and with only 3 spears, it wouldn't give him enough space to secure. So we're probably going to be looking at a condensed 2 TC. out of all the Chinese players, I think Dumu is one of the most consistent for it. But actually, credit to him. He's going to spread it wide. This is much better. This is what I wanted to see, by the way. Like, you need to do this type of TC. Wait, is he going deeper? He might be going deeper. Because if you don't get this type of TC, you're just going to run out of food even if you find your way into Castle Age. Especially when your opponent on the other side has secured the deer plus the berries. And then just to the right side, more deer. Yeah, I what the hell is this spawn? I mean, this is just criminal. I actually can't believe he got this spawn. As the player who's going to play multi-TC, right? Like loose multi-TC. And now the high trade out, dude, everything is just thumbs up here. This is ridiculous. I mean, the opening... So I don't want to make this seem like Lucifron just got handed a free win because of the generation. Like, what he done on that Barbican, and then the follow-up harassment, the idle time, the slowdown on Dumu's escalation, is why he's in the driving seat, right? But even if he wasn't in the driving seat for that reason, this type of spawn would put him there. That's absurd. Tech up complete, though. Get your numbers in. What's the high trade house going to be? Whether you're watching live or later, spam them in the chat. Flex the right numbers. Other side of this, Dumu now needs to rush. He can't hang around too long. Just build a few spearmen to contest the knights and then find your way up to Castle Age. The longer you remain in feudal, the worse this is going to get. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucifron is now looking to just rush for the relics. I love this play. Just inflate his eco further. We're going to remain on 2 times speed because there's not going to be too much aggro, just an occasional knight probing here. Basically, from Lucifron's perspective, it's more about rushing relics right now to guarantee you keep your eco advantage. You've got the Hunter Cabin, you've got the eco lead and villager count for the moment, but because it's Song 2 TC, you're going to lose that element. So that's where the relics come in. First one already dropped. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way from Dumu. Other side of this, it looks like it was 170. Alright, dude. Is he like... No, there's no way he's tier 3. Like, you wouldn't be tier 3 bounty this early. That feels... high. That feels absurdly high for 58 trees, right? Good lord. Lucy, with all this food condensed in one location, he's never running out, is he? Now, the upside is Dumu. If he can actually just force a fight down to one location, he can pin everything that matters. But that takes time. That takes escalation that you may not have the breathing room for here, right? Like, we're talking about 3 Nest of Bees and mass spears heading over there. That's not going to come out quickly. That process is going to take 3+ minutes to get to. At that point, God knows what Lucy will have. He'll probably have Siege Workshops of his own, Springles to play with. Mass Knight seems to be the strategy right now, though. Love the fact that Dumu is adding in a bunch of Palace Guard. He's got finite food, but he basically needs an efficient raider. Going for Knights here would not feel good as the Chinese because your Knights are just worse than the Roost, right? Roost can get their hands on Boys Fortitude the moment they see you going cavalry, and it means that theirs are always going to trade better. And I'm wondering, can he play wide flanks here? Archers, no, he can't. I was looking at the wood and I was wondering, like, is he going to have to make a weird farm transition, which would just kill him? Like, you can't do that easily in this matchup from this position. Instead, he just desperately goes out onto the resources. The Archers and Knights are targeting down those villages. Looks like they're going to have to pull away now. Or maybe not. It's only 1 spear. Are you kidding me? He literally just pulls the main army away. So decent little trade there. Keeps Lucifron ahead in raw eco numbers. But remember, folks, he's got 5 relics now. He is a mile ahead on economy. Add in the fact that there's no granaries yet, so the food can't really compete. And the fact that the bounty gathering rate has increased the food rates for Lucifron here. There isn't really a way that he feels behind in this game. And we talked about this, right? The timing it would take to get the Nest of Bees together is a little bit too long. And how many hunting cameras are we up to? We've got one over here for 26. We've got this one over here that's giving an extra 8. And then the primary at the start gives 24. So we're looking at about, what, 250? Like, well, we're looking at well more than 250. We're looking at, I'd say, easily over 500 passive gold. Well over 500, actually. We're looking at 600 passive gold a minute. Yeah, around 600, I think. Archers scaling upwards. Interesting choice to go Archers, considering what is up against here. But Knights can easily be out of Palace Guard. The problem right now are the numbers. kind of surprised, actually, because Lucifron is still just going for archers and not crossbows. It's surprising because he's got so much gold, but I guess the logic is that opens up the resources to afford knights. This is a very creative build, actually, by Lucy. I know that I'm saying archer plus knights is creative for Roos, but in Castle Age, it kind of is. The reason it's really smart, he has all this food, all this gold. If he spends it on crossbows, that's less cav. By going archers, he spends his surplus resources in wood, the extra 20%, and barely any food. It leaves enough for mass knighting here, and it is proving to be truly effective here. 1 Nest of Bees only, 16 Palace Guard, and Dumu quickly running out of food. What a cool build, man. Like, once again, just to emphasize this, there's not many situations in which the Roos would do Archer Knights after they get to Castle Age. Typically, if you do not have archers being built before you reach Castle Age, you skip them, you go for crossbows. But this is a sick read, and I love the fact that it's just all about the Cav's ability to snipe these Nest of Bees. He literally even has Warrior Monks pushing them back. And one thing that does scare me now is if this is just a mass Knight comp, this starts to happen, doesn't it? He starts to find the eco, he moves out on the flank, and all of a sudden, Lucifron is 10 villages ahead. Love that little snipe. Kibling and Imperial officials a lot better here. Even though you can get a huge discount building them out of the academy, it's still a lot more expensive than a villager. Oh man, dude, this game, I actually don't know how Dumu is meant to win this. Like, I don't think that's even unfair to the chances, the probabilities here, right? Like, the amount of eco and also the comps. Right now, Lucifron's winning in both areas, and it's not even close. Sacred Sight's also now being locked in, even more gold to kick through. Militia are rushing over. We're going to go 2 times speed here. Villagers are going to have to shift away. 30 of them just idled up right now. That is basically half of Dumu's economy. He's out of food. I mean, he's starved now, right? He knows he can't stay here any longer. Nest of Bees, this is the issue. And this is what I love about Lucifron's approach. By going for knights and playing the flanks, he's avoiding the Nest of Bees issue. And why that's very effective here is you might go, well, if he's ignoring the Nest of Bees, eventually he's just going to die to them in a big fight, KP. Okay, but here's the issue. If by ignoring the Nest of Bees, you're shutting out the food, you're scaling knights still, and you're not trading them away. Meanwhile, Dumu, this Palace Guard count is never going up. It means that these kills on the Nest of Bees will happen simply like this. Because you don't have enough meat to form a front line. Charge in with the knights. No amount of repair should be able to save this, surely. Dumu's trying, though. He's tapping his little fingers. One goes down, though. Several knights lost in return, however. Okay, that was actually sick. I think that was a little bit greedy. Almost egregious from Lucifron. He just threw away 10 plus knights for 1 Nest of Bees. Yeah, that was no respect being shown there. Lucifron, yes, there are not many spears. But there are many Nest of Bees, and there also are Palace Guard that can body block you. I don't really think Lucifron gave enough respect to the repair there. The moment he went in for a snipe and the repairs came out, you need to peel away. That's an expensive loss that could lead to his downfall. Sprinels are being prepped, though. And in fairness, I say to his downfall, he would have to make that mistake twice. Because look at Dumu's food. Oh my god, dude. I actually feel so bad for him right now. Like, imagine you just took a sick fight like that. You just forced a huge error from your opponent. And now you can't even really do anything with it. People go, well, yeah, but he's sieging the buildings. I mean, yeah, this is like... This is the equivalent of like being in a boxing fight, and in the final round, you like you got a little love tap, not in a full force punch to the face. You're like, yeah, I hit him in the face. That was a good one. Like, yeah, no. The only way that's ever going to knock him out is if he slips on a banana peel that just happens to be there. And that banana peel would basically have to be Lucifron's internet cutting out. Nest of Bees are at least going to siege down some of the full production. But while they've been doing this, look at what's ramping up, guys. Springlords are coming. And he's just been building more siege. Oh, man. The crazy part about this, Dumu never went back out for the food. It's just sat there. He chose the farms instead. So this granary transition has slowed him down. It's actually bought time. Lucifron is now ramping up. Springel's here to counter. Food is starting to be stockpiled. I'm wondering, is he just waiting for a transition? Or is there another thought in mind here? 5 Springlers are just unanswered, though, so it's going to be a complete back away, right? And I don't think that Dumu can even linger around here. He needs to get so many more troops together. Love the fact he's going for Spearman here. Spearman plus Nesta Bees. We've seen it time and time again for the Chinese. It's a super effective composition. Just easily able to keep your opponent at bay. The question now is, like, does Lucifron try to fight this? Because I think, realistically, he's better off potentially just going for Imp. You just get Shudder triggers, then it's not even close, right? Then you just tick him down from range, and easy peasy. Instead, forcing a fight like this could be dangerous. Archer's Knight's going to back up. Springle's trying to snipe out, but Melee is starting to reach the anti-siege. Nice hit with the Nesta Bees there. Charge comes in, though. Trade out with the anti-siege, and this is looking good right now for Lucifron with the Nesta Bees. Whew. Almost get rid of it. A backup just in time there from Lucifron before that would have stung. Nesta Bee count is still high, though, and the Cav are being punished. Dumu, he's crawling back into this. Oh, man, if he can get into these choke points, this is huge. I would love to see Dumu set up a small wall right now. It just prevents everything. Springle's going to start trading out. Remember, these are clock tower Springles, right? Yeah, 1 or 2 of them are. So essentially you just have tanks. I love how the Rams are here, and I'm not really sure if this was just intentionally as like a distraction for the A-clicks from Springles. Whatever it is, it seems to be working. More Springles coming out from Lucy. Nesta Bees, though. He's looking for that tickle. Springles coming in range of each other. The Nesta Bees aren't targeting him down. Lucifron, he's getting the trades. Anti-siege going down. Only 1 Springle left over. Oh, no. No. This is it. Dumu, get out. Get out fast, my friend. An expensive loss there. And I'm getting a bit worried because one big problem with this comp from Dumu, if he has the economy, it's great. Where's he getting gold now? 1.6k left, and then he has to come out to the forward. And that's where this game gets risky, folks. Right now it looks good, but he needs to keep trading in a productive fashion. And the amount of siege he's lost in the last 2 engagements, it was unacceptable here. Nice stab in, though. Knight count is getting low. I mean, Dumu, credit to him, the food is now resolved, right? We're starting to get towards a good counter Palace Guard. The Nesta Bees aren't looking as great as they once were, right? They're still a threat, but they aren't the pivotal point. The pivotal point now is the fact that you're up against mass Palace Guard, and you keep sacrificing all these Knights to the Nesta Bees. However, I think Lucifron has had enough. This should be the moment we were looking for. If he does just rush Imperial Age here, this army can fall apart. It's a little bit fragile because you are up against a lot of Palace Guard, but they aren't 2-legged cavalry levels of Palace Guard, right? They can't rush you down that quickly. I mean, Lucy, I would genuinely just love to see him build Men-at-Arms, which is quite affordable here. My issue right now is he's floating 3k food. Sell it, use it, do something with it. Or you're going to lose it permanently, because at this pacing, with the way that he's mismacroing, I feel like he's just heading towards a loss. Archer's trying to protect the siege, but not able to do so. Dumu quick enough with the dive in here. In fact, he's going to find everything. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. More Springles being targeted down. Looks like these ones will be protected just in the nick of time, but this game is getting a bit dodgy. Dumu, this is the type of game that should have been over, right? Like, it looked like there was no way back into this, but this high ground hold with the Springles is paying off, man. It's so difficult to get in. Lucifron literally keeps spamming more Springles because there's nothing else he can do here. If it's not Springles, how do you reach these? Right? Like, the genius of what Dumu's done here is originally Lucifron's plan was, oh, I'm going to mass Knights to kill all your Nesta Bees. Pretty standard. Works well in an open battlefield. Doesn't work well in choke points. Choke points where small numbers of spears can defend against mass Knights. Springles are getting in for some trades. Nesta Bees, flurry out, though. I love the fact that he's literally choosing Nesta Bees to beat Springles. Devs are like, we heard you guys don't like that Springles dominate Siege. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Do you guys like Nesta Bees? Let's get you some of those. Oh, this charging may be a little bit ambitious from Dumu, though. Castle is on the way, however. Rams hitting into the Kremlin. Dumu, can he do this? It feels like he's not going to be able to reach the siege here, and it's going to cost him a pretty penny. Oh my god, dude. Did he just throw away the lead? Sort of. He still has all the siege, The castle is going to go up, but the thing you have to be conscious of here is that his food income isn't that great. Losing 10 Palace Guard actually hurts quite a bit. Castle up though. Dimmu. We've reached that point we were talking about. He's finally had enough. Lucifron is not hanging around anymore. Oh my god, dude. I legit think Dimmu may have just given Lucy the game with that dive. Because Dimmu threw away so many melee units and the militia got value, it means now Lucifron can tech up without judgment. Right? He knows the army of Dimmu isn't big enough to now dive him. Sure, he could run in with an SWBs, but have you ever tried to run in with a giant-ass rocket launcher? It doesn't move quickly, is my point. So tech up complete. Shutter trigger's already queued. By the time Dimmu's able to force a fight, Lucifron's going to have the advantage. Oh my god, dude, I can't believe that. That one detail. I mean, I can already see the comments coming in after this. Militia OP, because I think that was the difference maker there, right? They absorbed so much damage, they made it a good trade. And now, because of that, Lucifron is in prime position to try and close this. Dimmu marching forward with mass nest of bees. But now with Springles there, I mean, basically, what you have to realize is, although there's usually a window to punish a tech up, it doesn't exist because his punishment is mass siege. And Shard Triggers removes the ability for you to punish anything. It's backing up for the moment, but tech up is about to complete in 10 seconds. Melee line. I mean, it's about as naked as Dimmu's head. There's nothing there. Nothing to protect him. He has to retreat. Behind this, he's not ready for a tech up himself. He's only got 800 food in reserve. And well, now we're seeing Streltsy being prepped. Bombards are on the way. This castle is not going to last very long, and I think we are going to start seeing the unraveling of the game for Dimmu. He has to find a way into Imperial now. The problem is if he doesn't have enough melee to defend, he can't do it. Dude, what a tricky game. I can't believe this, that Dimmu almost won this from his position. But now it's starting to kind of crumble a bit, isn't it? Knights are hitting the fields. Oh my dear God. What? 4 Knights. 4 Knights is all it took. Dimmu's eco now in shambles. He's not gathering enough food anymore. Spearmen are finally arriving, but this gap is significant. Men-at-Arms numbers are going up. Lucifron is getting ready for a death push. Streltsy. Whoa! All right, that's not how we like to use our troops. I think that was mostly archers, but that's still an expensive loss. Keep in mind that is probably the only time we're going to see Nest of Bees look effective in this game now. From here until the very end, because the Springles will just keep him at bay now. Bombards escalating. 2 more have been queued up. Remember, the High Armory is making this much more cost-efficient as well for Lucifron. Oh, man. I can't believe this. The Keep Crawl as well. I mean, it's cute. If this was feudal, if this is castle and castle rather, it would work. But now you're up against him. The Bombards are going to make this very quick. Oh, dude, what a crazy game. From the opening that made it look like an insta-GG for Lucifron, can we just actually appreciate Dimmu almost getting back into this, almost winning this game the way he did? It was so close. The mass nest of bees, as vile as that unit may be, the way he utilized it to try and come back. All off the back of a mistake by Lucifron, by the way. That dive with the Knights cost him control of this game. But that defense, that militia pool defense was phenomenal. Lucifron able to recover himself from that position to a point where he's able to tech up. And now, even though there's some cute plays coming out with the Stealth Forest, no one can hide from the big daddy Springles. Shot Trigger just making it oh so simple. Only a handful of Nest of Bees remaining. Bombards have blitzed the keeps. There's nothing in the base of Lucifron anymore. Looks like he might end up losing the monastery, but whoop-de-doo-dah. At this point, I don't think he cares. They're neck and neck on raw eco count. But because of that, Lucy is a mile ahead. A little bit of shiving going on the flank. This should just be a dive towards the main base now, right? Like, you got mass men-at-arms, Streltsy as well, and a few Bombards. Dimmu has no answer to that. He's lost practically all of the Nest of Bees now. He's down to just 2. He's trying to rescale into more. He just got the resources for Imp Age, but if he goes for that tech up, I think he might be dead. If he doesn't go for it, he's dead, right? So what would you like to die by, I guess? Really feels like the type of game where you need max pop before you go up. These Springles as well. Bombards now moving up. It's going to be the third castle going down. That's been pretty expensive, actually. That's now, in the last, what, 2 minutes, we've witnessed 2,700 stone just be dropped. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. Dimmu doesn't use the trick, huh? There's a trick where if you build a wall, but only tap the central piece, you can then have your villagers surround the Great Wall Gatehouse to build it. But it looks like he isn't going to use that. So not the quickest tech up timing. And every second matters here, by the way, because keep in mind Lucifron is right now diving into your base. Sure, you're raiding his eco a little bit, but funnily enough, Lucy doesn't seem to care enough about that. He cares about getting on top of your own. He's diving for that economy. He's looking for the Barbican. Villagers having to run. Dimmu. He tried to distract. He tried to draw him back. In a game that has barely featured any walls, if Dimmu could have got Lucifron to come back at this critical moment, maybe the Chinese could have turned it about. But now that the farms are shut down, he only has 2,000 food. There's no coming back here. Sick read as well. I love this by Lucifron. Think how many players would have been approaching the base, seen those spearmen, and turned around. How many would have ran back, walled themselves up, bought time for the Chinese, but not Lucifron, no. He understands when you need to raid, when you need to be raided, and when you need to kill. And we are now seeing the kill and blow. Last of the Springles going down. Nesta Bees really can't contest this. Bombard just shutting down all of the farms permanently. And Dimmu now with less than 2,000 food in reserve, an army count of under 20. There is no possible way back into this. Most of that army, by the way, is over here being killed by reinforcements. Sick reads by Lucifron. A harsh reality check with that Nesta Bees dive early on, but a scrappy but effective recovery, I'd say. Gives the Roost the win in the late game. Dude, props to Dimmu in the way he's been playing at the moment, though. Like, I've been seeing a new kind of breath of Dimmu. The way he tries to play these GG-type scenarios and get out of them, like what happened in that early game with the Barbican, love to see it. I think it's actually promising for him in tournaments this year that he's trying to find the low percentage win chances to get back in these games. But unfortunately, against Lucifron, he's not going to find it here. Sick reads, actually, by Lucy. Like, the understanding to go all in instead of going home is why he won that. If he ran home, I think he would have lost that game. Because then you're up against Chinese eco with triple granaries. And then you're also wasting extra time, like, setting up your walls. And you buy enough time for China to get all their upgrades, right? So, very, very smart read by Ben not to go home. By Lucifron, rather, not to go home. This race from Roost were glorious. Yeah, 4 nights on those farms. Shut it all down, man. That was crazy. So, I'm having a look. Let's have a quick look and see if there's anyone playing live. Well, Philly's got a live game against someone. Lash, I believe, is playing some sort of scrims. So remember, a lot of these players are going to be playing in the Elite Classic qualifier tomorrow. So they need to be well warmed up and prepped for that. I really wish they put people's ranks next to their names on the observe tabs. It would be so nice. All right, let me check the replays. Why am I living inside yellow hair? Because it's so comfortable. So soft. Why wouldn't I live inside the yellow hair? That'd be weird. I live with dragons. All right, so let's have a look at the games we lined up. We have got a game between Louis and Dimmu we talked about on Gorge. I'd like to actually do something other than Gorge first, just so that I have some spacing before returning to the most played map on the ladder. Because we do watch a lot of it. Okay, so Poppy Paw was playing last night, wasn't he? Maybe some Poopy Paw games? Who is this Bubbles person? They basically just one-trick the English. They had a game versus Poppy Paw. Don had some games versus Poppy Paw. Why, hello there, my beautiful man. Have you got some spicy meatballs for us? He had English versus Japanese. And then he had Delhi versus Japanese. Let me get those ready to go. You know, I was actually kind of thinking of this recently. Is that, you know how a lot of people say they like the more slow, like calming pace of Age of Empires 4? If that is entirely true, why is it so many people love when we cast Donati and Crackety games with their like villager all-ins and crazy crap like that? I don't know. Like, I don't know if people do like the slow pace, the calm start to a game as much as they're trying to let on, if I'm being totally real. Mass Horse Archers? Yeah, it's been a while since Ben has done that. Like, a very long time, actually, since Ben has done that. When was the last time he actually done that? Dude, I haven't seen Ben do Horse Archers for quite some time. Actually, no, there might have been like one game in the last 4 months where he done it. Maybe. 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 Oh, so just got a quick message. Blah, 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 blah. I think that's okay. Has he really been doing it quite often? Interesting. Oh, I guess I must just have missed his Roost games. A game versus Malians he won with Horse Archers. Really? Dude, that guy must not have been building Javs then. What the deuce? Alright, anyway. Does he know how to play anything else? No, and actually I love him for it. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. It's Don Artista time! He's on the English again, this time up against Poppy Paw and the Japanese. We're on Cliffside. Cliffside, a map that should just embody Don. I think, honestly, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I asked him if he said this is one of his favorite maps right now. For this type of crap right here. Immediately goes for the Rax opener because Cliffside, folks, is an aggressively designed map. And that is why I love it. Other side of this, Poppy Paw playing as the Japanese. I'm wondering like what your solution is going to be to a lot of these opening plays. Harsh spawn as well for Poppy Paw. Look at this. Forward gold, forward stone. This is rough, man. I'm going to hit the 2 times so we can get towards the point where the men-at-arms come in because this is going to be ugly. He hasn't built an outpost in a rush. You wouldn't be able to, right? You haven't got enough wood for it. He's going to be pushed off that gold pretty harshly. He's either going to have to rush all the villagers out to get what he needs, or he's going to have to accept that he needs to go for some weird sort of outpost crawl that's going to make me vomit. Wait, Don, no, no, no. No. No, Don! Oh my god. And Poppy Paw immediately pulls 2 more villagers to the gold. That is heartbreaking. Don, if he had just gone left. Well, from his perspective, right? From ours, it's right. Oh, God, I'm not getting that conversation. I can't believe this, man. Don Artie, where the hell was the scout? He was circling around the back of the base. He was getting extra sheep here. I mean, that's one of the harsh things. People saying you need a scout for that play. The issue is you need to get a lot of food as well because you're spending extra food in the early game on men-at-arms, right? So you need to make sure you've just not going to go to farms at any stage. Otherwise, it's going to dry you up. Dude, that's so harsh. Now the outpost follow-up means it's not going to be able to block any intention if Puppy Paw wants to go fast castle. Kura Storehouse come behind this. This is interesting. More players have been doing this with the Kura Storehouse where they drop it next to the wood line. I love this. It saves you 50 wood, which is very important for this outpost timing. Another thing that I'm quite curious to is we see more and more people do this. One thing that's quite interesting with the Kura Storehouse, if you want to be super optimal with your villagers, technically you can rally them onto the wood line, seek shelter when they're like here, and then ungarrison them immediately onto the wood, which saves you a little bit of walk time, especially important before having Willbarrow. The other interesting thing is when you have the Kura Storehouse this close to the wood line, you're going to start generating wood very quickly because the farms are going to fill out fast. Dare I say we see some Yuumi playtime here? Because I've been thinking about this, and I'm curious like if Don would agree with the thought process as well, being on the receiving end, if we do see it. Yuumi versus Lombos is quite similar to HRE Archers with Marching Drill versus Lombos. You have extra movement speed, right? So you can gap close very quickly on Lombos with significantly higher numbers. Now, the interesting thing about Yuumi that makes me like them against Lombos, weirdly enough, is that the Lombos get outnumbered very quickly. And then when they're trading, they tend to overkill. I think this is something that's been slept on about Yuumi that people aren't appreciating yet. Is that Yuumi Archers, because they have lower health, and because of that, they cost less, and thus there's more of them, you have a tendency to overkill more often than you do against normal archers. And considering that he's already got 5 people, yep, it's Archer Rangers, here we go. And what makes this rough as well, and this is another reason why I really love the idea of Yuumi here, what triggered this in my brain was like the Men-at-Arms opening, because these Men-at-Arms they can't touch anything. They legit can't touch anything. We've seen this already. We've seen, for example, with the HRE, when you have marching drills, the Men-at-Arms, the English, just get ignored. Like, Don has literally used this strategy I'm talking about, where it will say 5 or 6 Men-at-Arms, and it'll just run past them towards the longbows. This is sick by Puppy Paw. Another interesting thing here is you have priority on the Blacksmith upgrade to get towards standard Archer form quicker than other civs. So I think Yuumi, as an opening play in Feudal Age in this matchup, is very effective because you already have a Blacksmiths. It is your mining camp, which means Steeled Arrow is coming in at an insanely early point. One that even the English won't contest. English that right now don't even have a Blacksmiths, right? So you're not going to have the Undermesh to reduce the damage back. And all of a sudden, that means that in this trade out, you're only 1 damage up with units that cost a lot more. 90 resources compared to a mere 65. Dude, this is so cool. Outpost is being idled out a little bit. I mean, he got most of what he wanted out of this. He was looking to get enough gold for Undermesh. It would have been nice, but you can do without here. What matters is that he reveals the play when he's got critical mass, and then you can follow up with Undermesh. Because at that point, the whole logic is it's kind of it's a storm effect. Like Don, will he even have the Blacksmiths? Will he have the prep coming in? Love this from Don. Correct read to actually get the Blacksmiths now before you have 10 plus longbows. A lot of English players like to wait for that scalability, but I think that's a critical blunder here. Don. Oh my god, dude. I love this even more from Puppy Paw. He's not waiting for critical mass. He's going to raid the eco. So one thing I've been very religious in my belief of with this civ and with this unit comp, they are raiders. Treat them as raiders. They have 1.38 movement speed. They can outrun any other infantry in the game. They can cut reinforcements and they can dive into enemy economy. That's exactly what Puppy Paw is looking to do here. He cuts off the new Lombos. Perfect way to reveal the play. That's sick, man. Yo, he can get another. Don, slow to move away there. Just realize what's happening to him. In fact, he's probably going to lose that one as well. Yeah, well played. Love the rally point. Don, notice he switched from the south side to the north side to protect himself. Yuumi are going to get sniped down, so it looks like 2 of them are going to die. Honestly, though, 2 Yuumi for 2 Lombos and distract the army is brilliant. And on top of this, look at what happens to the Men-at-Arms. Oh, you just can't reach, man. Guys, this is wave number 1. He's actually legit building more. Dude, I'm going to call this the baby HRE strat. Well, I mean, against English, right? Like the HRE, we already highlighted that HRE scaling archers is actually one of the best counters against English with their Lombo play. It's kind of like a mini version of that. It's a little brother that hopes he grows up to be as big and strong as his Chad Lord bro in the HRE army. Wait, no, I realize what this is. This is Zuma Archer versus Boomer Archer, right? These guys move like old little grandpas, and these guys move like over-energetic kids. Oh, that's cool. And thinking about what Don's just had to do here, right? He's chasing 3 units with 7. This is so inefficient from a military standard. He's building a ram elsewhere, but guess what's about to happen? Oh my god. Puppy Paw, he sees the ram. He knows about the ram. I mean, he can dive this from 2 directions and kill him. Here we go, moves in. Scout does sniff it out, but Don, with an incomplete ram, has to leave it. Now, here's the funny part. Even if he goes back and makes that now, his Lombos are out of position. So what do you do if you're Puppy Paw? Dive the reinforcements. I mean, it's 9 versus 5. So theoretically, with the attack speed aura, Don should be able to hold on. Puppy Paw. Chasing on in, though. Gotta be careful. I think this is getting a little bit neglectful. You've got to respect the aura. Ram is at least complete, but honestly, I think Don might not have enough Lombos for this. The Undermesh is in as well, right? So, like, look at the difference here. Don, he didn't use the Blacksmiths for anything but the Siege Engineering. He didn't get steel... Oh my god! Dude, they're hitting for the same damage. No way! Don! Oh, that is death. That's going to be half the army dead. Boomer versus Zuma. Zuma wins. Oh, we're going to have to take Don in the retirement home for that one. 16 Lombo moment is not good enough. Ram is going to be pushed back. Only kills an outpost, but at this stage, it doesn't matter. Don Artie only just queued up Steeled Arrow. Undermesh did at least come through, so he has got the ranged defense here to reduce the enemy damage back down to 4. But your damage has been reduced down to 5. And considering the number difference, it's very hard to favor Don here. And what's about to make it worse is the whole logic of this play, why it's very good if you scale it correctly, is what's about to happen next. Daimyo just got upgraded. Bannerman's on the way. This Bannerman breaks everything about this clash. Extra 15% damage. Almost putting you on par now in these fights. Steeled Arrow is going to give an edge across the Don Artie again, but still, like, this is the pivot point, right? Like, 30 plus Yuumi with the Yuumi Bannerman breaks the fight a bit. Dude, this is such a sick build. And you're about to start seeing that overkill I was talking about. That's a problem. Moving in. Yuumi, dive for it, and you just can't get away. Oh my god, dude, this is legitimately as effective as the HRE play. Look at it, it's a 2-for-1-er. Always because he's overkilling or underkilling here. Men at Arms also just freebies, man. This is ugly. Don now with half the ranged troops to Puppy Paw, and in this retreat, he could lose everything. I legit think Puppy Paw just continues to dive. Like, don't stop now. Just don't stop, go. Ignore the Men at Arms, just target down the Lombos. Oh my god. And the Bannerman, he gets sniped, but he tanks so much fire. Remember, he's got extra health, extra armor. This is just snowballing, man. I love this unit. God damn it, Japanese may just be my favorite Civ. I think there's so much that's fun about this Civ because of the pacing of a lot of their units. Onimusha, Onimusha, Yuumi, it's all about speed. I love it because usually, like, we see so many Men-at-Arms type opening type Civs where the escalation is slow. You don't really feel it. But the cool thing about the Japanese, and I think it's why it will kind of over time be seen as kind of a high skill Civ, is that although the comps may seem one-dimensional, the way you use them is not. It's all about timing. It's all about the correct micro. And it's all about pacing. Oh, man. What a sick one. Honestly, I don't know how Don wins this now. I mean, you could go for a Horseman transition. That's probably the one way, but when you have this many Yuumi, it's problematic because they can just kite and kill you off one by one. And oh no, Don, no, 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 Don, no, Don, 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 Don. See what I done there? Oh no, he doesn't have wheelbarrow. Oh, that has to be it. No way can Don do this anymore. Dude, he hasn't even noticed. His eco. So many villager losses. Wow. Tell me Yuumi are trash. I dare you. The problem for Don now is like, he lost a pivotal fight at a crucial point where if he didn't get split like he did, if he didn't allow this snowball to occur, he probably could have all in and just went for a better trade. But now it's too late, man. You can never catch these guys. Boomer versus Zuma, and it looks like the Boomer just had a heart attack. Get Faye in here. Yeah, Faye's going to have a heart attack when she hears me saying these things. That was sick, man. Well played by Puppy Paw. Oh, let me name that quickly. We had a very sick rematch. Oh, yes, I saw you had 2 games, Don. We were going to check that one out as well. It wasn't a rematch of Civs, though, right? I think it was Delhi versus Japanese, if I remember correctly. Yeah. We'll definitely be checking that out as well. I think we call that one the Boomer Zuma Archer Showdown. Let me just name that quickly. What a cool game. Oh god, I hate it when it does that. Sometimes, like, yeah, okay, it did update. Delhi versus Japan? Yeah, so like this, we were just talking about this. This is a matchup that very heavily favors the Japanese, right? Let's get ready for it. Good morning, people. Hello, hello. Let me just switch over. All right, we just saw the Boomer versus Zuma Archer Showdown. We are not going to get that same scale here, that same style, but we are going to get a rematch. Don Artie versus Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw once again on the Japanese, but this time the Donster is on the Delhi. This is a tough one. We just watched a tough matchup already. This one is even rougher. The Delhi have about a 34% win rate up against the Japanese right now in the highest level of play, Conk Plus. This is very Japanese favored. I'm curious though, a player like Don doesn't play your standard Delhi. He does some very creative things, some different approaches. So I'm eager to see what we're going to get here. In terms of the rankings on the leaderboard right now, for this game and this clash, Don Artie was sitting at 1,817 elo. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw up at 2,230. But Don, honestly, I've seen him get wins against some of the best players with some of the weirdest strategies. So like that's why I love casting Don games. I actually wish like more people had that unique identity to the same extent. I think it does exist, the potential for it in Age of Empires 4, but a lot of people adhere to the meta. If you've ever watched one of our Don videos before, you know he does everything but that. He will not be broken by the idea of a build order, of what things are meant to be. He's always looking to cook something new up. So 2 times speed to get us through the early game. Should be a Kura Storehouse versus a Tower Victory here. He's doing it again. Dude, I love this so much. Like, everyone who is watching right now that plays Japan should be taking note of this. This gives you so much flexibility. Because of the timing in which you fill out the farms, you can either get your hands on wood for extra production buildings for Yuumi, for extra farms actually around the TC, or you can continue on your food routes. and chopping through the trees in an efficient way, right? You're saving 50 wood with this Kuristav's drop. It also positions it in a way that no unit should be able to touch your economy. Everything is nicely condensed. I really do like this approach. I've seen B do it a lot. We're now seeing it out of Puppy Paw. I think I said at a very early point that this is going to be a very powerful play. Another little tip is actually in some games, it might even be worthwhile to drop the Kura Storehouse on the Gold Vein. Or not Gold Vein, Stone, depending on what the Stone is, right? If you're going for a 2 TC build, legit think about dropping a Kura Storehouse between Stone and Wood if they're next to each other. It's not going to be true for every game, but for those the way you are one of those TC Boomer Japanese players, it's definitely something you should be considering. And just to recap for people, I didn't say it favors Delhi. This matchup favors the Japanese. The Japanese have a 65% win rate against the Delhi. A big part of why is the fast castle build that is hard to counter. The Mount Samurai play is just very strong, and also I love this play, man. He's going for the Stone. He's opening with Horseman here. Wait, it was a Dome of Faith build. Oh my god, dude, this is the second time we've seen this red like this. So we had a game earlier between Louis and Kiljadi, where Louis is playing the Japanese. He scouted the Dome of Faith and then pivoted in the stables. This is a really, really smart build. Because what just happened is you lost the power of your range comp. Archers plus Ghazi can usually just hold Horsemen at bay due to the extra attack speed, but you don't have that now. You're producing archers without an increased attack speed. Worse still, Don isn't even dropping a stables. What? This is wild, Don. I mean, he's heavily discounted now, right? Like, this is just a terrible matchup at this stage. Another interesting thing is, like, Japanese can actually afford Horsemen a lot easier than most civs because you get the farms for free added in, you get the berries with better gathering rate. He's already got the Tawara and the Takazaiku, which means he's got a 50% increased gathering rate here. Means it's better. This is better than gathering on board by default. And now the archer range follow-up, dude. This is so cool. So we're going to be on 2 times speed for this early game. This Flash going to come out. Scholar gets sniped out by the double Horseman opener. And it looks like Don, he did actually go for a stables. Is he going to get baited into adding in racks here is what I'm curious of. It looks like he's going to be sticking to just Ghazi for now, which is a smart read. Unfortunately, there's an issue in this matchup. And this is another part about why I think Japanese is very good against this Civ. If you open stables and you go towards your Daimyo on the stone and get your melee techs as well, the Uma Bannerman makes your Horsemen as good as Ghazi Raiders. They have about the same damage. The difference is they're cheaper. Notably cheaper, right? 20 resources less. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. The only upside is potentially Puppy Paw chooses to use the Bannerman for archers, but I just don't see that being likely here. Scholar, another one being actually caught out here, trying to run for his life, but I don't think you can stop him. There's just not enough to body block this away. So second Scholar down, Puppy Paw. He's starving Don out. Dude, Don, this is crazy. He's gone Dome of Faith, he's got 5 Scholars, but he's yet to secure a Sacred Site of Tools. So he either has to choose to keep sacrificing these guys one by one, or he has to go for gold. Looks like he has at least secured the central one. But this is ugly right now. Like, the last thing you want when you go for the Dome of Faith build is to not have the ability to keep pumping Scholars non-stop. You're meant to be able to just keep going. He's stuck at 5. You can't even think about using that extra gold to trade right now. And that's a negative because that means on the other side, your opponent is starting to realize a beneficial advantage here. The interesting thing about this matchup is that the Delhi don't gather food quicker. The Japanese do because of the level 2 wheelbarrow. And he's looking to mirror these plays out onto those berry patches. Now, admittedly, the Delhis last a bit longer, right? Not just because they gather it slower, but because they add 100 into each patch. But overall, when you think about the fact that Puppy Paw also has farms coming in for free, he's not going to run out of food anytime soon because of that detail. He'll always have something else to pivot towards. And the funny thing is, because he's going for this Daimyo build, these farms just got 25% more efficient. Flash comes in. Bad one for Don Hardy here. Whew. All back away just in the nick of time there. Undermesh, actually the saving grace. Love that prioritization there. Love the fact that Don Hardy went for this first, reading that this might have been Yuumi or that he may need dive. So right now, these Yuumi just do not do enough damage. It looks like we are going to be getting the Yuumi Bannerman. A little bit surprised there. I think Puppy Paw would have been better to get the Horseman upgrade. I think actually just spamming Horseman makes more sense than Yuumi here. The reason is that in this type of clash, the Yuumi have 5 damage. You add 15% on, that means they're getting an extra 0.75 damage, putting them up to 5.75. If the Horseman get the 15% aura, they're already going to get 1.5 damage extra each. Now, you could argue the thing that makes it a bit better for Yuumi is the fact they have slightly better attack speed, but notice it's only slightly better. It is a ranged unit as well, that is true. But if you're talking about units that can more freely hit what they need to, I think Horseman's mobility should allow for that. And the reason why it's important to have that on your Horseman is it allows the Horseman to contest Ghazi comparatively. Like, with the better attack speed, even though Ghazi have a little bit more health, because the damage is going to even up, Horseman will win. But here we go. Clash comes in. Bannerman Aura is there for the Yuumi. Has to step back a little bit. Horseman body blocking on the side, though. Spinman have now arrived here, so that's a little bit worrisome right here. I think Puppy Paw needs to be a bit careful. Funnily enough, it actually looks like the horses are going to last just long enough to buy him the time he needs. Yuumi are going to have to start stepping back away from this. So there are going to be about 3 Ghazi left over. Actually made that 7, half of them hiding in the tree line. Yuumi in retreat, and I think this is the blunder. Puppy Paw not going for the Bannerman Aura on the Cav. Cost him dearly in this fight. A few more are going to arrive to try and reset this. It looks like it's not going to be a flood through. But Don Artie now getting control on Sacred Sites here. 2 have been locked in. The third one still needs to be ticked. Yeah, I really don't like the fact that he's still leaning into the Bannerman Aura. I mean, you don't want to just hit the delete key on the Yuumi. And to be fair, now that you're down to 4 Horsemen, it doesn't make sense just to spam into Uma Bannerman. But imagine that fight if he had 14 of those Horsemen with an extra 1.5 damage. I mean, also imagine that fight if he just prioritized the level 2 Hizukuri. Unfortunately, he didn't keep people out on the stone for that. And I think that may have been a mistrick here. Yuumi trying for the decap. That's an expensive fight for Puppy Paw. Some of the guys are injured. I'd love to see Don just bring more Scholars out to heal that off. But overall, it doesn't matter right now. Like, the raw number count is just favoring him. The funny part is, like, I do wonder if Tower of Victory would have just been flat outright better for this build. But the thing you have to remember before anyone thinks that, oh yeah, like, Don's a noob, why do you not do TOV? If he'd done Tower of Victory, this would have been a fast castle Japanese build. The reason why he's seeing these type of fights is because the Dome of Faith choice. It invites the Japanese player to come and fight. The problem is that the Japanese player made the right read. The stable's opening allowed him to defend, and now behind this, the extra food he's been gathering up. He's ready for a tech up. Floating Gate on the way. Oh man, this is tough as well. I actually think Puppy Paw just sticks Yuumi. Sounds weird, right? But if you just stick Yuumi, back it up with a few Mounted Samurai or Horsemen, you hold really well. 19 villagers rushing this up. He knows he needs it fast. He's got the Floating Gate next to the stables, which does suggest it's just going to be a stables drop, but that could be dangerous considering the timing on this. Don marches towards the base. Think how many players would have backed up to protect the Sacred Sites, not Don. He knows something's wrong when you stop attacking, so he's going to make it right by going in. Ghazi hits straight onto the Yuumi. Yoshio's been dropped. It is going to be the upgrade for the Yuumi, but he needs to be quick about this. Step away. Nicely played there. He's going to have to sacrifice some of the villagers and horsemen staying behind. Not enough safety points for all the Eco Eva. Puppy Paw is going to start hemorrhaging villagers. Ghazi sticking to this. Yuumi upgrade. Oh my god. Oh my god. He doesn't have the gold. Shinto might distract. Scholars dive past. I actually think that this is looking pretty bad for Puppy Paw right now, but you haven't killed the mass Yuumi. So even though Don's done good damage, he hasn't found enough eco kills yet. Northside might change that. Moves in for the villagers, they're going to shift away. No textiles, but Yuumi upgrade is going to be coming through in a few seconds. And at that stage, these Ghazi will get absolutely shredded. So Don has to back away. Oh, that was so close to being enough. This is crazy, right? Like, right now, you look at this scope, KP, Don's 13 eco ahead. He's got 2 Sacred Sites. Like, how can you not favor him? The Yuumi now have high enough base damage that they hurt everything. The Ghazi get shredded pretty quick by mass Yuumi. 13 villager kills is nice, but what you have to remember is it's now an entire age-up advantage. So Don now has to rush up behind this. But the risk is, like, if you rush up behind this, you're not building more units, and the Yuumi will be able to beat this army. You'd think not, but, like, once again, the thing that I want people to remember is compared to normal archers, you're able to start a step away more freely from Don. It's going to go in again. This time, though, I don't think it's going to be as effective. For a start, like, there is such a thing as killing too much eco. And what I mean by that is if you want to keep going in and raiding, what you have to remember is because you've got 13 eco kills, there's now room for 19 here. And some of it is extended behind the base, right? So it should be very difficult for him to find sufficient villager kills here. Yuumi, start, step back. Dive in, though. Looks for... Wait, what? No. What? He didn't kill the Shinto. Yuumi now backing away. Horsemen are dying way too fast here, guys. This is bad. Don, the problem is the Ghazi are not easily replaceable here. The Spearmen die even faster. And the Archers are never going to win this matchup in a one-on-one now. Oh my god. Dude, I actually think Don's in trouble. I mean, it is a 20 eco lead. I'm not being delusional about this. Like, it's the fact that Yuumi can now just counter-raid, right? Like, I know how Don plays. He doesn't want to go castle. He 100% does not want to go castle, right? But the problem that I'm seeing is the military numbers are growing for Puppy Paw. And fundamentally, like, Yuumi are cheap. Like, it's kind of dumb, but you have to wrap your head around this. Like, if this was a Mountain Samurai comp or a Onibigisha comp, I would agree that, like, this damage is sufficient. But the dumb thing about Yuumi is now Castle versus Feudal, they're as effective as the Archers of Don. They're good enough to kill Ghazi. We just saw that. And they're cheaper. They cost 65 resources each. Hello. Nice attempt there. Puppy Paw's just going to keep hunting. And this is the thing, right? Like, one player has access to relics, one still can't. So if Puppy Paw pulls these two back, actually can shrug off this damage, right? It doesn't start to feel the pain anymore. The only upside I do see right now for Don is, like, Puppy Paw can't just end the game, right? He can't go into the base and kill. He can't kill the buildings. He can't kill the landmarks. He can, however, beat the army. Wait, what? Okay, Don is acknowledging the fact that his Ghazi are not getting here quick enough and they're dying too quick, but... Oh, sick raid. Sick raid on the backside. Nice play there. It's only the level 1 Daimyo, so he sees the Bannerman out in the mid-map. Strikes at the back, and this is exactly what I needed to see. Not a direct fight, but Ghazi raiders doing what they're meant to do, raiding. The scholar count here. Wait. Don? Oh my god, he's getting distracted. What? Don? This wasn't intentional. No, there's no way this was intentional. Maybe? Don's doing things to my brain. Dude, there's only 22 eco left for Puppy Paw. But the losses here. The chain hill. Oh my god. The problem though, like, this is the thing, like, this is why this is just melting my mind. It looks so weird, so messy, and right now you're gonna half hope him and go, there's no way you still back Puppy Paw, right? He's got 30 Yuumi in your base. It's a little bit of battleships, right? He has to find the eco, but when he does, how do you kill them? Oh my god, also the Ghazi count. Like, it's getting so small. All the Spearmen are gone. The Scholars dive again. The problem is, Puppy Paw has just enough Yuumi to focus fire down anything here. Oh my god, this game. Dude, how is he still alive right now? With Yuumi! This is incredible. Look how hard Puppy Paw is trying to find anything. He's like, where are your villagers right now? Where are they? Puppy Paw, they're on your side of the map. Don, he moved his production to the enemy side of the map. He moved his eco to the enemy side of the map. Everything is sitting on Puppy Paw's side of the map. Oh my god. Puppy Paw's like, nope, ain't here. He's just scratching his head right now. He's like, where is he? Where are those villagers? I just gotta find a few, buddy. I just gotta, like, just let me kill it. Just a little one. And I was like, no. I was like, come on, just a little eco here. I'm like, no. Puppy Paw is feeling like Mario right now looking for Peach, man. Every castle he checks, nothing. Oh my god, Don. Dude. The issue that I still have, though, after all this is, like, how does Donald get out of Feudal Age? And before anyone says he doesn't, like, we're reaching a point where you kind of have to. You have done decent eco damage, but realistically, what I want you to be conscious of is that this comp does not require a lot of resources to scale. And these choke points are proving to be Don's downfall. Gazi going to ride in again. Yuumi count is at least getting small enough that they're not able to kind of one-punch these Gazi down, but the number isn't exactly accelerating out of control anymore. And the Yuumi, they have finally had enough. I want you to just think what this game would look like if Puppy Paw had found the eco or just came back home sooner. Oh my god. Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw, after losing 43 villagers, says, textiles might be a good idea. Yuumi now return home. They wonder what's been happening to the place while they've been gone. Gazi are going to trade out. But that's still going to be, what, 30 Yuumi left over. Don's out of army. Oh my god, this game is so uncomfortable. Oh, what a crazy game. I warned you guys, like, it's Yuumi. He got the level 2 damage increase quite early on. He has the Bannerman aura as well. These guys hit like a truck against Gazi. And now the problem is that Don, he keeps building Gazi, but he's running out of food. And Puppy Paw, he's only left one Yuumi here, but that's going to tip him off, right? I think that's the idea. The moment the Gazi attacks it, if he does. Yep, here we go. Puppy Paw knows. He knows! Uh-oh. Villagers are pulling away. Now Puppy Paw sees the mill. You know how some games give you an option to avoid opponents? If Puppy Paw had the option, do you reckon he'd avoid Don as an opponent? I can't help but feel he would. This is not how Age of Empires 4 plays in the meta, folks. But we highlighted already, Don middle fingers the meta. He creates his own. Oh my goodness. Yuumi once again, dude. I mean, these Gazi, they just aren't lasting long enough. The only thing that's really missing is the Bannerman, right? He needs to get the Bannerman back out here, and then it's just a Clapperting. In fact, where is his Bannerman right now? Okay, he's still at the back of the base. So, second wave, like, these guys are going to be incredibly strong with that aura. I can't believe we're 23 minutes in this game. After everything that's happened, Don is still just not going castle at all. He's setting up farms in the corners. Oh, dude, I love Don so much. He's such an adorable little cherub. Oh, like, who wouldn't enjoy watching these games? I guess people that want to retain brain cells, but I don't care, man. I'm that guy who'll happily admit I'll watch a Michael Bay movie, okay? And this is Michael Bay movies right here. Villagers get sniped out. Finally, he finds some eco. Oh, but this could be big. Gazi coming from behind. Puppy Paw. That could be a heavy loss. He needs to get into a choke point. He needs to use the buildings of his own opponent against him. And he's doing exactly that. The Gazi, they start to run away for a bit there. So Yuumi are going to get traded out, but we'll kill a decent number of Gazi. And behind this, folks, I can't believe this. Puppy Paw, he's going back to cavalry. Despite the damage to his economy, he's now going into Mount Samurai. Wave 1 and Yuumi's going to get cleared up. However, look what's happening with Wave 2. They're on the way towards the food. That might be 3 more villages going down. Gazi need to move fast about this. One Yuumi gets left for the decaps. That's less gold now coming in from Don. And remember, the problem for Don in this game is he's been trading, right? He's 100% been trading. He's been buying food. The rates are getting bad for him, right? So he can't just keep relying on that gold trickle to afford Gazi. Yuumi. Oh, they should get surrounded here. Looks like Puppy Paw not microing. Starts to start the back now. And, you know, it's still going to be a good exchange for Don, but realistically, like, once again, even if, and this is the infuriating part about this that you have to realize, even if the Yuumi kill 1 Gazi for every 2 Yuumi killed, it's a good trade. It's 65 resources for 140. That's kind of insane when you think about that. He's not done with Yuumi, by the way. He's literally added in another bannerman. So these Mount of Samurai are literally just tanks. They're just tanks to absorb damage and body block. I actually love that. I don't think Puppy Paw could afford mass Mount Samurai, but he can afford one here or there. And they are going to be very effective tanks, right? These units have got 4 melee armor. And they have deflective armor. They can absorb a lot. And here we go, like that exact... Wait, whoa. Calm down. Just look how many guards he's stuck on him here. Oh, that's such a sick play. Puppy Paw backing away from this. He's still actually losing a lot of Yuumi to this, though. Nice peel off finally. Don just ignores the Samurai, moves on. Bannerman has arrived, though, and here we go. This is the point where it hurts. Don, he has got farm set up, so theoretically he could keep doing this forever. God, I want to vomit at that thought. But the bigger these farm clusters get, the more risky they become, right? Because they're easier to discover. Kazi backstabbing out the proxy stables. Oh my god, dude. I can't with this game. So, Puppy Paw has killed almost 20,000 resources worth of units. Look at the value in Yuumi. This is what I'm trying to highlight time and time again about this unit. They are Zerglings. They do not cost a lot. But these Ghazis sure as hell do. Oh my god, I think Don's dead. Guys, like look at his army. Look at his production. Like, I can't believe this has worked. Puppy Paw with the miraculous Yuumi hold. Oh my god. Don, I actually feel bad for him. Everyone's like, Yuumi's trash, Yuumi's a meme. We see back-to-back games where Puppy Paw disagrees. I mean, I gotta agree as well. I think like this unit, its role as a raider to cut reinforcements, the efficiency in those choke points. What you have to remember is when you get these choke points, range has an advantage. I think that was a critical detail. A lot of people would have looked at that engagement and went, oh yeah, Puppy Paw lost too much eco. Sure, but once again, because these are cheaper archers, think about what javelins do in their own base, but it doesn't cost what a javelin does. That's a kind of creative way of thinking about it. These are incredibly cost-efficient units. It's all about zerging your opponent. And credit to him, Puppy Paw done that. He then went for the raiding. I mean, honestly, Don, he done a good job of making this game look this close. The hidden ecos, the fact he took resources from his opponent's side of the map, the proxy base, all those details are the only reason this game is still going on. If Don was playing a more procedural Delhi, where you start on your side of the map and expand out, he'd be dead already. So credit to Don for actually making this game look closer. And although this is not the normal reason why the Japanese are a 65% favored win rate Civ up against the Delhi, it's another reason. It's another option and another permutation. One perfect for countering a player like Don. Yeah, this is tough. Like, so for those wondering, like, what is the real reason why Japanese just win this so much? Fast Castle comes in too quickly for the Delhi to stop. Mount Samurai just counter most of what you do. Onimusha also works quite nicely as a follow-up in some circumstances, but if it turns into an infantry on infantry war, Samurai and Onimusha just slap you, right? Like, the Delhi can't tech up and get their own Castlades units quick enough to contest that. And then the power of Kura Storehouse just allowing you to keep your food condensed is the real cherry on top. Like, other civs would have to come out into the deer, they'd have to come out on the boar, they'd have to take risks, but realistically, the Japanese are always going to have some food safe at home. And I'm saying this is not meta, but I think it should be. I think, genuinely, I wholeheartedly believe Yuumi are being slept on. These little small boys are actually really effective at raiding. I would rate this type of build very highly against, for example, Mongols, because they trade. Yuumi are very good at taking out trade. Yuumi are also very good at punishing multi-TC builders. You can't kill the TC, but you can kill everything under it so quickly. And it's dumb because, like, here's the other thing. If you garrison a TC to kill these guys quickly with 15, once again, you're going to overkill, which is kind of nuts if you think about it, right? Like, the Archify, you're going to do, so it'll be, what, 90 damage? Yuumi in Feudal Age even just have 60 health. Like, I think the whole value in this unit comp is scaling the size of it. And the mobility of them makes it very hard for the true counter horseman to always get the trade they're looking for. Sick read, sick play. Don, he just got found on the farms though, and that's it. That is going to be the strike of death for him. Don, about to lose basically 2/3 of his food income at this stage. And the sad part is if this was normal archers, you could run away, but against Yuumi, they have too much movement speed for you to ever get away. What a cool game, man. These two have provided quite the level of entertainment. Castle Age Yuumi versus All-In Ghazi. What a crazy one. He's like, well, I can go back to farming, right? You're distracted. No. Another sucky part is you just can't even stick to your targets with the villagers, right? So you truly do just get kited to death. Remember, this is just half the army. There we go. GG comes out. Don Hardy, his all-in, never-ending aggression leads to his own downfall at the hands of Yuumi. Fairness, there were many hands. Oof. What a cool game. I guess like that one felt like it might be uploaded too. You rushed Castle Age for this, question mark? Oh dear, oh dear. What a cool game. I love the fact that like Puppy Paw never felt like he was just gonna die. He's like, oh no, I am behind on eco. Oh well. Anyway. Alright, that is definitely one of the most interesting calls I've had for like playing another game. I'm not gonna reveal who sent this, but like if any content creators themselves in the chat, this is a very good educational lesson. I'll respond to this later because I'm baffled. Usually there's some offer of exposure or some crap instead. So I got reached out to by Dev about a game upcoming, and they're like, we'd love for you to check it out. We'll give you a key. I was like, hey, cool. Love to see more strategy games being made. Is this a paid campaign? Then, unfortunately, we are currently unable to offer payment for cooperations, though we still think that this cooperation could benefit both parties. Now you're assuming I'm going to be offered exposure or something, right? Nope. By playing the game during a stream, you could add variation to your content. To be fair, I think our benefit would seem quite obvious. Yeah, your benefit is very obvious. Adding variation to my content. So, I'm not going to read into that too much, but what I will say is there will definitely be some content creators that will, one, read that and just think you just called their content shit. You just said their content is bland and they need variation. Two, here's the other thing to keep in mind. When someone moves away from their primary content, they expect to see their viewership go like this. That's why you pay them to do this. So you get access to that new audience. Another little funny thing here, folks. It's another strategy game. So whoever sent that message, I'm going to give them a free educational lesson here. Not only do you have to pay for access to the content creator's audience, you pay a premium. Because it's the same genre as their content, it means that there's going to be a higher level of conversion expected. For example, if I was to stream Stronghold, more of you would hang around than if I streamed Battlefield. Bloody hell, I can't. My jaw is dropped at that response. I'm sure they didn't mean it. I'm sure they were just floundering like a fish because they've got no budget for like marketing, and I understand that. But honestly, just say you've got no budget for marketing. I know you're trying to like sales pitch it, like it's beneficial for you. But like you could add variation to your content. Just sounds like you're telling me that my content isn't good or how to do my content, which I don't think is their intent. But I see no like that's how it's going to get read. I know what their intent is because I understand sales. Like they are legit just trying to pitch a value proposition. The better way to approach that, by the way, if there's any person who's representing a like brand or a game in chat or whatever, is offer some sort of integration. Hey, we can get you on our Steam page. Anything, like just genuinely churn out any sort of offering. Don't do that. I'm not going to reveal them. If they're watching this, they're probably not. I reckon they're just fishing everyone's strategy, like, you know, every strategy channel. But if you're watching this, yeah, learn from that, mate. That's not how you pitch it. And content creators, do not be naive either. I've seen too many content creators that buy into the idea of exposure or that type of sales pitch. Oy, oy, oy. Like, my advice to anyone who's in that situation where you're offering keys, because I don't want to belittle the fact that they've, like, reached out, because it's like, you know, you face a lot of rejection in like, you know, in cold call emails. What I will simply say is, if you ever find yourself in a position where you're reaching out to content creators and be like, hey, we got this game, do you want to check it out? And they respond with, is it a pay campaign? Say, unfortunately, we do not have a budget for a campaign. We'd love to one day, but we'd still love for you to check out the game. There's no need to make it out like you're still doing me a favor. Like, no offense, mate, but like, no. Oh dear. All right, rant over. I just think it's very important because, like, I'm always trying to help content creators now. I don't know. I might like actually try, like, I don't know. I think there's some really good people that do that, where they kind of like, I think Caliente on Twitter is really cool for that. She does a lot of content around like sponsorships, but like, you know, just trying to educate content creators, because a lot of people allow themselves to be dragged by the nuts through terrible deal after terrible deal. And they deserve a lot better. They just don't know it. Like, for example, I mean, I can tell, like, I mean, a lot of the rates that I could do are like pretty well known. Like, the base example is like, you take the person's CCV and then multiply it by the hours of the integration, and that's how you get like a base rate for a campaign. But that's like vanilla crap, not doing anything additional. Yeah. Anyway, I think that in a lot of cases is quite low quite often. But anyway, let's get ready for more games. I don't know. Hopefully that didn't come across wrong. That's not me like trying to be entitled. That's me trying to educate people who are either a content creator, or B, a salesperson / influencer manager trying to get content creators to integrate your product. Accept it for what it is, and be careful, because sometimes overselling just comes across more douchey than maybe you intended. Anyway, let's have a look. What we got here? So we had the Artistas games. We have got Lucifron. Who else did he go against? Let me check his data quickly. All good compliments to Yuumi. Horseman looks good. Yeah, Horseman move fast. You could theoretically go Onibugisha. I think you go Onibugisha if you see Spears. So if you're against Archer Spears, I think you go Onibugisha plus Yuumi, actually. I think that's quite effective. Because the thing is, like, Onibugisha can then body block the Spears to protect the Yuumi. I mean, you don't really need to. Realistically, what you can really do is you can just run in and you will always beat Spears with Onibugisha, or you just run past them and attack the archers. The funny part is, like, to a certain extent, because Spearmen have bad base damage and bad attack speed, you can literally run that entire army past. Yo, what's up, Handicap? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the great content.
Well, thank you for the sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the support. People who've got primes, they've got subs, want to give, always appreciate that. Can we acknowledge the fact that I got a negative kill death with Cav versus Archer? This is why I love Don. All these other players like, I'm only going to show you my wins. And Don's like, just, he puts his hand up. He's like, I lost more Cav than he lost Yuumi. And this Garci as well. It's not even like bog standard horsemen. They're better horsemen. Oh, God. Don's just that guy at the party oversharing. I love it. All right. Do we want to have a look at Lucifron versus Invisible? Will that one show? Do we know who Invisible is? The account shows as from Germany. I just don't know which Jomon player it's going to be. Let me quickly eat this biscuit as well. And that statement is why we love Don so much. Appreciate you, buddy. I think the problem is like you got him down to 22 vils, but then if you go back and tech up, if you stop building more army, I think the Yuumi just run across the field. That was why, like, when a lot of people were saying GG, I wasn't like counting Puppey out because Yuumi just moved so much quicker. They move quicker than villagers, right? So it's like if he rushes towards your base and sees you doing that tech up, you just die. And you didn't have the resources yet for the tech up. So it's kind of weird. So catch up on chat. What's up, Booty Bandit? The announcement stream is at 6 p.m. We might try to catch it because I don't know if they're going to do one of those long, sluggish, dragged out segments or it's going to be content rich. We'll find out. So we might tune in for some of it and see how it is. I'm hoping it's going to be content rich. But we'll probably try to catch some of it at least. We'll see how it goes, how the flow is going to be. Will it be on YouTube? I mean, it'll be in the VODs. What announcement? Have a look at Age of Empires Twitter. They basically announced that there's going to be a stream today where they're going to be going over stuff. Didn't give full specifics, but stuff. All right. Appreciate you, Leave. I feel like you hard favored Japan throughout the game, which I'm not sure was the case. Must have been ahead somewhere. I think the problem is I kept looking and you weren't going for a tech up. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too much of a believer on the Yuumi after he slapped you in the first game. Maybe I am being like, maybe the Yuumi just like, dude, maybe I carried the Yuumi belief from the last game. I don't think you weren't, like, there were moments where you were ahead, but I just wasn't seeing the next step. You know what I mean? Like, I saw you literally double down. I think I made a comment in that game at some point where it's like, there is a point at which killing again is bad. Because when you kill all of his economy, you get him to a point where there's safe people and buildings, right? So then you can't kill them as well. So, for example, if you built rams, then it's like, okay, I see a win condition. But like the issue is because you're raiding, I never saw you going for a tech up. Maybe that was why I was a little bit. Maybe that combined with the Yuumi hype had me sold a bit. That would be what I'd say on that one that made that a bit. Like I saw you at the verge, but I didn't see the killing blow. I didn't see what you had to then win the game. You know what I mean? I think you get where I'm coming from as well. Looking back at that, right? Like it's one of those games where you're like, okay. Now what do I do? It's like, kill him again. And because the Yuumi mass is never actually dying because those choke points, it's like he just holds on. Like I think you had him to like a 95% point, but because you couldn't get over that hurdle of the mass Yuumi, he's like a cockroach that won't die. But like, yeah, I agree. You were definitely ahead. It's one of those tricky things. Like, if this was StarCraft or something else, it's like you're in the base, it's like, GG, there's nothing he can do. But no, okay, like, it's actually StarCraft where the command center is a giant, like, defense. Yeah, I think that was what you were going for, Don, a little bit of experimentation. 6 p.m. CET, should be 6 p.m. GMT. So 7 p.m. CET, I guess. Around that. Maybe AoE4 gets something. I hope it does. Shall we get ready for the game, though? Did I update the title? No, I didn't. Sorry, still Donati versus Puppey Pool. It is time for... Oh, we've got to update it to live, because we don't know who... We don't know for sure who Invisible is. We do know who Lucifron is, of course. I think when you smell blood, doubling down like this is good. Oh, I'd agree. But, like, you get what I mean is, like, Tech up maybe doesn't have to be your only option, but where were the Rams is what like I think I'm leaning towards. For example, if you had 3 Rams going in there, you start to break the base, right? And you can end the game. But like, there's a reason why Puppy Paw isn't just calling the game there. And it's because he's always got like 30 plus Yuumi sitting behind his TC each time you come in. I think like what it was is because I've been thinking about Yuumi a lot, I kind of saw what Puppy Paw's thought process was for that game. In like how he gets back in. Rams aren't good there because I can't kill his army. I mean, but his army is literally Yuumi, right? So he can't kill your Rams. I guess that's my thought. My dives are just temporary. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you need something more permanent is the issue. You were very creative with the way, what you've done to try and avoid the raids, but yeah. My army dies? Yeah. Maybe the goal is to not dive the TC then, and you dive, like, you just find any pocket ecos, which you've done, but then he snuck out again, right? It's kind of weird. Dude, that game was weird. Need to keep army control to play Rams? Okay, hear me out. What if you just clown car? Could you not just clown car that? I feel like you can clown car. You probably do just need age 3, but I feel like you could probably clown car that to win. Because then every time the villagers come nearby, boom. I don't know. Like I said, there's probably an element in me that was like on the Yuumi hype train a bit hard, I'll agree, but... Yuumi kill Ram kind of fast? Sort of. I wonder if it's like you go archers and you just garrison the Ram, so then every time the Yuumi come in, they target the Ram, you just garrison out, shoot, go back in, sort of thing. A little bit like the Chuganu. Maybe. Maybe that's wishful thinking, though. Alright, should we get ready for this game, though? Just send a message quickly and then we can get to it. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like that's what I agree on. Like Yuumi are legit slept on. Like I genuinely think I've been saying this longer than anyone else at this point. I'm gonna be that guy's like, I told you so. Like I've been trying to point out to people. It's like it's a Zergling effect. That's what it is. But the cool thing that he done that game by aging up, he turned it into basically better than your archers, right? Because it's more cost efficient, and then he has Bannerman, and he's just ahead. Like raw stat wise, he becomes your archers. Yeah, so like Don, did you catch the English game before that? Well, I'm just going to answer this, then we'll get into this. When I cast that English game, I literally said it's like a cheap HRE. I literally said it's like in the English matchup, it's just cheap HRE. Because you literally have the marching drills already, is what you have to think about there, right? And the interesting thing about Japanese versus English, that I think like on maps like Cliffside will favor the Japanese, is they start with their blacksmiths, their forges, their blacksmiths. So they can get Steeled Arrow before the English. So then you get Undermesh, right? So, and the thing is, like, most English players are going to rush up to 10 plus Lombos before they drop a blacksmith. So theoretically, it's quite doable for a Japanese player to have both the blacksmith upgrades before you have your first. And then, like, even if you don't, what you do is, like, the English have to trickle reinforcements, right? So you basically cut their reinforcements. Yeah. Been doing more Yuumi Zerg builds. I think he's only been doing that one he done against... he's only like done that one he done against... It was against Voldemar, right, with the Mongols. I really do like Yuumi against Mongol trade, though. It's really strong. Someone that might... Yeah, like, actually, I reckon, like, that might be what might encourage you to try and learn Japanese, Don, is the Yuumi builds. I think you'll like it. B had a very interesting 2TC all-in Yuumi spam build that I quite like. Because with 2 TCs, you've got so much wood inflating, right? And you can set your second TC up to secure the wood line, and you really only need the Kura Storehouse farms plus the wood line, which is easily defendable to get mass Yuumi. Yeah, that game was like I think it was a month and a half ago. It was Mongol versus Japanese. I've known about Yumi. Yep, I'm saying like, you know, the unit that might encourage you to learn it, because I know you've played literally like 3 games of Japan. I was saying, like I said in the cast, I'll say this and then we'll hop into this. I think Japan, to me, like I want them to design more civs with the ideas of Japan in mind. Onibigisha and Yumi, like I think those are the type of units that are legitimately missing from Age of Empires 4 to make it more compelling from a micro and speed intensive game, if that makes sense. Like compared to the slow moving units, I'm glad we're not getting as many men at armsy type units being added at the moment, because I think those are lame. They're unkillable and just slow. So the outcome doesn't really feel accelerated. It just feels kind of tedious, if that makes sense, right? Like the Guild of Men at Arms build at the moment is kind of silly. Just, I'm very tanky and do not die. I'd rather have more units that move fast, die fast. Because then it becomes about like very clutch micro outplay type things. That Japan game is a good example of a game that's hard to cover in a cast. Yeah. There's so much to dissect because it's such a different game because of what you've both done. I mean, I like that. I actually like that, dude. Like you gotta remember, I come from like Dota 2, I cast Apex. I actually like fast pace. That's why I've been saying I'd love to see a 1.4 speed multiplier in Age of Empires 4, because the way a lot of players play the game is very methodical and 1 or 2 things at a time, if that makes sense, until the late game, and then it turns into kind of like a spam fiesta. Right. Let's get ready to rumble. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Luciferon up against an unknown German here, Invisible. 42nd on the leaderboard right now, I believe it is, playing as the Chinese on Golden Pit, going up against Luciferon, who basically wants to lose. He's playing as the Abbassids. Oh, this Civ has been having some struggle town centrals at the moment. Like, legit, this Civ has not been looking pretty. I don't know what it was that really done it to him. The TC changes, maybe, the introduction of new Civs, maybe even just something as simple as the map selection right now. Abbassids have been having a rough time at high-level play. In fact, if we open up the statistics and we check in on them, I'm curious what they're going to be sitting at here. Let's have a look. So, Abbassids at Conk Plus, since the most recent patch, they are second from last. They have a 44.5% win rate. In this particular matchup, they're at 40%, but that's only 5 games. If we check the previous patch, Abbassids, they were mid-pack, 50% at Conk Plus, but didn't have that many games played on them. Against China specifically, though, they were at a 45% win rate, so they get roughed up a little bit here. This map is also a curious one. I think multi-TC play almost doesn't feel as essential on this map compared to others, and what I mean by that is quite often with the way the wood lines generate and where the food sources deploy, you don't really need TCs to protect that. It doesn't mean that going TCs is bad, but compare it to Dry Arabia, for example. If you were playing on Dry Arabia, you feel quite encouraged to drop a second TC to secure deer. On this map, look how close they are. You could push these in, right? You could even wall yourself in quite easily. The boar's next to it as well. Like, you know, compared to other maps, I think Golden Pit, one thing it does is it makes the nearby foods a lot more accessible to 1 TC builds. Of course, we're talking about an Abbasid Chinese matchup, which means it's not going to be 1 TC builds. Nope. It's going to be mass TC racing. We've got Eco Wing on the way for Luciferon. Invisible, about to drop the Imperial Academy. China actually, the interesting thing is based on those stats where China's slightly favored against the Abbassids, they got even better in the most recent patch, remember, because they had that. Wait, what? He's dropping Barbican for. Okay. Anyway, just to round out this thought, they do even better now because Imperial Academy got buffed, remember. It now gives you a 30% discount on tax men bought there, so you basically save 45 resources. Doesn't sound like a lot, but for your early game escalation, it actually is a big deal, saving you 15, 20 seconds here and there. Yeah, so let's talk about the Barbican first. Barbican first is because he's expecting Military Wing. Military Wing is incredibly meta for the Abbassids. I'd say about 60% of games at this point are military wing. Probably 70, actually. Because it gives you a level of agency on the map. It allows you to pressure your opponent. It also allows you to secure a second TC. Blind eco-winging like this is dangerous because you can't guarantee you'll get that TC drop. The reason why Luciferon's doing it is up against the Chinese. What are they going to do? Place the Barbican one more tile closer to you? Like, they're not going to rush you. They're not going to all-in you. This is not a crackety replay. This is standard China. An immediate move out onto the stone. So we are going to be seeing the multi-TC build on both sides. Second TC already being built on the stone means that Luciferon's at least going for free. Wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a 4 TC game. I feel like in this matchup, actually, 4 TC is where it really starts to drum up value. Mainly because you're getting these huge savings with the Eco Wing, right? You're only paying 300 wood and 260 free stone. On top of that, fresh foodstuffs makes you very food efficient for this. Once you get that tech, only paying a mere 13 food per villager. It's a pretty powerful element. Actually, weirdly enough, Luciferon didn't prioritize the gold. Okay, so this is a very delayed fresh foodstuffs. That's kind of dangerous because it makes you a little bit more susceptible to running out of food and not actually keeping up constant production. Like, you're already seeing is struggling a little bit with that. But that should be fixed quickly here. Third TC now coming up. Gold being gathered. We're still on 2x speed here because, guys, this is literally just going to be a TC fiesta. I'm kind of surprised that Invisible stopped it too. I think they are targeting a fast castle build, though, which would make sense of it. Lucy, is he going to stop at 3? It looks like he is, right? He's quite content with that. He's secured a decent amount of resources. He's got quite a condensed approach to his base. Love the walls coming up from Invisible, by the way. One of them is going to be kept open by the scout, but the whole idea is he just wants to make sure he's safe to naked fast castle here after this 2 TC. He doesn't want to have to invest in units, and if any gaps are kept open, especially with this archery range now being dropped, Luciferon is going to try to raid him. Camel Archer is now on the way. 4. Dude, that was a sick micro by Lucy. Unfortunately, the villager snuck out, so the wall did go up, and now Luciferon is in a perpetual chase with the pawn. Eventually, it's going to reset. Astronomical Clock Tower is on the way, though, and this is where the game gets spicy. Now, here's an interesting one as well. I just noticed this. Guys, is it me, or is the center area looking a bit anemic? It only has 4 golds. And 3 of them are all in range of a keep. Honestly, I think if you're invisible, you rush your keep in the center. Tech up's complete, right? Like, you can go for Spearman, you can go for Nest of Bees, and then you can rush the Gathering on the Stone to take control of center. Because remember, this map is defined by that center. Golden Pit is all about who can secure the center because that person will have gold. There's no trade options on this map. There's only 2 sacred sites. There's no easy other way to get your hands on gold but the pit. Luciferon going on the flanks now, just playing on the berries of the deer a little bit wider. Dangerous at this stage of the game, considering Palace Guard are starting to be spammed out. I love the fact that he's rushed into the monastery. Should have, what? Yeah, 3 monks already out. That's going to be because he supervised it. Remember, you can do that. It's taking him 12 seconds to pump monks. Dude, this build is sick, actually, out of Invisible. I love this. There is a Camel Archer in the field, but realistically, this should be a 4 relic grab with little resistance. I mean, where is that Camel Archer even at? Yeah, so he's over here, but 12 base damage. I mean, the monk's going to pull this close enough that this looks like a guaranteed 4 relic game. Palace Guard also already marching across the field. Well, someone's very much aware that they need army. I'll say that much. 5 racks Ghoulam spam. Good lord. Luciferon is not waiting around. Palace Guard are at least going to arrive before the first Ghoulam come out, so a little bit of idle time is going to be ticked there, but Luciferon should be able to buff this away quite quickly. What's happening behind it is what scares me a bit more. This is the power of the Chinese in this TC race, right? It's 3 TC versus 2, but Song Dynasty has kept them neck and neck. And now the relics really are going to be the difference maker. Palace Guard will be able to deal with the Camel Archer. And now the question in my mind is whether this is a 4 relic game or a 5 relic. Realistically, I don't see a world in which Luciferon doesn't get the 5th relic at the back of his base. But everything else, he can't even touch. Gullums now marching on the flank. Still, the thing that's kind of a predicament here is setting them in small groups like this means the Palace Guard can clap them down. Love the fact that we've got crossbows as a follow-up. The reason why this is not risky, what Lucifron's doing, is remember, he's playing as the Abbasids so he can build siege in the field. Why is that important? You're up against the Chinese. Realistically, this build ends one way every time, right? Eventually, Nesta B's to deal with infantry. So it just allows you to see the first Nesta B's back up, build siege, and all of a sudden, Lucifron should have the advantage. Raids coming in, though. Villagers are being targeted down. Textile's going to save a decent number of them. One thing that does scare me right now, it looks like that villager died going in, is the fact that the farm transition is already happening while Invisible is attacking. That's not a good sign for Lucifron. Hyper, super duper, insane late game. You can argue Abbasids, you know, they have eco wing techs, got fertilization. They actually can compete with the Chinese economy. However, the super duper late game for the Chinese is going to come a lot quicker if they're already transitioning into farms. It's only one granary, but it is the beginning. And on the other side of this, even with the Fertile Crescent, Lucifron hasn't started adding farms yet. That's a point of weakness. Palace Guard is going to be found and cleared up at the backside eventually. Another villager is going to go down for it. Behind this, walls have gone up, but they have also been broken down. It looks like Lucifron is looking to stab in here. Scout has sniffed this all out, so he knows about the lay of the lands. And well, right now, Invisible needs some defenses. Nesta B's is on the way, but it's slow to come out here. Villagers are going to be chased away. No textiles. Oh, sorry, they do have textiles. It's just Gullums are that good. Villagers are going to have to vacate the area. Invisible. Slow to pull back here. Quick to die. Remember, these Gullums, they have the double strike. Oh, wow. That is a big mistake by Invisible. Nesta B's is at least going to come out here, so that should be enough to now scare Yellow away. But heavy losses on the eco line that didn't necessarily need to happen here. Invisible had 700 gold in reserve. They just weren't paying attention. They've at least got Palace Guard counter rating, right? But that's not going to get the same levels of licks in. Gullum numbers are getting big. Crossbows as well. But the Nesta B's are unanswered. I don't like the fact that Lucifron's hanging around like this. These Nesta B's start to sting. Gullums are going to go for the rush in. And remember, they have got the double strikes. So they can clear this up quite quickly. Invisible doesn't even try to pull away. Nice grab there. Lucifron gets the siege. Cost him a lot of HP, but considering the numbers, this game is looking phenomenal right now for the Spaniard. Lucifron. I mean, Invisible to me, there was a mistake made here. I think, like, honestly, trying to raid the eco twice was the problem. You needed all the troops back. Not getting the walls up, not getting a second layer. Lucifron looks immovable in this base right now. Villagers are going to defend, though. Shiv's out. They have got textiles. They have not got melee defense. So the Gullums do kill them quite quickly. The Nesta B's are here to clear up what little remains. It looks like Invisible, although he takes a heavy hit, he's not going to outright die from this. And something you have to remember is with the eco lead he's built off the back of relics, even though this hurts, it doesn't lead to an unbeatable advantage for Lucifron. Even more gold though, right? Like, he's actually secured the sacred sites on the flanks. It's really well played. Lucy, now with a pretty decent 14 eco lead. Remember, he is also free TC, so he scales his villager count quicker than the Chinese. But something to keep in mind is we're very quickly going to approach the threshold for both players, right? Like 80 versus 97. It's going to take like 10 minutes tops to get to that maximum eco threshold. So this isn't the same as when you like slap someone down at 10 minutes, they go down to 4 eco, and it feels like a GG. I feel like if Lucifron could have got like sort of 10, 15 eco lead, that would cover the farm transition into Imperial Age, and we're looking at a pretty quick tap out. But Invisible did stem the bleeding at just the right time, and now with a castle here, they should be much safer against additional raids. I do love that Lucifron has actually tried to keep pace with this now, though. 36 farms. On the other side of this, not as many for Invisible, but he has got the granaries to make him a bit more efficient about it. In fact, what is the count now? 21. A little bit of an awkward area to set this up. Like, preferably you want to be able to set up another granary around where this stone outcropping is, but you'd have to mine 1,200 stone for that. So he's probably going to go for a wider spread. It varies. Some players like the triangle and some players just like the line. The line is a bit easier to just get anywhere. The triangle, I feel like it's a little bit more efficient. Interesting game we now have. I'm wondering, actually. I always love to do this. I like to find a point where the game feels quite even. Put a number in chat. Who's going to win this? Or in the comments down below. 1's for Lucifron, 2's for Invisible. Springel's camping. I love that he's using the Stealth Forest like this. This is so smart. He can't be seen, right? I think this is one thing that people haven't fully figured out with Golden Pit. It's just how valuable this Stealth Forest is. A lot of players just haven't really been engaging with it to sneak siege like this. So smart play there. Lucifron has all the counters he now needs to the Nest of Bees. But he's still only doing mass Golems rather. So there is a risk that you kind of get caught out of position by the Nob still. Siege comes in. Looking for the break in the wall. Just a quick break through. Now, the problem here is Invisible's trying to get into the Springolds, and if they can get them out, they are Clock Tower, they are better, but the problem is they can't supervise this Clock Tower, remember. That was something that was removed from the game a long time ago because it broke all matchups in favor of China. So it's a big edge, really, when you think about it for Lucy, right? The ability to just build this siege in the field. So there's kind of a cap on this, right? He's up to 190 pop. He can't build much more siege at this stage. It means the more you put into Springolds, the less you're actually putting into stuff that can fight. Stuff that can actually deal with mass Palace Guard. Moving in, though. Let's scuff the Barbican. Switches over the temple immediately. The Invisible's like, okay, no, that's fine. I like the Invisible isn't engaging this. I think rushing this engagement would actually kill them. It's really awkward as well. The vision these Springolds have means you can't sneak up on them with the Nest of Bees. He's getting the Palace Guard together, and this is the problem, right? I think actually Lucifron, the fact he couldn't go straight onto the farms is everything here. Having to settle for the relics is bad. It means the food is still churning. It means the Palace Guard count is still pumping. That's what he's going to need to defend this. Springold trade out. There's a Clock Tower Springolds, remember, so they're not easy. Oh, it looks like the TC and the Barbican able to actually take out another Springolds. So right now, Lucifron at risk of being booted out of the base. Springolds trade in. Nicely done there. Just great micro Invisible, just using that extra health to his advantage. Barbican is down. Yes, he put the relics on the ground, but I don't see a world in which Lucifron can stay here any longer. If he does, it's going to cost him. Nest of Bees Flurry comes in. Palace Guard are on the way. In a choke point, they should be able to hold, and there we go. That's going to force him to run away. Lucifron has to quickly get out of range here. Yeah, this is looking bad. Those crossbows need to be careful. Oh my god, the turnaround! Okay, that's him out of the base. There's no way now. 14 Golem up against 30 Palace Guard. A flood over onto the Springolds is going to occur. That's going to be all anti-siege down, and no hope for Lucifron. Lucy, who, by the way, has not set up a keep in the center. He's going to do it now. Unfortunately, he's going to be beaten to the punchline. Check this. Invisible makes a mirrored move. Oh, no. Lucifron, this is critical. This game, this position, the move there was meant to be a keep drop on the enemy gold. He had almost 2,000 stone in reserve. And yet, he was so delayed on this play. And now, actually, he might not even get it up. Are you kidding me? Oh, no. No, Lucy, not like this. This is good. I actually don't think he gets this. He needs more villagers. Crossbows are on the way now. Villager comes back to build. Golems are arriving as well, so it looks like he will secure it just in time. But the fact that he almost failed in that Dewey, the fact that your opponent already has his keep up, already has gold gathering going on, is dangerous here. Lucifron right now, ignore this number. He wasn't dropping off the gold yet. Wow. This game just switched. Invisible's in a firm position now. Palace Guard is getting big on the count. Nest of Bees is still up to 4. He's got the Springolds to counter out what his opponent is doing. Another keep drop is on the way from Lucifron, but watch the timing on this. If the Nest of Bees rush this out, they can block it. Palace Guard moving in. Counter keep coming through from Invisible, and here we go. Nest of Bees moving in range. They just need to target the villagers. What? I can't believe he done that. The A clicks. Castle goes up. Palace Guard are in, though, and I don't think he's going to be staying here for long. Nest of Bees are moving in. Villagers have to shift away. Oh, no. Okay, that is going to be Lucifron vacate in the area. A game without gold is a quick way to get bronze. Oh, man. Gets to shift right side. The castle's at least going to idle out his opponent a little bit on the goal, but realistically, this should be a slow siege down in favor of Invisible. Lucifron, I think what he needs to do now is get Imperial Age. I know it sounds ugly, it sounds weird, like he's at 160 pop right now, but if all this gold just goes to rebuilding an army, the problem right now is that Invisible will tech up. You can see he's already got the resources stockpiled. He's at 200 pop. You're about to be a mile behind in this matchup. Oh, man. So how many went for 1 in the end? Wow, a lot. So all of the votes for who's going to win were with Lucifron. People probably wish they could refund that guesstimate. Great Wall Gatehouse is on the way. Dude, the amount of people who do this. Crossbow's going to try to dive in. It's just hard to do. It's hard to kill enough quick enough. Maybe the Goodlums get in, though. Here we go with the dive. Meanwhile, Pass Guard, Nesta Bees clear one of the keeps. More villagers being pulled here. Invisible sacrificing a lot, but he has got the eco lead. He can afford to do so. Pull them back. Pass Guard are going to dive in, and they're going to go straight after the Springles and straight after the villagers. Lucifron, he got the gold, but he can't get more. Oh my god, he's actually attacking with them to try and protect the Springles. Losses on both sides, but we know how this story ends, folks. Tech Up is going to complete for Invisible. On that stage, Lucifron is going to be an entire age behind. It takes him almost 2 minutes to get up. And sure, the Pass Guard are dead, but space created. Great Wall Gatehouse complete. Nesta Bee is going to be there to play. Springles are trading out in the meantime, and now that is going to be all gold denied away from Lucy. Oh, this is so over. It shows you how quickly you can lose a lead. I genuinely think the moment where this game was decided was when Lucifron dove into the base and didn't rush a castle in the center of the map. That moment was everything. That is where everything started to turn. He waited too long on that dive. He couldn't find a vital resource. He wasn't actually securing anything behind it. And when Invisible came out, he was able to match this timing with fury of his own. Trebs now taking out the other key. Big shout out to my man Tips coming through the raid. Appreciate you, buddy. You came in just in time to see Lucifron get crotch stomped by someone we don't know. We don't know who they are. They're a German account. They're, I think, 42nd on the leaderboard right now. And they are looking fierce. Is it cool? I guess it could be cool. Oh my god! It's fine. They're Abbasid villagers. You know, you buy one, you get one free. They're that cheap. It's all good. It's not good. GG. A 4-vein golden pit. And all it took was a few Chinese keeps. Whew. Owie, owie game. So message came in from Crackety. Apparently there's a bump from Hannes on the Red Bull saying, greetings, everyone. I highly recommend you check out the live stream. We might aim to watch that. So the live stream is going to be at 6. So I'll probably go and eat. And when I come back, we'll watch the live stream, I guess. And we'll see if there's an announcement. They better do AoE 4 quickly. Save AoE 2 for last, I guess. Dude, I already know what they're going to do. It's going to be like a... Well, I don't know, but I can already guess. It's going to be like a 3-hour stream, and they're going to save the Red Bull Wall Law announcement, if there is one, until last. Big Satch. Hope it comes sooner. Tips use last raid to raid your stream. What do you mean last raid? I know you raided me. I can see that. Wait, what? No. What? Is his last stream? Why? No. No. You're lying to me. Did he say something at the end of his stream? He's retiring. Like no cap? Oh my god, it is. No, dude, that's heartbreaking. I thought he built quite a cool little community over there. Should we quickly have a look at... Yeah, let's... Let me open this up. That's a heartbreaker, man. Did he give a reason?
Trendless.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Following. Let's probably raid Killer Pigeon. Eh? Love you guys as well. Have a good vacation. Thanks, Libra. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
It's just a vacation.
Yeah.
Let's see
Yeah.
Right?
who we can raid.
Oh, yeah.
Have a good vacation. It's okay, J2. It was a good time.
Love you, my
It was a
man.
good time.
070707.
Thank you.
Alright, let's check
I
this.
love you guys as well.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Tips is cool. Like, he's an awesome member of the community, man. He's built a wonderful little community. That's heartbreaking to hear. Sadly, I've decided to stop streaming. This week is my last week streaming. My last stream on Friday. I've reached this difficult decision due to my stream growth being suboptimal and wanting more free time. Thank you all for our support. That's a heartbreaker. So, let's address that, because I think that's actually a really kind of like big issue in content creation, is that we are talking about a pool that's very small. Age of Empires 4, or like outside of tournaments, on its best day situation, garners maybe a cap of 2K viewers, and most of that goes into Beastie's stream. Now, that's not, it's not Beastie's fault Tips is retiring, it's just the way it plays. My point is, like, there's not room for many full-time content creators. I thought maybe he'd just like treat it as a side gig, but the fact that he's gone completely is a heartbreaker, man. Shout out to Tips again, man. Gonna miss you. Definitely had some fun casting your games. Definitely enjoyed watching your streams. I think the problem, there's a realization point of oversaturation where you have to essentially pivot. So like it's something I think I highlighted that like it's part of why, and also the fact that I like to have a little bit of variety is why I said like I will aim to stream AoE 4 and Stormgate. I won't just choose one. And I also have been saying the last few weeks I want to try to find a way of doing wider strategy game content. I think like it's very reminiscent of what the Spiffing Brit does, where he started with Europa Universalis, or I think it was Crusader Kings. It's one of the Paradox games. He's done all these challenges, and now he's known as the guy who breaks strategy games, right? And like the reason why you do that is because the whole idea is you have a niche, you build your niche, but then your niche reaches its threshold, it reaches its maximum cap. So then you have to pivot. And the problem with Age of Empires 4 is Age of Empires 4 has been a shrinking market. People don't like to hear this, but realistically it is. The numbers might grow smallly in terms of player counts occasionally, whatever, but like we're not seeing this ramp up. We're also not seeing a diversification in content that leads to more consumption. So like the reason I'm saying this is like I can see why Tips does it. It's heartbreak. I think for Tips, the problem is because he's focused around only playing and trying to be the best he can be, he might feel like, oh, so he can't just go pick up another game, which is kind of unfortunate. For me, it's like, you know, I think there's like there's a Reddit thread recently where some people like, I don't get why this guy only has 1/100th of T90's viewership or whatever, right? And I mean, part of it is probably because I'm trash, but part of it is also going to be because it's not a growing market, right? Like you can literally see that if you think about, for example, so like a perfect example of this actually is if we go here and we go to Drongo. Yeah, I've got loads of sharp references. Sorry, I'm just using Drongo as a representation, but it's a fair point. Drongo has 124k subs, but his average viewership on a video is 20k, right? I think that speaks to what I'm talking about. Now, I'm not saying you're always going to have like a 1-to-1 ratio. I'd actually argue usually it's the other way, where people have less subs, more views is what I see in growing markets, because it's harder to get people to sub. But like over time, I think that speaks to the fact that we've had a big peak and now it's shrinking down a bit, right? Some players have benefited. They've grown their content avenues in place of this. But I think the point I'm trying to make is like when a game isn't seeing massive growth, it's very hard to sustain additional content creators in that market. That's the problem. Despite the success of the DLC, the views across YouTube and Twitch didn't increase as much as we'd like. Exactly. And also the thing is like that. So here's, okay, you know what, like, because yeah, what was it? Yeah, let's blame Beastie. No. I mean, I guess you could probably blame me as well, right? Because I don't know if did Tip start when I took a break or was it before that? I think he was growing in that. I'm not saying like he picked up all the views, but you get what I mean. Like there was growth there. And like, so I took a break around August last year because I was completely burnt out. I wasn't the only person. Like you can literally find comments of people like Lucifer and Vortex saying they're done with the game. And I came back because I was like, okay, Storms Ascend looks good. There's some hope here. I'm not gonna lie. A few months later, I'm skeptical again because I think the devs have been poor in the communication. I think we've been left in the dark again. But like what I'm kind of get at is I wasn't even a big content creator, but I'd say like, well, when I was consistently streaming, I was hitting like 150 to 200 before. Like we were actually growth patterning up at that point. But obviously I had esports events, which made me a little bit less consistent there. So it's impressive I had those numbers. But then that's like that many people now have to find somewhere else to watch. And then, for example, you saw Wildman start streaming, and I think Tips saw some more growth around there. Voldemar had some more consistent streams coming through. All of a sudden, you're adding more content creators into what is a small ecosystem. And then you've got other content creators returning. For example, I came back with Storms Ascend to stream a lot of Age of Empires 4 again. Lucifron started to stream regularly. Vortex started streaming. You know, all of a sudden, the viewership's being divided by fewer people. And the problem with that is that a lot of people don't know how to monetize their channels. It's something I'm still figuring out. I'm trying to work towards some meaningful partnerships because you can actually, like in the right markets with the right approach to content, the right pitches, you can actually make a livable wage on like 100 CCV. So like, for example, Tips was at 85, but he's interested in being the best player he can be, right? So finding the time then also network and make pitch decks and find partnerships and all these things is difficult. Very difficult. Especially for someone like Tips who his background wouldn't have been like for me, the one edge I can have is I've made networking relationships through working on esports events, on side projects I do. So like, I mean, I'm not there yet. I haven't actually secured my sponsorship deals that I'm looking to secure, but my hopes is that's just mainly because it's January, February. And for anyone who knows marketing, January, February is a terrible time to try and actually get like sponsorship money because rates are high in December for Christmas and the build up to December, and then they plummet. So for example, CPM rates, which is cost per mil, that's basically how much you get paid per 1,000 views on a YouTube video. Cost per mil in like December, for October to December, was probably like 25 to 35 bucks. Right now, for a lot of people, it's 15 to 20 or 15 to 25. So like, that's the thing that happens to start the year. But like, my hopes is to start to get sponsors coming in as we grow our stream. That's still going to be a challenge for me because I don't, like, you know, those people know me as a caster, as a host. They don't know me as a content creator. And you need to actually do physical events. Like physical events, like going to physical events, like I'm planning to go to Insomnia. I'm figuring it out. I want to go to Insomnia next month. I want to meet some of the brands. I want to make those connections and start to rep them because, you know, I feel like literally I'm a good, I think I'm a good salesman. I could definitely show off the benefits of X brand's laptop or Y brand's new monitor and so on and so forth. And that's how you get really paid. But for most people, like the best they can hope for is like the best that like, if Tips doesn't have time to go to those shows to make those deep connections, the best thing like a Tips can hope for, even a Dumu in a lot of cases can hope for, is they get an email out from a person that's like, hey, 600 CCV viewer, we're looking for someone to check out our new game. We'll give you $600 for a sponsor stream. So it's very hard then for even someone my size to rely on just those deals. Same for Tips. Because my CCV, we're trending upwards to like 140, 150 now. But 140, 150, here's the thing. If you get a sponsor deal from Raid Shadow Legend, they offer you $350, and you can only do that once every 2 months. $350 doesn't even cover a quarter of my expenses per month, right? So, like, you need to get more creative, but most content creators don't know how to do that. They just take the standard deals. That's why I really hate like Stream Elements and the way that like Stream Elements. I mean, I say I hate them. They're basically doing favors for people that don't find deals themselves. But fundamentally, what Stream Elements are doing is they're trimming off the top the deals they then bring you. So if anyone's in Stream Elements, they'll offer you like, oh, you can earn up to $2,100, and then it's like there's no base rate. It's like for sign up, you will get this many dollars. If they hit this level, you'll get this many dollars, sort of thing. It's yeah. But like what you need to do is you need to like take a different approach where you're like, yo, I don't like the word command, but like, you know, that's the way I like to hear it. I have created a tight-knit community of primarily T1 demographic gamers that are in a high-spending market. Here are the numbers. And then you need to like make those contacts to tell that to at these different brands and sponsors. 99% of streamers don't do that and don't know how to do that. Most streamers, like brand partnership attempts, they reach out and they're like, hey, I'd like to, I really like your brand. Can we partner? And unless your number is like Big D Energy, no one's going to listen. No one's going to even look. He has a YouTube, lol. I mean, sure, but like, if we look at Tips as YouTube, I don't want to make it about Tips. This is a wider point as to why like it's hard for creators like Tips to exist. But like, so I'm gonna get off screen because I don't want us to make this about. That's not what this is about. I actually feel bad that Tips has to go. I'm trying to explain why it sadly is going to happen with a lot of content creators. Because realistically, even if you get 300 subs a month, which is decent as like an 80, 90 CCV streamer, that's not going to be enough for Tips. Tips lives in Germany. I remember that correctly. I'm trying to remember where Tips lives. He lives in a high-cost country, right? So like, unless you know how to get partnerships, which, like I said, it's not on him. 99% of content creators don't know how to do that. Then you can't make a sustainable living unless you're like 1,000 CCV streamer. Yeah, he is Germany. Yeah. All right. So what was Grubby saying here?
How come you're not playing AoE 4 anymore? My AoE viewership went from 7,500 at the peak to 3,000 to 4,500 average to 1,500 when I stopped. And 1,500 is below paint drying viewership. At that moment, I decided it's unsustainable for me to keep playing it, even though I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. AoE 4 has had a very big marketing issue and a content-driven issue for a long time. And although Sultan's Ascend has given us a refresher life, I would genuinely want people to be conscious of how they now feel 4 months later. Does it still feel fresh anymore? Does it feel like you've seen most of what you're going to see? That's why I've been highlighting there needs to be more map rotations more regularly. There needs to be small content churns. There needs to be battle passes, things to aim for. These are the type of things that keep people engaged. There needs to be better support for modding. You know, because if these things exist, realistically, people like Tips can potentially see growth. I can see growth. All these people can see growth. Instead of right now, where it's like, realistically, 4 people could maybe make a living off of content creation. Sorry, 6 to 8 people. 6 to 8 people maximum, I think, right now can make a full-time living off of content creation Age of Empires 4. I am taking a punt here to try and build something with this channel. What I mean by that is I don't make money each month right now. I'm losing money based on my content creation. Everyone keeps asking me if I'm a full-time content creator. I'm doing full-time hours, but if it wasn't for the esports stuff, I'd be dead. Weirdly enough, the esports stuff, we're not off to a great start this year. There hasn't been many events. If it wasn't for like EGC stuff, I'd be in deep doo-doo right now. Now, luckily, I'm not as insane as some people. I keep money in reserve, so I can afford to have a dry spell. But yeah. There's a fundamental issue in the way that I think the production and development of AoE 4 gets handled still that is going to probably see less streamers as the months go on, if I'm being totally realistic. And what the most likely outcome is in the long term is that as whatever new game comes out that fits, you're going to see certain people shift. I think, if I'm being totally real. With the current approach, anyway. Like, you just heard it from Grubby. Grubby loves the game, but realistically, numbers speak. Grubby has to make a living, right? Realistically, like I said, you know, a nice thing about having a toe in Stormgate and having a toe in Age of Empires 4 is I can get what we call cross-pollination, where people who watch one thing might like to watch the other. So when I go back and forth between them, there's actually Age of Empires gamers that will want to watch Stormgate, and there's people that will originate from Stormgate that will watch Age of Empires. Those type of things are really important. 1,500 subs is not bad to make a living. That's not subs, that's viewers. And here's the thing you have to realize, Reaver. 1,500 subs. So should we do the paint maths? Well, not paint maths. We'll do notepad maths. Let's do a little bit of notepad math. Because this is really important for people to like process. Numbers are deceptive. Sorry, there's no way to make notepad white, right? I don't think so. So let's make the font big. So he said he went down to 1,500 viewers. If you can attract a sponsorship that is a sponsor stream of another game, a base rate is probably going to be about $1,500 an hour. But every time he does that, his CCV goes down. If he does that too much, his CCV continues to decline. And it's a death spiral. This is why you have to be careful about how much sponsored content you have. Because if your viewership is going to go down instead of up, the amount you get per stream goes down further. This is like, and this is interesting actually. The sponsorship numbers are not linear. They don't work in a linear fashion. So for example, the way you have to imagine it is like obviously a one CCV concurrent reviewers, and then 100 CCV, and then 1,000 CCV. 100 CCV guy is going to get 100 times what a 1 CCV guy is going to get for a sponsorship. 1,000 CCV guy is not going to get 10 times necessarily what 100 is. He's probably going to get like 5 times. So like the way that sponsorship deals work is it's a curve. As you go from small to medium to big, it goes like this. So medium content creators have the biggest spend gain for sponsored content. But like I said, most of them don't know how to market that adequately. Let's also keep in mind, this is for like targeted content, like you're doing Raid Shadow Legend or something. Let's say you're doing a month integration at 1,500 viewers for a month integration where, let's say, he has to do a panel, bot command, exclamation mark, command, title, on-screen placement, occasional shout-out. How much do you think he'd get paid for that? Grubby, let's say he's doing like full hours, 40 hours a week. He's going to put a panel in for a month. He's going to put bot command, all these things. How much do you think he would get paid for that? Take a guess. It's going to vary depending on the brand, but it's not this rate. You wouldn't go, oh, so Grubby's streaming 160 hours, so he would get, oh my god, $160,000. He'd probably get more like 2.5k, maybe. Depends on the brand. Like, once again, these rates vary. Some people put 500, 400. I wouldn't go that low. But, like, it's not as high as you'd think. Because, like, you're going to say that number's big, but remember, what I'm talking about here is a guy integrating himself for 160 hours. Calculate that. 2,500 divided by 160. That equals $15.6. $15.6 for a guy that's in the top percentile on a sponsor. Now, you could get 3 of these sponsors, 4 of these sponsors, but then also that's extra hours potentially pursuing the sponsors to find the sponsors. Maybe Grubby's size, he'll have a bunch that will come to him anyway. And then the other thing that people don't think about enough here is content creation doesn't last forever. Grubby's relevance could evaporate tomorrow. It's very hard for a guy like Grubby to immediately evaporate because Grubby is like one of the goats of RTSs, right? So like he'll probably always have somewhere he can go. That's why he's had big success with Dota 2 is because a lot of the people who came across from Warcraft know him from Dota 2. But fundamentally, for a lot of content creators, your content success period is not long. most people will peak quickly and then shrivel up. Think about how many content creators that were really big 4 or 5 years ago that you can't even remember now. Ludwig put it best. Ludwig's like, best case scenario, I think he said, I've got 10 years as a content creator. He actually said after 10 years, I'm going to retire it anyway, right? Like, that's what Ludwig said. Ludwig, who was one of the biggest creators, if you remember, he's the guy who basically set the subathon record. Look at Ninja. Ninja's still doing pretty well, but compared to where he's at, right? And that, by the way, that's winning the lottery numbers. That is the scale at which most people will not achieve. Most people's peak is going to be a lot lower. So before anyone's like, hey man, you know, get $7,500 a month. Oh wow, look like he's getting $90K a year. Yeah, but for what he has to do, how he's built up to that, like how long that's going to last, and what's going to happen afterwards, it's peanuts in the grand scheme. Like, compare that, and this is the insanity of content creation and esports. It shows you that we genuinely do it because we love our creative arts way too much. By comparison, you could go and work for Google, you could get shares in the company, you could get, after several years of being a developer, let's say like $140,000, $150,000, and then in shares, you could get shares that equate to $1 million extra a year. Who's winning? Here's the other thing. It's easy to go get a job with someone like Google. Software devs a dime a dozen. Being a successful content creator is not, like, there's not many. Is this another reason why AI content creation is becoming so popular? Because they are trying to be as passive as possible? Yeah, and it just kind of in general works, right? Like the reality of it is, it's if it's proven that you can get away with that, like it's not to do with the fact that being as passive as possible. Like the whole idea of like being passive is how you make more money. That's not something exclusive to AI. That's in general, like that's how very rich people work. Rich people, in most cases, what they're doing is they're finding a way to work less hours and make more money. The average person's mentality is work more, earn more. That's alternative to what you want to be doing. You want to be doing the opposite. I've seen perfect examples, like someone who set up a blog, right? And they spent X hours grinding that blog and building it up. And I remember I saw it, like it was one of the top featuring blogs for like a certain niche that you search. And they said based on that ad revenue, they were generating 10K a month and they were only posting 3 blog posts a month. They've done it smart. They found a way of working less. Most people are like, oh, I earn $20 an hour. If I now work overtime equal 2x, fantastic. I can now earn $40 an hour. But what they're not thinking about is the fact that they needed to still work the 40 hours to then unlock the extra overtime. So as a percentage increase in the earnings, it's not as big as it actually appears. Like a lot of people hear overtime and they think double money. No, it's not. It's more like, let's say you do 20 hours of overtime, it's 1.5 money. But on top of that, you've worked another 20 hours a week. Your goal should be to go, fudge this logic. I earn $20 now. How do I get to a stage where I earn $30 for 20 hours of content, of 20 hours of work or whatever, right? Like this, when you start thinking about life in that way, everything changes, right? Like, this is something that I also think a lot of content creators need to wake up to. We've seen it with Schooled by Mizkif. We've seen it with Ludwig's like TV shows, boxing matches. These are targeted, tailored shows that equal a grand total of like a quarter of hours compared to normal on screen. And then they'll spend half the hours maybe prepping behind the scenes. That they would have otherwise spent on a normal stream, but then they'll see double the viewership. Targeted content makes more sense. That's proven. That's been proven time and time again. And we're seeing it we've been seeing it recently in streaming. The thing that worries me, and it's why my goal is to get to a stage where, we're doing 30, 40 hours, we're building the community. I'm not going to drop off the side of the cliff, but I want to be more smart about what I do with my time. That's why I said I want to look at, okay, how do we do other games as well? How do we mix them into the rotation? And it feels like we still got this community. How about we eventually get to a stage where we're reviewing new RTS games, right? Like, how do I now find a way to grow my niche? So, like, in my case right now, I'm looking for a growth period where I'm here, I want to get here, and I'm willing to put in the extra hours, but then afterwards, like, you literally, dude, literally look at what Drongo does. Drongo does it. Drongo used to do 3 videos a day. He does 1. Because he's, like, reached a stage where he's making sustainable income, and I guarantee you, your boy's doing something else behind the scenes. He's prepping something. He's figuring out something next, right? A new avenue to explore. Because he could keep grinding in the AoE force sphere, but let's be totally real. Although he could release more videos, his maximum pollination is going to be 3 a day. He's not going to see an uptick in viewership anymore because Age of Empires 4 isn't big enough to support more viewers. He's reached a cap. So he either goes and reinvents the wheel and changes his content entirely, which could scare away his existing audience. And I just realized you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. So you can either like reinvent the wheel, do a different content type and scare away his existing audience, or he saturates to the cap of what is logical, which right now for him is 2 a day, I believe, and then puts that extra time into other things. Plus Patreon is doing good on that. Yeah, but I don't think he like does anything with the Patreon anymore, from what I've heard. Well, I think it's still active, but I don't know if he's doing anything with this. Like, what people don't realize is most content creators are chasing the dream at an unattainable rate. And most won't make it. Watching AoE thingy tonight? Emma, I'm already aware. That's why it literally says AoE announcements at 6 p.m. We know. I'm describing you? Well, yeah, but like, so, like, at that point, you got to get creative, right? It's like, another thing is, like, how many people are just trying to chase the same content? Like, that's the other thing. So, like, if you're chasing the same content, but you're chasing the same avenue as someone else, and you're just doing the same thing, even if you're doing it better, you're doing it the hard way. It's something I've become conscious of with, like, I mean, I just do what I do in my content right now because we're at least growing the Twitch side. But, like, realistically, if Drongo was streaming and doing YouTube, I'd be kind of stuck in a hard rut. In that, like, even if I think my videos are better, even if you, X viewer and Y viewer, think my videos are better, it doesn't matter because they've already grown it, and now you're following their footsteps. It's similar, for example, if Tips is doing the same thing as Beastie and Dumu. Credit to him, I think Tips has some really cool things. I love the sheets. But fundamentally, like, I can understand why he's found it exhausting, because when you're chasing in the shadow of someone, it's very hard to get noticed unless you do something dramatically better than them. So that means that Tips would have had to have been top #1 for 3 seasons straight. He would have had to have had extra unique art assets on his broadcasts, some quirky element, right? Like, right now, I'd say my big niche that's starting to come through is I'm the community guy. I think it would be fair to say now. I'm the community mod guy. No one else fills that role, and I'm starting to feel like I feel confident to say we're getting, well, not quite there yet, but I think we're close to a stage where it would be very hard for someone to come and, like, they'd literally be running in your shadow, if you know what I mean. Unless Drongo tried to do that tomorrow. But once again, like, the compromise is if Drongo does that tomorrow, he's going to lose these core viewers that come for the 1v1s. So, like, you have to do something very different to break through. Either that, you have to be, like, with Twitch specifically, either that, you have to be part of the clique. That's the other way. With Twitch, you just become part of the clique. That's how you could do it. Those are typically your ways. But Age of Empires 4 doesn't have a clique. It's not big enough to. In a way, you could argue, like, if you're part, if Dumu and you were like fam, and you and BC like fam, and they just raid you every end of your stream, then yeah, okay, there's kind of a clique there, but it's very light clique. I'm talking just chatting, giant directory levels of cliques. I think people know what I'm talking about, like Warzone, who plays with Tim. We're talking just chatting segments where they do things together. Some people try to pretend it doesn't exist, but there are some big cliques on Twitch that if you are not part of, it is very difficult to make it. But with that, we're talking about a scale drastically beyond Age of Empires 4. We're talking, you're already at like 700, 800, 900 CCV in a directory with 30,000 people. describing how someone goes from putting in a lot of work, is essentially a hobby, to turning to making a living. Yes. But the tough part is, once people make it a living, because of the fragile nature of things like Twitch, there's almost a paranoia that makes you feel like you have to grind more hours to stay at the top. And also, if you're competing for a similar viewer base, aka Age of Empires 4 only people, or you're another player, what that then does to you is that does something very negative to your mentality, to your mindset, where you're like, I need to do more hours, otherwise I'm going to lose viewers to this guy or this guy, right? So I really feel for Tips. I think he was a wonderful dude. I think he has some nice content. It doesn't surprise me that he felt burnout as well, so. It is heartbreaking to see one less person. I hope he's still going to be around playing the game. But, you know, like, I think this could have been a Lash situation. It's right there. I'm going to use an example. Why I say that is, like, for example, Lash. I don't know if he's full time. I think he might be, but like Lash found his niche because he's the German guy. Same way you've got a few other people. Like you've got you've got a Spanish guy. They found their niches. But like, imagine if Lash was trying to do the same thing Tips was doing, where he competes with Dimu and Beastie and Puppypaw and Marine Lord, and that's another thing. Imagine like Wham and Puppypaw start to stream in like the EU hours, but fundamentally their advantage is their NA base, right? These are always things you have to be like mindful of. Is like these people, when you overlap in a niche, you're now a niche in a niche. And maybe a niche and a niche and a niche. Quit announcements are strange because they almost always come back. Sometimes fits, not always. Like, I mean, in Tips' case, the only way I'd expect him to come back is if he saw double the viewership and got sponsor partners. It's more like what you're probably going to see from Tips is he might still stream occasionally. But I think what he definitely means is he's done trying to chase the make it sustainable thing. And, well, like, yeah, content creation is most definitely a marathon. So actually, like, content creation is a marathon, and funnily enough, so is casting. If I could actually line up some Dota gigs, smiley face, would I be making all the lands right now? Because I've been around so long, potentially. I was talking to one of the StarCraft people, and they described it really well. It's like, it's a marathon. I'm where I am because the people before me dropped off. And it's true. But at the same time, as gruesome as that is, you'd think it would be like meritocracy or whatever, but like people have the viewing patterns, the comfortable behaviors, right? It's like, once again, that whole I cast games perspective. If, let's say you legit just view me and Drongo as the absolute exact. I keep using Drongo, but like Drongo's the obvious one here, right? Actually, no. Let's shine a light on him. Let's say you view me and Fitzbro as the exact same perfect quality of casters. You're 50-50 on us. The person you're gonna go with is the person you've been with longer. If we're being totally real, if we're uploading the exact same content every time, you're going to choose the person you were with longer, right? Because you're part of the community there. So like, that's another issue, is like, if you're coming in and you're doing what someone else is doing before you, there's so many variables. Not only do you have to do like a higher level of quality to your content, and probably more quantity too, they also have to simultaneously screw up in some way, I feel. When BC logs off, his views go away. Yeah, exactly. That they've come for the community. Like that is genuinely my goal. That I've been trying to highlight to people. I'm like, my goal is not just to make this a casting place. What I love about the community games, what I love about us having these talks, it's becoming more than just somewhere you come to cast a game. Because I want you guys to feel like it's somewhere that you feel comfortable to just turn up anytime. To me, that's how I envision success in the long term. That's how I envision this one day being able to pay for my kids' clothes and my mortgage, and how I eventually see a world beyond AoE 4. Because what I'd say to some of these aspiring players and these people who are like creating content, if AoE 4 dies tomorrow, does your channel die with it? Because the content, like, it was just about the game, not about you. Or right, that's not a fair example actually, because if AoE 4 dies, some people will follow you. But the better way of putting it is, if you tomorrow say, you know what, I am disgustingly sick of Age of Empires 4. I'm done with this game. I'm gone. Will the viewers follow you? Sing Sing had this. This guy right here, he had this big time. Sing Sing, he used to be only a Dota 2 guy. He made a message saying, I'm done just streaming only Dota 2. And people mocked him because his CCV went down to a third of what it was. But then he revealed his sub count doubled, tripled. Because he built a firm community to lock him into new games, and he discovered new big spenders and new viewers and whatnot. I mean, dude, this guy literally has 3K people watching him play Helldivers 2 right now. That's impressive. Right? BC switch from StarCraft? Yes. Game laws are not great long-term viewers. You need people who like you for your channel. Exactly. Because how do you show yourself? How do you use your persona? So, like, some of it can be your style of approach, right? So, like, did you guys know I can actually play FPSs with my feet? I'm not going to be, like, plat level. I'm going to be diamond level, but I can do it. I can actually beat bronzes. I could probably build a niche as the foot FPS guy, and you would get people watching you no matter what FPS you played. Another one that's really good for this, I can't remember if does he have a Twitch channel? Doug, yeah. This guy's phenomenal. What Doug does, I love. I'm so addicted to Doug. He's incredible. He literally he just finds challenges, right? Coding an AI to beat Twitch chat at Peggle. He'll do things like beat the entire Smash Bros. Beat Smash Bros. Without saying a single character's name. He'll do, what was it? Yeah, he'll play through Skyrim, but he'll have something on where, like, if you get touched by any units, the velocity sends you flying in a direction you die. Speed runs, all these kind of things. Do you know Waylon? I can't say I do. Were they the one that was, like, involved in the announcement thing last time? Is that correct? Wait. Have you spelled that wrong? Like, dude. I mean, like, just think of some of the big people that broke through with their own niches. I'm forgotten his name. There's a guy who basically, he catches scammers. Oh my god, I've forgotten his name. He rings up all these phone lines and just basically trolls them. He has like 15k people watching him. Kitboga, thank you. I don't know why I forgot his name. Kitboga is incredible. Such a unique content avenue. This guy could like stop doing like scam call-ups and do a different content type with the same like approach and persona would watch, right? Yeah, Kitboga is incredible. But like, you know, Ko, like, okay, so I don't want to demean what Ko does. I don't think Ko's the best example of what I'm talking about, because what he done to build what he is he existed for a very long time. So he's legacy. I like to look at more recent examples. That, once again, not that it's like, that's not to demean what he does. Ko is an absolute Chad, dude. 16k people watching him right now is incredible. At the end of his stream on Last Epoch, just any game he wants. But like, if you look at the new gen people, they're looking for ways to differentiate their content. Most people can't get where Ko's at because they'd have to grind for another 15 years. And at that point, if Ko's still going, even if Ko's not going, someone else is going to be up before you probably, right? But like, I love G-Dolphin, man. This guy, you know, he plays quite high level. This guy is basically a coach for pro teams, but he also hosts small Apex tournaments. He also has a very unique approach with kind of memes that pop up on screen and the different transitions compared to anyone else in Apex. And it's why he has 700 plus people watching him right now. Who else have I got as like a clear example that comes to mind? I'm trying to think, like, have I got any new gen people online? Pig's done, like, I like Pig's Salt Mines thing. I was watching Pig yesterday. His Salt Mines thing is really cool. Pig's definitely been around for a long time, though. I'm trying to think new gen. Voldemort started, like, Voldemort actually, like, the biggest thing that really helped Voldemort, I think, was his very clean execution of his YouTube channel, right? His guides, his how-tos, his build orders, and the way that, like, I love his thumbnail design. It's very clean. It's very him. There's certain things he does that just smash it. And that built his niche, right? Like, I basically, like, Voldemort is there with Beastie when it comes to being like the build order guy, right? Like, Beastie's the only other one, I'd say. The Kai stuff, I mean, Kai is very different in what Kai is doing is Kai is primarily targeting a different niche, a very wide niche. different to a lot of the big content creators you see. I think it's quite self-explanatory. If you ever watch it, you can see just he literally goes to the over-the-top insanity, and it works. Mackay, I think, has been streaming for quite a few years. It's like he didn't just creep up out of nowhere. But people who go stride to strides. I'm trying to think like clear examples. In the last few years, like Ludwig is the most blatantly obvious one. Ludwig created some very unique content ideas, stuff like I let Twitch chat use my credit card, stuff like that, right? Do you think AoE4 works on Kick? I considered streaming on it, but there's like no one there. So like, the problem is you have to have like an active audience that cares, and Kick isn't great for growth. It's BS. Like everyone's like, Kick is great. It's a reset. You know, it's going to dethrone Twitch. The problem is like, where are the views coming from? What's the discovery? Like, in what way does Kick not have the exact same issues that Twitch has as Discovery? It's literally a copy and paste of the platform. It has the exact same issues as Discovery. All it is a soft reset so that some new people can hop up. But, like, fundamentally, from a how are you discovering new people, how are you discovering new games, like, it doesn't have the same breadth for being real. That's what YouTube's for. Vody also streams of consciousness his play, narrating what he does. Yeah. I do that. I flame the crap out of myself a lot. Alright. Yeah, this all started with like it's very sad to see him go. I am really bummed out that Tips is leaving. I think like the takeaway though is my advice is if you really want someone to hang around, trying to find any way you can support them. The thing I used to always say when I was a growing streamer, like a very small streamer, I was like, dude, you like the content, you don't need to sub, just tell a friend about the channel. Bring them in, show them your deep little fun secret you love. Stuff like that. Actually, you'd be surprised how much it means to content creators. Is there a video I haven't seen him since he switched time zones? There was a little chat description, but there wasn't a clear video. I couldn't find a clear video piece. He just basically said it was his last stream. Oh, what was this about your most recent video, by the way? What have you done? This one? Oh. How do you know what's being announced, Fitz? Nothing's been said yet. Oh yeah, the thumbnail. Yeah. So like, yeah, it's pretty nice. I remember I used to do these thumbnails for like Dimu and Viper. I think they're still some of my most viewed videos on my channel. Yeah. Good old Viper. I wonder if people would have liked if I kept that little style going with the little motes. Some of them have done really well. But like, I think it says everything it needs to, that the majority of my best videos are over a year old. Right? I'm not sure if I'll ever reach this number again in Age of Empires, if I'm being totally honest. 12k views, I don't know if I'll ever crack that again. World Conquest done really well. But like, imagine, so to kind of put in the mindset of Tips as we round out this piece. For Tips in that kind of situation, like you were saying, he didn't see the growth he wanted, and you can see, like, you know, if we expand to his 90 days, it's probably going down, isn't it? Okay, no, yeah, but it's not really moving. Because there's not extra growth, I guess, in his mindset. I mean, he has some good streams, but yeah, the last few, I guess, have been demoralizing because his averages went down a bit. But like, for some reason, not showing a line. I'd say this line is kind of stable. It's not moving up or down. So you have to, like, if you really want to make it work, you have to find something new, incredibly new, to find your way up. Which is tough. Like, I think a lot of content creators will look towards Stormgate now. Because a lot need growth to exist, is the reality. Yeah, like, Twitch is terrible for this. Twitch is abhorrent for Discovery. It's like, it's so depressingly bad. And then, like, most games have some form of embedding. So like whoever's, and what I mean by that is there'll be sites that support that just show you the most popular streamer. So like for example, whoever's at the top of the directory is probably getting like an extra 50 viewer bump or whatever in AoE 4. In other games, it can be as much as an extra 1,000. To me, small streamers for a small audience. Yep. Funnily enough, that's an general issue with Twitch. I think over COVID, I can't remember what the stats were. I think it was like there was a streamer for every 11 viewers or whatever. And then as you started rounding up into mid-COVID, it went down to like 6. And then I think it peaked at like 4.5 viewers to every streamer, which is crazy. My condolences for the SharePoint history. Yeah, dude, people like that one. I love, you know, I think what made it perfect, there was no thumbnail. That was literally just a part of the video it found, and it was perfect. Being a SharePoint dev, and there's just paint on my face. Really just sells itself, doesn't it? Oh, man. But yeah. Here's the other thing. I think in general, StarCraft creators are probably safer than Age of Empire creators when they have to switch game. And this is an interesting thing I've noted. If you look at StarCraft creators, here's an interesting thing for you. Look how many include themselves and personalities in the thumbnails. No Age of Empires people do that. Other than Viper, I think. I think Viper's the only one, yeah. Like, everyone else doesn't, right? That sounds really nitpicky, but what's interesting about that, I think BC started doing it. But like, but BC was a StarCraft guy, right? I think that's a big part of why he understands why it's useful. I've considered like finding a way of starting to do it with my content. Because it makes you, yeah, do me like one, yeah, but like, dude, if we're talking Age of Empires people, you see my point, Crackety? You started doing it, did you? You got a YouTube channel? I must have missed that. Yeah. The reason why you do this, by the way, is because it makes it more about, like, it detaches your content from just being the game. It's meant to attach you to the content. That's why. Yeah, this definitely looks like Crackety. People like to see a familiar face. Well, it's just a general way of like people looking and knowing it's your content, right? And funnily enough, like, you know, another interesting thing about using yourself instead of just the in-game crap is like Age of Empires 4 is actually quite terrible for thumbnails because the quality is always bad. It's very hard to get good quality unless you zoom in real hard. So like, you can see that historically with some of my thumbnails. They've gotten better because recently I zoom in more in videos so I can get a better shot. But like some of them, like if I try to zoom in on this with the Chuganu and the Onimusha, they'd be so distorted. Especially, dude, that's another thing. Like compared to StarCraft, look how clean StarCraft is. Not trying to convert everyone to StarCraft, but I'm using, like in terms of like for content creator, the colors, the way it pops, and also then you add in yourself. Like I think good thumbnails at the heart consist of usually 3 assets maximum. And like that's actually I think a big part of why Winter StarCraft does quite well. Is like if you look at his thumbnail design. Him, the play, what it does. Consistently, right? Thing. One big issue you'll see with a lot of AoE4 thumbnails is it's very hard not to overwhelm the thumbnail. If that makes sense. And even when you try not to, like, I'm turning this into a Judge Crackety's content, but I think he'll agree on this. Like, it's not his fault. It's literally the way that the AoE4 is. How do you make the background pop, and how do you make it clear when you're trying to make it pop? That's so difficult in comparison. So difficult. Like, there's all this crap in the background on this one, right? It's so hard to be like, huh? What is that? I mean, like, dude, I can even use a channel that's like the very successful one. And then, by the way, this is not to say Drongo does a bad, like, I just want to keep emphasizing that. I'm not saying these people suck at doing thumbnails. It's just the game is very hard to do great thumbnails for because the coloring style blends it. You see what I mean? Like, if you looked at these, where are you drawn? You're drawn to, like, the text, but then, like, it takes you a lot longer to dissect what is happening in the thumbnail. And the problem with that is, like, fundamentally, you've lost the viewer at that point. So, for example, I think Drongo's, like in Drongo's example, his thumbnails rely quite heavily on the text because the action is very hard to dissect quick enough, if that makes sense. Right? Like this one's actually quite good because you can see the knights, you can see the dying, and then you do like blah 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 like more knights. But like some of them, it's like very hard to quite understand what's going on, if that makes sense. And once again, that's not Drongo's fault. That is, in general, Age of Empires 4 videos' faults. Like, Age of Empires 4 is, like, the way units look in the game. Weirdly enough, I think even Age of Empires 2 might do it better. Right? Because, like, it sounds weird, but because it's crappier graphics, the units are more defined, if that makes sense. It's very weird. You get what I mean, though, right? Like, very clearly you can do... I mean, obviously it has a lot of micro maps, but even outside those. It's a very weird thing to think about. Yes, you can zoom in quite far as well. It definitely helps. Anyway, I've been doing my podcast thing here for I don't know how long. We should probably get back to the Age of Empires 4 action, because I think that's what most people came for. We need to play StarCraft 2. I mean, dude, if it wasn't a dying game, I might. I actually like enjoyed playing a lot of Starcraft. You might enjoy the podcast, but I imagine people, I don't know, do people want more AoE 4, I'm guessing? It's like Spirit of Lore, yeah. Spirit of Lore does pretty good. Vote. I mean, people can type. I think, yeah, it's something I've been thinking about a lot with thumbnail design. It is a fundamental flaw of like getting people in the door when they look at YouTube videos, I think, on AoE 4. That's why content creators are probably leaning with their faces more. I've probably got to start doing that, to be honest. Got a Twitch ad on mobile that is audio only. Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. That's funky. Yeah, so Spirit of Lore, quickly show you what you're talking about there. He literally just uses text, if I'm being totally honest. If I am being totally real, he could just blur the entire background and it'd probably be better. There are some exceptions, like I like this one with the little eyes, but like Frank's, Romans, like if he actually blurred the background by like a pixel blur density of 3, I think it would like kind of work more. It gets away with it to a certain extent because I think AoE 2, like the buildings are just more clearly defined because they're a lot more block pixely, if that makes sense. But like you can see that his are all about text. It's quite interesting. Okay, so someone's saying thumbnails are so important. Yeah, but I can show you complete conundrums to that actually. Check my most popular videos. Ready? Explain to me what happened with this one. That's 2.3K. Sometimes YouTube is just confusing, man. All the rules and the laws that people tell you on how YouTube works, and then YouTube always just like actually just throws its arms up and says nope. It's very weird. Yeah, quite a lot of my like popular ones actually have a person in it, to be honest with you. It's not always the case. I might have to start doing my face. Maybe so. All the faces. Biggest factor is luck. Interesting thing about luck. Luck is merely when persistence and opportunity meet, my friend. AKA, the more times you try to get lucky, the more likely you are to get lucky. So, let's see if we're lucky on the draw. Who can we watch? Let me have a look at who's online. Well, the Trash Panda's on, so we might have some recon games. Dude's been missing for a while. It's about bloody time. Voldemar's in lobby. Excuse me. Yeah, it's like my favorite part is like it's hard to not become too attached to the thumbnail. What I mean by that is I've literally had times where I've worked my ass off on a thumbnail and I'm like, damn, that's good. That's sexy. That's raw and pure, baby. And then it gets like the worst viewership in my last 10. So depressing. I mean, but what you're talking about there, Farm Man, is that's like A/B testing, right? Like trying different things makes a lot of sense. The problem is when you try something so drastically different, if it compromises like what your brand is, you potentially lose your original people. But I'd say if your viewership isn't that big, then you shouldn't worry about that anyway, because like the potential upside outweighs the downside, right? So we could watch. There is a live game happening in a few minutes between Neptune and Voldemar. If you guys want to see it, we haven't seen Neptune in quite a while. Let's see. Let's see. Had one could be having the same color profile in each sentence can make each thumbnail at glance look the same. Yeah, so that's one of the weird things because it's part of branding, right? So it's like trying to find the balance between what is instantly recognizable as regularly your content and what is different. It is a challenge. You guys want this game, right? Are we doing this one or are we doing a different game? I'm pretty flexy, but I don't mind the idea of checking it out. I think there's still that Louis versus Dimu game we need to check out as well. Yo, what's up, Dans? Thank you very much, man. I love how we constantly keep getting some new people turn up like, yo, love the channel. Love the support, man. First time chat, hopefully first of many chat messages. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, AoE Forward isn't a big game. And that's the thing, like, so you have to reach a point where if you're not making money enough to live, you are going to have a very clear like mindset of like at some point you need a conversion. Like I'm being realistic. Like I still want to do AoE4. I'm not going to fully abandon AoE4. I'm not saying that, but like I will. Like I have my eyes on Stormgate. I love the pace. I love the feel of it, and I love the idea of all the mods that we could see in it. If that's a return to like StarCraft Arcade, dude. If Stormgate is capable of delivering like StarCraft Arcade levels of community entertainment, I think everyone who's a fan of what I do for the community, like with the community games and everything here, should be a fan of Stormgate. That's one of the big things I got my eyes on for that game. Oh. Hell yeah, Kraken. Give me the primes. Thank you very much, my friend. God, give them to me quick. Twitch is about to scam us with primes because they're about to make the rates you get from prime subs like based on the country. I tweeted out about a month ago. I think you're going to see a lot of Twitch streamers die in the first few months of 2024 because there's going to be a lot of people that were barely keeping like above the threshold in the green off of Prime subs, and they're about to lose that. Because basically, for example, a Turkish sub is going to be worth like Prime Turkish. A Turkish person using their Prime on you was $2, right? It's about to go down to like 13 cents or some stuff like that. It's really rough. Get the Twitch Prime from all your grandmothers? Hell yeah. All of a sudden, Kit Boger's on your ass. All right, should we get into the games? Let's do it. I don't know, man. Maybe that's my future transition. Maybe we just start doing some just chatting streams. People seem to enjoy that, I guess. Let's get it to live, and then let's go. You know what I love most about live games? There's not even a shot, not a chance that I can predict the outcome. So no pussyfooting around. Everyone in the chat right now, predictions 1 or 2 for who's going to win. We've got Neptune, the Chinese player on the Chinese, up against the boy himself, Voldemar, the kid, playing as the Delhi in the yellow. Welcome to the Age of Empires 4 action. This is truly live from the ladder. I love live from the ladder because I just don't even know. I can't even risk seeing the result, the outcome. I can just be flummoxed, surprised, shocked, and jaw-dropped at what's going to happen. Wow. Am I going to be jaw-dropped by this? A matchup that historically used to favor the Chinese heavily. Gotta say, recently, folks, doesn't look that way. Recently, it looks like the Delhi are dumping on the Chinese. And, well, Neptune has chosen to pick it against one of the Chinese aficionados. This is Voldemar's best Civ he's now playing against. He knows this Civ inside and out, so I'm curious to see how he's going to approach this matchup. What rank is Neptune right now, by the way? We used to cast a lot of Neptune. He's been a bit missing at the moment. Neptune is ranked 214. So Voldemar actually has the ranking edge in his favor by quite a bit there. I think Voldy is up in maybe 60th place right now. Oh. Okay, no, it hadn't updated correctly. 58th. I don't know what AoE 4 World was doing there. I searched his name, it came up 700. My heart was about to break. Voldemar, 48th in the world. So based on rankings, he's definitely favored. But you know, I remember Neptune quite well. Consistently in the top 100 season after season. This guy is a very talented player. Seems like he's been missing a little bit recently. I don't know if that's just he's been on a kind of down grind and he has been playing, we haven't seen his games, or he took a little bit of a breather. But glad to see him back, man. It's always nice and refreshing to see the return of people that have just been missing for months on end. So, Scout Hall, how are we looking here? Much better. Neptune up at 12. Meanwhile, Voldemar at 8. That's a bad sign, by the way. Voldemar won't be clubbing sheep, remember. He'll be clearing berries first. The fact that he's behind on sheep by that count doesn't bode well. Looks like he has got some recovery to make in the corner, though. So this should be about even Stevens. But Neptune, like, ugly, like what? He's probably clubbed down and eaten 2 or 3 sheep already, at least. So this is a pretty cozy position. And also a very cushky deer spawn behind him. One thing that is a bit worrisome for me is, like, he's got one of these ugly-ass spawns where everything is on open ground. The positive, at least, is the critical resource, the deer, is very close to his base. So should be quite defendable. Barbican on the way in the center. All right, here we go. So this is why the Chinese were favored against the Delhi. We are playing Dry Arabia. It is that standard format. It's all about the Barbican placement on the sacred site. It denies the win condition, so they can never force you out of your base as the Chinese. On top of that, it cuts the quick route to your base. Unfortunately, in this situation, he chose to place it on the south side instead of the north side, so that's not entirely true. But what it does do is it stops a quick rotation from north to south sacred site for Voldemar. Takes a little bit longer to go around. Yeah, and one thing that's kind of unfortunate, I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but Dry Arabia to me is more consistently spawning the boar really far away from the sacred sites. There used to be an alternative approach to this matchup where the Chinese player would pull workers for a boar play, and the boar would, for example, be this close that you could basically drop a Barbican here, pull the boar in, and be thumbs up. Recently, I feel like Dry Arabia hasn't been consistently delivering the ball close to the sacred site, so it feels like it's a bit of a coin flip to attempt. And, well, it's not one that Neptune wants to go for in this game. So, tech up complete. Second one already now being queued up as Neptune. It's going to be a little bit behind Voldemar on his timing, sure, but he can afford to be. This Barbican is going to be a very strong defense, hard to breach, and his main base is not going to be easily raidable here. How did we do in the end? We said 1s for Chinese, 2s for Delhi, right? Looks like quite a few 2s. No, a lot of 1s, actually. There we go. I just scrolled up a bit. Good lord. All right. All y'all Chinese fanboys here. Not trusting in the power of the kid. Whew. Who even gave Voldemar that name, by the way? Like, did Drongo give him the name the kid? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember where it first came up. I really do kind of wish Voldemar was really short, because can you imagine just like announcing him on land to come on stage? She's like, and now the Dane to ordain. It's Voldemar, the kid! And then there's just like this guy with a jacket that's too long and trousers that are too baggy walks out on stage like with his hands. There's Marine Lord standing there staring him down, but even Marine Lord has to look down. Dude. Oh, that would be fantastic. I think we're going to have Voldemort intentionally come out on land on a stage on his knees so it looks like he's that short. Anyway, getting into the game a bit. We have got the first Ghazi coming out. They're going to look to raid around. It's really awkward, though, because Chinese stay very condensed here, so finding a free target isn't easy peasy. Funnily enough, if he ever felt too frightened, he can just short wall between the wood lines. That'll give him a little bit of breathing room so he can focus defenses south side. We are yet to get any defenses, though. He's rushing towards that TC, has not dropped an outpost, has not dropped any walls. This TC should provide the protection he needs onto the deer site. Funnily enough, I think maybe Voldemar made a slight mistake here, a little bit of a boo-boo. Was he worried about a rotation north side? I feel like these Ghazi should have been going around, but I guess the issue is he would have had to have woven his way between the Barbican and the TC to get there anyway, so he probably didn't lose much time. And instead, it looks like it is just going to be a condensed TC from Neptune, so nothing risky here. And people are wondering how I choose 1s or 2s to players. Is the easiest way to remember who you're predicting. There's a 1 and a 2 at the top. Wink. That's all right in there. Does get a villager kill for his troubles, and Ghazi barely gets tickled. So, nice start here. Behind this, Voldemar should be moving out for the north and south sacred site soon. He has got the double scholar. Sanctity is about to complete. And this is really important, guys. You want to start moving before Sanctity completes. I think Voldemar could have been more optimal about this. He's 10 seconds out. He's not going to be on the sacred sites. Realistically, you want to pull the scholars when you're about 25 seconds away from completion. That should slow the timer to, I think, about, on average, 40 seconds, 45. Means you'll definitely be in position to start capturing those sacred sites straight away. Raiden. Oh, Philip is fighting back from Neptune. Love this. This is ugly, though. Has he not got textiles? Oh, man. This is so expensive. You only make this play with textiles. This is bad. I love the micro as well. Voldemar peeling away from the mass. Spearmen are going to come out, but the price is high there. 6 eco losses so far. Great initial raise by Voldemar. And now Sacred Site's being locked in. The question mark is how much pressure he wants to apply, because typically when you have these players that won't come out, a popular build we've seen for the Delhi is to go fast castle. He'd be doing so off of only 2 Sacred Sites though. So it seems he's a lot more interested in ending the game here. Oh, a little bit ambitious. Archer's on the way. Looks like he's going to start walling in the Sacred Sites as well. So typically the transition you're looking at is going to be Chugane Nu coming out from Neptune, and we should be seeing additional Ghazi Archer from Voldemar. Shouldn't see a switch over away from those comps on either side. One thing that I have been a big fan of, I've seen occasionally, is the idea of going 1-1-1 as the Delhi. Right now you're like, what? KP, there's no cav. Why would you do that? The reason why adding Spearmen in is a good idea sometimes is because if your opponent is scaling spears to defend against Ghazi, if you lead with a Spearman, the enemy spears get baited into A-click. And when that happens, they won't brace against Ghazi, because if you gap close with the Spearman, they're in combat. They can't brace. I've seen this done before. It's very high-level play. It requires very clear timing. But what it guarantees is that your Ghazi can basically just run past the spears without getting stunned. And that means Chugane Nu get grinded to dust. So we'll see if he aims for it. Typically, if you're going to make that transition around 12 minutes, it makes sense to drop the racks. But for now, it's just going to be double blacksmiths and double archery range. Also getting up, so Neptune setting up the blacksmith behind this. Very important for the Chugane Nu transition, right? You need to have the steeled arrow, especially considering you're already up against Undermesh. Voldemar, has he got Siege Engineering prepped? It's queued up, so it's going to be coming in after Bloomery. Nice thing about Siege Engineering is the Delhi is it doesn't take too long. So just 2 minutes away from having that tech. Breakthrough attempt on the wall. Love the fact he gets the archer timing right here so that Neptune cannot block it. He just has to let this burn down. That's very important because Voldemar is trying to achieve a 360 rotation. He's also consciously aware that because this TC got dropped next to the primary, the deer is not safe. And right now, Neptune is fast running out of food. All sheep are gone. Wait, Nep. All right, there we go. A little bit of idle time there, not ideal. especially considering that Voldemar has not really had any idle time more than one worker at any given time here. Nice thing about this comp as well, and the approach now the Chinese has to take, is that Voldemar will keep expanding out into pocket resources with no risk, because Neptune's running a very slow army, right? Meanwhile, if Neptune ever has to come out, yes, he has an eco lead, but they aren't safe against Ghazi. A little bit of poking here. Nice, freebies. Missed rally there by Neptune. Small details that matter here, because the military mass definitely favors Voldemar. In fact, right now, if these armies engage, I mean, it's kind of surprising he doesn't actually want to keep burning the wall while attacking the Chiganu. Doesn't want to take a risk, right? Like, Delhi's all about just ramping up, continue to escalate that military. One thing that scares me a little is Voldemar is waiting a bit long. Rams are going to be coming through soon. I think he needs to make it his goal in life to quickly break through those walls. I am curious to see if he's going to try to break the Barbican instead. To me, that feels like it would be a mistake. At that stage, Neptune's going to have probably a 30 eco lead. And at that stage, he should have enough food, wood, gold to outmass your army. As I said, we'll see where he wants to go with this. Wood should now start to be stockpiled up. And if he starts to ram through the east side, right, take out the outpost, take out the villages, all of a sudden, Neptune's going to have problems here. Neptune's vision this area is infuriating. And oh, the missed rally, Voldemar. This is why Select All Army is not your friend, folks. I wish we had like an auto group adder option so that you could control group 3, for example, this army, and then all the additionals got added to like one key. If only there was a game that done that. Thundermesh now coming in. Neptune up to 29 Chiganu. This is kind of worrying actually for Voldemar, because if he takes a fight in these choke points, his melee can't do anything. Right? He's blocked in. That's the problem here. It's like a clogged toilet, which is appropriate because his comp will look like crap. So Voldemar, this dive is ill-advised. He needs to catch Neptune when he comes out of his base. Maybe like this. Kind of surprised that Neptune done it this way. Ghazi are going to go for the clash. Archers trading up against the spears. No spears left over. Neptune has to be careful about this. He has got the TC to try and help him with the assist, but Chiganu need to get back into that choke point. Nice start, step back. Neptune able to hold in that choke. And Ghazi, they have to go looking for eco because they can no longer do a good trade against the ranged army. Voldemar just hanging around the archer mass. He does actually have a favorable number here in this engagement, but the problem is the Chiganu don't need numbers in their favor. Interesting thing about this, Delhi TOV means you actually trade not terribly up against Chiganu. Where it becomes a problem is at the tail end of the fight, though. When you get down to under 10, Chiganu are just going to kill you much more quicker. Much more efficiently, shall we say. Still, Ghazi were able to idle out the eco there. Overall, that was an expensive fight for Voldemar, though. He lost a lot of units. Didn't really kill enough in return, gotta say. Destroyed value right now is neck and neck. That's a bad sign for a guy who's trailing by 25 economy. I think we're looking at the death of the Delhi here. This is interesting as well, because I'm going to pull up the stats to kind of prove my point on this. I was highlighting that like this matchup is no longer what it once was. At the highest level of play in the most recent patch, China versus Delhi has a 28.6% win rate after 14 games. Even if you look at the previous patches, like the Delhi are now quite favored against the Chinese. So the fact that this is going so badly for Voldemar kind of defies the statistics. I mean, I love the Barbican play. I think that definitely helped a bit here. Voldemar, maybe the play was just to go Castle to accept this for what it was, because now your opponent is going to do it before you. He's doing it with the Imperial Palace. Okay, that's crafty. I really want to give a lot of credit to Neptune for that. Why is he not going Clock Tower, you might be wondering. He's got Mass Chiganu to defend, for a start. The bigger deal is now he's going to prep stables. And these Lancers need to know where they're targeting, right? He knows that Voldemar's been playing pocket ecos because he's Delhi. How do you find out where he is? By pressing one button. The Imperial Spies are going to tell him every village's location, and that means the first Lancers can slap pretty hard. Okay, maybe it's not Lancers. Is it just going Palace Guard? What? The amount of Raxes coming out. I don't think that's necessary. Neither is this fight right now. Neptune going in for the clash. Archer count a little bit better. I I'm confused by the way Neptune's playing this. This feels a little bit unnecessary. Sure, there's going to be a breakthrough on the wall, but you're not necessarily militarily weak. You are if you don't wait for your upgrades, though. Veterancy coming in 5 seconds. Villagers have to defend. Ghazi starting to reach onto the Chiganu, though, and that's going to be a heavy loss. Neptune, no spearmen to defend here. Chiganu are upgraded, though, so you can start clearing up these Ghazi. I think that was an unnecessary way to take that engagement for Neptune, but he will be able to hold on here. Voldemort now only archers left over in a fight they can never win here. Reinforcements are in the way, but their options are becoming limited, and Neptune now with a 25 eco lead, an entire age-up advantage. I think he's about to tell the kid who his daddy is. Man, this is actually worrisome. Palace Guard is coming up as anticipated. There is a awkward point in the game soon for Neptune. The crazy part is if Voldemort had actually just held him in for a bit longer, Neptune was going to eat himself alive due to a lack of food. Now he doesn't have to worry about that, right? Like, you're starting to break, you're starting to give way. All of a sudden, the deer and the berries, the boar, all this on the top side seems actually obtainable for Neptune. Voldemort, the idea of Castle Age is simply not. I mean, Castle Age now feels like it's going to kill you. You just don't have enough military together to do it and feel cozy. Neptune. Here we go. This is going to be the critical point. So this is very important. If Neptune gets that food, if Voldemort does not contest it, this game is basically over. If he times this right on the assault, though, it's going to be everything. Because in the middle of this, there's a farm transition going on. That's going to help Neptune a bit, but he needs the deer to pad the way. Otherwise, every piece of resource is going into wood to go into farms. Nothing's going into military. Voldemort, he may have just backed up at the worst possible time here, and what makes it worse still is Neptune's read to go for this Imperial Palace is sick. Look at his vision. He sees everything, man. Oh, no. Voldemort, he doesn't quite see... Wait, what? Okay, he knows about the deer. He doesn't know about the boar. He might not think there's enough value there to risk it. Oh, my God. Wall goes back up. Chiganu are outnumbered. Archmass looking big. Voldemort going to go for the breakthrough here. And wait, Neptune, no! Oh, my God. He's attacking the Ghazi. Chiganu getting cleared up. I mean, I know he's worried about the breakthrough here, but the losses are just unacceptable now. No way. Voldemort, is he going to win this? 62 versus 19 military. Wall's going to break. Neptune. He's in trouble. He's now setting up the farms. If that gets spotted, you're dead, right? Like, right now, sure, Voldemort doesn't know about the deer, but then where else are you getting food? There's only one location. Ghazi moving in. Palace Guard only at 4. Chiganu are remassing. Imperial official woodline about to be found. Neptune looks to move away. Archers need to be careful about the way they start step through this. They are at risk of being shredded by the Chiganu. Second wave of troops also coming in. And villagers right now are distracting the Ghazi, so there's nothing to really deal with these Chiganu yet. Moving around the back, Voldemort continues the pressure. Archers, now they do nothing. Oh man, he got the angled surfaces. Oh boy. Oh sorry, Wedge Rivets. I was for some reason. Wedge Rivets is pretty damning here. Just a few Palace Guard are lasting so long, and these defenses are holding up. I think Voldemort, unfortunately, will not find what he needs. If he had just looked north side there for the, what, 20 villages? 15 villages and an Imperial official. Different game. But now, Voldy, even though he's done some damage, even though it's now only an 18 eco lead for Neptune, the farms are uncontested. The second cluster is being set up. And this is where the food starts to get out of control. Unfortunate time for the kid. If he could have just kept that pressure going in the right direction, if he could have found that eco north side, I think this farm transition is a bit too delicate. But now, with Castle Age nowhere in sight for Voldemort, I think we've reached the break point. Level 2 ranged upgrade is coming in. At that stage, even the Ghazi are like paper. Just look how much damage it takes to kill one Palace Guard. Second wave's coming in. I mean, honestly, at this stage, Voldemort, he would have to completely outplay Neptune. Like, this isn't even a strategical pivot situation. This is a, you must micro like a god. Neptune must micro like a goldfish. Neptune, he is the god of the sea, so I guess we're like halfway there, but I don't see us getting full way there. Asgard chasing this away. Chiganu. Always getting time to turn around. This is what feels painful, right? It's like the moment you turn around to fire on this pass guard, Chiganu punish you. So Voldemort continues to retreat. Oh god, dude, this is unlimited Chiganu now, isn't it? Congratulations, you killed one Palace Guard! Dude, this is like, you know when you've got all those scrawny fellas that can never take on the Giga Chad boxer, but they jump him in a back alley, all 50 of them? And still half of them end up bruised and battered because of it, but they killed him, they beat him. That's what this Palace Guard versus the Archer force is like right now. Chiganu, paper shredding time. I mean, Ghazi, credit to them, right? They have more health than Horsemen. They last a little bit longer, but I don't think they're lasting long enough here. Voldemort going on the dive, though. 50 versus 33 Chiganu. Who would win? Guess. I mean, at this point, Voldemort's like, you're not leaving. We're fighting. Yeah, but who's winning this fight, Voldy? Oh my god, he's actually losing it. He ran in with, what was that, 50 archers against 30 Chiganu. There's 8 Chiganu left over, 21 archers, and he lost all the Ghazi. I'd argue that's a win for Neptune. If this was a game where Neptune didn't have those farms, I'd say, yep, you know what? Golf flaps all around Voldemort. Well played, sir. But that's not the case. Even that pocket resource is lasting a long time, right? He's moving across on the berries. He's got Boar after that. I mean, life is just good right now for Neptune. All right, Voldemort, buddy. I'm going to ask you a very blunt question. It's very important here. Do you exfoliate... No, wait, that's not it. Do you see a way in which you're going to win this game, and how? Because all I see is a guy who's stuck in the blender for another 10 minutes, and then he runs out of resources. Good question. Does he wear wigs? Probably after this game. I think after this type of game, you probably have no hair left in your head. And the Chinese Vil count bumps up because 2TC Song, remember. People always forget how good this tech is. Everyone got used to seeing, like, Chiganu's usually all-ins. Like, oh my god, oh, it's absurd. They forgot. The true China lies in population. These folks have a lot of it. So Voldemort has at least set up farms, so he's not going to run out of food entirely, but this type of weak point... Oh god, this actually might just kill him. The military forces are getting closer and closer, right? 59 to 41. Palace Guard as well, just 8 of them. Oh god. Wait, Neptune... What? Okay, it's a trap! Yeah, we baited him! Look, they turned their backs. Get him, Palace Guard. The fact that he just done that and he's still likely to win this fight. Oh my god. That has to be so demoralizing. Voldemort, he still hasn't killed the Palace Guard that just walked past him. Dude, like when you're so weak, you don't even register on that power level. Alright, this should be the end of it. I don't see Voldemort hanging around much longer. I love the way he's confidently been gathering stone as if he's going to go TC or go Castle Age and drop a keep. Keep on dreaming, buddy. It's important to have dreams in life because otherwise you just get nightmares. This truly is a nightmare now. 50 eco lead. Military ahead. GG comes through. Where have you been, Neptune? I don't care. Don't answer that. Just tell me you'll stay. Whew. So that was painful and violent. Usually we like painful and violent, but that was... I don't like. I like the Voldemort kept trying, but that was depressing that he couldn't get there ever. All right. Cool game. Do we have any more live games, though? Because I've noticed my Trash Panda is back. What the hell? You can't just sit there. Play games. Entertain me, fool. All right. Let's check what's going on here. Community games? Dude, way too early for community games. I don't know if we'll be able to do community games tonight because there's the announcement, isn't there? Oh, do we do it again? Do we do them again? You guys want Voldemort versus Neptune again, or do we do something else? We've got Mongol versus Chinese on Mongolian Heights. I like how I just keep getting these emails through from Dream League reminding me that Dream League is coming, and all it reminds me is that, depressingly, I never got invited back for another one. Pepe Hands. It's Dream League. That was a fun event. Do I play AoE or mostly just cast? Mostly just cast. Honestly, my PC just feels too sucky right now to play. I need a new one. I need to get a PC sponsor. Like, the problem is, if I wasn't streaming, the frame rate would be fine. But when I'm streaming and also I record and then I'm playing in 1440p, it's too much. Oh. Thank you, Guts. Yeah, fingers crossed we can try to land a sponsor soon. That would be pretty Giga Chad. Very pogly, I think is the correct term. Wow, my dream. Well, you have high hopes for me, mate. Gold free? I'm a silver surfer. What are you on about? Oh, you overestimate my power. Yeah, it's like we've done some free for alls before where I play, and I just sit there for the first 40 minutes moaning about my frame rate because I can feel it. The problem with that is I'm a very tactile gamer. I'm the type of person that hops into an FPS and I play with like 3000 DPI. I notice very small things. It's very distracting. He's at least diamond. Thank you, Patrick. I think I went over this. I think I was playing some 2v2s with Warman, and she just friendly asked me, "It's like, what rank do you think you get?" And I was like, probably conk. I truly believe if you just figure out a build order and practice a build order, you can actually quite easily get to conk. If you learn how to execute the first 20 minutes of gameplay and play enough games, you'll get conk. Not to mean people who reach conk, but the real challenge is past that. You have to learn how to play different civs. You have to learn how to play off of a build order. That's what the conks will say. It's true. I don't think you even need that high of an APM, if I'm being totally honest. I think Age of Empires 4 is not an APM intensive game. What was my highest MMR in Dota 2? My highest MMR was 6.3k MMR, which put me in the top 3,000 in Europe. So not bad. Learn to be conk, get conk genius. But if I spent time grinding to conk, I wouldn't be able to do our fun casting content. So, checkmate. Now, all I'm going to say is I have 3 different players telling me I should coach. So, I'm doing something right. Maybe my old ass fingers won't be good enough, but apparently my brain has good thoughts. Builds are predictable now? Yeah, but if you think people below conk rank are countering your builds to that extent, then I think you've just encountered Smurfs. Time is the main constraint for most people. Yeah. But that's genuinely, there are just a few civs you could just pick, focus on a build, go. The Hakos says I'm conk 1, never watched any build orders. Yeah, but you figured one out. That's my point. If you literally, you don't have to watch someone's build order. You can discover a build order, figure out a build order, optimize it, and go. And if you keep executing that build order, you'll, I guarantee, below conk, you'll have a 55%, 60% win rate. You will get to conk. That's not an exaggeration. Once again, I'm not trying to demean people's ability to get conk. Getting there and staying there is very different. But you can get there. Especially on some civs. Some civs are just designed to you can just if you play English, you spam English, you can easily crack conk. And you can do it with 20-minute games, right? If you want to do it with China, then yeah, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have to, that's going to take a lot of hours. Anyway, let's get ready. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's rematch time. Neptune once again on the Chinese, and Voldemar biting at the bit for revenge. Goes to his trusted Mongols. So we just watched these two in a Delhi Chinese showdown on Dry Arabia. Funnily enough, that's a matchup that typically favors the Delhi, and unfortunately for Voldemar, we won't talk about what happened with Delhi. Instead, we're going to focus on the fact that in this matchup, the Mongols are one of the biggest winning civs of the most recent patch, and up against the Chinese, they actually have a 71.4% win rate. I don't know if I've just cast a curse him with stats, or just prove that he's going to win. But someone's going down here. We are, of course, on Mongolian Heights. Fishing should be occurring, and already we're seeing Neptune move out for that. Naughty boy, though. He did not set up an outpost. Oh, honey, no. Honey, boo, baby cakes, buddy. Oh, no. I don't like this unless he supervises. So Neptune's got a problem here. He spent 150 wood on a dock, 75 wood on a fishing boat, and then went back for another 150 wood onto a racks. He is now supervising, but this is going to be very hard strain to keep it pumping non-stop. The reason why he needs to supervise is, remember, if you do not have supervision, you cannot keep up with the double production prep of the Mongols. And this is still going to be difficult even then. 4 spears are now here. Neptune only has 3 as it stands. I'd actually love to see Voldemar move out and set up an outpost on the west side embankment. I think he's strong enough to do that. East side is if you want to play safe, but right now, funnily enough, Voldemar's not doing that. Voldemar's going for Feudal Age. Okay, this is sick. So he's baiting his opponent into a fight, who's now coming. One issue is that Voldemar did bail with the Khan. And Voldemar... Okay, apparently someone just told him this is bedtime because apparently he wasn't looking at the PC right there. Walks away. Okay, so that was kind of bad because that was a winnable fight that is unwinnable completely now. But, hear me out, not huffing hopium, not on the kid train too much, don't believe in the Danes, they don't rule over the Brits anymore, we have our own independent forts here. He is building the Silver Tree. Neptune, meanwhile, has gone fishing, had to go for a Rax, has pumped up to 7, now 8 spearmen, and is about to be an age behind. Neptune about to get return fire. Sick immediate reaction there, though. Unfortunately, if Voldemar had done that sooner, this would have been closer. Uvu now being targeted down. But in fairness, I mean, Voldemar, it would be nice to double pump more spears. I'd love to see him do that here in prep, because you could just upgrade spears to win this. But alternatively, you drop an archery range, you GG him out. The issue right now is Voldemar only has 4 people on wood. So I'm not sure we're going to see a rush towards an archery range. That has me a little bit worried. What is Voldemar doing? Okay, there we go. He did have more wood ready to be dropped off. There we go. So that fixed the issue. I was panicking a bit when I saw the wood numbers. We have crawled up. Archery range immediately gets dropped, so he's going to have the archer solution here. Uvu is going to be burnt. That's 150 wood cost. But on the flip side, Neptune is still in Dark Age. He's built 9 spearmen after going for fishing. This isn't too bad of a position for Voldemar, especially considering he does have the Silver Tree, and apparently the gods have smiled upon him, for he has got the trade post against the edge of the map. Plenty of sheep to come as well, right? Like, I think at home he's holding on to what? Yeah, so he's got, I think about 4 or 5 sheep to gather back here. Then he's actually bringing a bunch back with him, because apparently, looks like Neptune, yeah, he was late to scout the east side of the map. Imperial Academy is now at least on the way. This is interesting, actually, because I think you probably should be going Barbican here. The reason is if you go Barbican first, you can drop it at the crossing. By going Imperial Academy, the timing's going to be off. If you try to now go for an aggro Barbican, you're going to get blocked by archers and it's GG. Now, admittedly, you can get your hands on an archer ship to help with that, right? To cover that. The issue, however, is that Voldemar is already looking to beat you to the punchline. Dock on the way up. And the funny thing about this is even though he'll tech up before the dock's complete, even with the production speed of the Chinese, it's not going to be quick enough to stop the dock going up. Archer spears. Nice micro back here. Voldemar needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to have to basically commit to the fight at some point, right? Once the extra archer and spearmen get here, you can actually win due to the upgraded damage and health on these spears. Love the fact that he's just microing and targeting down the injured ones. He needs to back away. Love that. Aggro switch over. Archer does finally go down, but Spearman count, even though they've now been upgraded, their power is heavily diminished here. So great timing there. Voldemort takes control of the fight, and now with the dock up, Archer ship's on the way. Yeah, so this is a little bit rough now for Neptune. He has at least got his dock up, he's got ships coming out, but he no longer is the only person to control the water flow here. And also, archers are now moving past towards his base. Problem with this is Neptune has to add in an archer range. That's now more resources going into land, less going into water. Also, funnily enough, actually, this is a bad fight for Neptune to be taking. Wait, what? Neptune, is he paying attention right now? Because even with the backup here, this is pretty bad. Archers are moving quick enough. Final shot's coming in. This is going to be tight. If he can get 2 more taps, fishing boats will be pulled just in time, though. That was uncomfortably close. Neptune playing a very risky game here, but now he is getting the extra ships coming through. Voldemort should be able to break this. He's got demo ship on the way. Springald has already been complete. And Neptune, dude, you need to spend. He hasn't got the food, though. Yeah, this is kind of compounding the issue. The fact that he's repairing with the fishing boats means he has less fish coming in, which means less food. For a guy who's now trying to flex into archers, it's leaving him a lot weaker for it. Demo ship's finally at least being queued up. Spring ship is going to start targeting down those fishing boats, though. The demo ship is being held back. Needs to be careful here, Voldemort. Ooh, no, 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 no. What? Oh, Voldy, not like this. The archer ship and the Springald ship both go down. And this is dangerous right now. Neptune, he has archer mass on land. He now has the benefit of having a junk ship to defend with. And on top of that, he has got fishing going on. Voldemort, meanwhile, has no fishing. This is full aggro dock. There's no eco play here. Trade can begin in the corner, but that's a slow escalation. It's not something you can reliably just boom up quickly here. Wow. Dude, the difference one unit can make. If the archer ship had not gone down there, or the Springald ship had just not been clipped, different game entirely, but now it's Neptune able to shift upriver. No placements yet, right? Oh my god, dude, Voldemort, are we really trying to fish here? Like, the crazy part to me is if Voldemort just went naval arrow slits, he'd be secure, but he's got 210 stone, but he's not spending it. Archer ship just chases after the demo. Land fight is going to also be a win for Neptune. Spears have to be targeted down first. Movement speed arrow is going to be used. Actually, Voldemort dodged with the calm, but the archers can't hang around. Barbican is also now going to come up to secure the river. Meanwhile, upriver, demo ship is going to be dented. Springald's coming in with a backstab. I actually think Voldemort is just dead. I mean, War Junk will at least be traded out, so that's good. But fishing is now secure. And Voldy doesn't have fish. Neptune would have to go full chill and not do anything for this to be bad. I think instead, though, Neptune's probably going to look to drop additional docks. Sick move there by Voldy. One archer blocks it. What? Oh my god, Neptune, he got baited. He chased after the archers with all of his, right? So there's nothing here to allow the Barbican right now. Wow. Voldemort, this is important. If he can stop the Barbican going up, there's hope. It's still difficult, though. Springald's going to come out. War Junk can easily contest this. So it looks like the archer ship's going to have to back away. Neptune has got another demo on the way. We've been here before. Voldemort, the problem right now is he's targeting the wrong thing. All right, that's pretty definitive. This should be Barbican into a dock drop downriver, and then more fishing boats coming out. From there, it should be pretty clean for Neptune. Right now, he's also getting better trades with his archers because there's a trickle in from Voldemort. Demo ship creeping up, but archer ship, wait, can he do this? Barbican? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! Voldemort is defying all logic in this game right now. Barbican will be complete, though. Oh my heart. Every time, like, I might just cast a cursing it, guys. Have I got powers I don't realize? Every time I say this is it, Voldemort does something to say it's not. Unfortunately, now with the Barbican being up, even the caster curse might not be strong enough. We should be seeing like an extra dot drop to the south side. It might be that Neptune's going to go for TC, right? I don't mind the idea. Oh, this is about to be a painful game. Voldemar, the one thing that has kept him hopeful in this game is the scaling trade. But Neptune, now looking to make some cheeky shenanigans happen here. This is a sneak in that Voldemar is probably not going to see either. If he sets up this wall, Neptune could do it completely unnoticed, right? No, he goes deeper though. He goes to the deep wall. Okay, so this will get a reaction. Archers are on the way as well. Behind this, Neptune has gone for the second TC. So he isn't being held hostage by the C eco anymore, which is inefficient anyway. I actually kind of prefer this approach now on Mongolian Heights for the Chinese because the Song Dynasty is still a powerful tool. But shoreline fishing keeps getting nerfed, right? So like this fishing boats, although it's extra eco, it's not as beneficial as it used to be. Voldemar finally with the naval arrow slits, but man, just imagine if that had been here a few minutes earlier. And it could have been, right? Like he actually had 210 stone when we start to see those awkward engagements going upriver past the dock. But lacking that defense has led to this grim situation. Troops now on the way. Villager is going to get most of the walls up, but not all of them. Meanwhile, dive on the other side of the map. Voldemar makes his move. Nice idle time achieved here. Neptune is going to lose a few eco units, but remember, he's at 2 TC Song. He can afford losses. Well played by Voldemar, though. He doesn't actually lose all of the archers. He keeps a few of them alive. Khan is going to go down. And, okay, he was going to keep some of the archers alive. Now they're all dead. Well, that went from decent to worse. Trade. Looks like it is going to be protected. So wall does not go up successfully, but Voldemar right now has a problem. Chuginu are scaling. His Keshik count isn't looking extra sexy here. He needs to get more food. Moving down to the deer. So does 2 TC beat 1 TC in fishing? So I'm going to be that lame guy who says it depends. It's all about timings. The longer you go, yes, because fishing caps. TC doesn't, right? You can keep going and going and going. Also, on top of that, this is shoreline fish. Shoreline fish has an abysmal gathering rate for fishing boats, whereas villages just have a superior gathering rate on any food by comparison. The logic, though, is that a TC costs a lot more than a dock. The interesting thing is, especially when you play Song Dynasty, the rate at which you escalate villages compared to fishing boats is a lot better. And that's including the faster production speed out of the docks, by the way. 23 seconds instead of the standard amount, right, which is 25. Ships moving down river. Nice outpost. I love this from Voldemar. That's at least going to block any attempt to sneak walls again. But now I think we could be looking at Castle Age. Like, honestly, from this position, I don't mind Neptune just rushing up. Just build a few spears to defend and go castle. You've got so much food to work with. Demo ships trying to move in, but the Barbican means you can't go too deep. Fishing boat's going to be fine. This is taking way too long to kill a dock. Behind this, remember, because it's Song Dynasty, Neptune is going to pull ahead, even though he's not inflating his fishing count. It's a very interesting approach, actually, to see a player do that. Like, he's not even bothered to add in additional fishing boats at this stage. He's like, it's not worth it. It's just more eco that could be exposed. I think, personally, it's worth going in for another dock down here. It is extra food. It's going to allow you to increase the meat grinder. And that's exactly what he's going for, right? A full meat grinder. A full meat pounder. This isn't a quarter pounder. It's not a half pounder. It's a Chuki pounder? I don't know what I'm going for there. So, Keshiks against this. Can I just alt F4 now? This is tough, man. He can't trade. He's going to get blocked. He's going to have to take the fight. And I don't think Voldemar actually has enough troops yet to take that fight. Might not have a choice, though. Using for the clash. Spearman, turn around. Chuginu should be able to shred this down, though. It's not going to be pretty, but it should work. But the demo ships! Oh my god! What a sick idea, Voldemar! Almost made it work, but now we are talking boats to defend against this. The Keshik should not be able to keep diving. Oh, that was so close to being a sick hit! Now it's going to be a snowball, though. Voldemar in the retreat is going to lose a lot more. Traders were just coming back. GG gets called. 3 times Voldemort made me question the outcome of this game, but 3 times Neptune had the answer. Whew, man. What a tough game. Okay, so do we do more Voldemort? Or do we do a Louis versus Dumu game? Ooh. Dems are spicy meatballs. Oh, I just checked in on YouTube. Sorry, I need to remember checking it more regularly. Why you zoom so much? It's really distracting. Really explain this. The quality of like visual, the visuals in AoE 4 requires it, especially if I want to actually get thumbnail pictures. So what was I gonna do? We were gonna look at Louis versus Dimmu. Yeah, so I'm gonna do Louis versus Dimmu. It's a Byzantine Order of the Dragon matchup on Gorge. See, remember what I said at the start of the day? I need to do enough games that I can forget about Gorge. We've done it. Yes. So what I'm going to do, I'm quickly going to get a snack, and then we'll come back and cast that. And I imagine food will probably be ready afterwards. So all line up perfectly. And then when I come back from eating, we should be ready for the announcements to do with AoE 4. There better bloody be some announcements to do with AoE 4. So bear with me 1 sec. I'm going to load the game, then I'm quickly going to go get a snack. Basically 2 minutes. Get up, stretch your legs, get yourself some food. And then we'll be back for what should be an absolute nail-biter between Dimmu and Louis. Yeah, dude, there better be a little announcement. Praying that I am fortunate enough to go back again. Praying, please. Red Bull, call me. All right, back in 1 sec, guys. Here's some music while I'm gone. All right, I'm going to eat one more custard cream, then we'll get ready for this creamy game. That sounded a bit creepy. All right, messages sent. Let's get ready for this one. All right. Oh, that's right. It's time. I love these two facing off. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We have got Dimmu on the Order of the Dragon going up against Louis on the Byzantines. This looked like an absolute nail-biter. I'm excited for this one. We are going to be on Gorge. Gorge, a map where typically there's two ways this plays out. Quick or very slow. Doesn't really know an in-between, right? I feel like Gorge is the map where we always see... the way I define it is there's always no walls or all the walls, and there's no in-between. And, well, let's just say these are two players that are pretty cozy with the idea going later in the game. Dimmu, no stranger to that mid-late game macro scenario. In fact, he quite often feels like he's aiming for it. On the other side, there's Louis. Although he can be an aggressive player, there's a reason why he's BC's kryptonite right now. This guy loves the late game. Let's see if he's able to get there. So, we're going to actually start off by checking what the scouting rotations are. What a creative approach by Louis. I've noticed he's doing this a lot right now, and I've got to say, he's getting a lot of sheep out of it. This is crazy. Look at his rotation across the map. That's wild, right? Like, no one's doing that right now. I feel like everyone's always just choosing a side and going down it, or they're doing what Dimmu does, where they take their own sides and clash. I think still, like, the safest bet is usually just to dart down one side of the map and come back, but it's a gamble, and I think that's why people moved away from it. And I think Louis' approach might be the best I've seen. Because if you see your opponent halfway, you can just turn around and go back for the corner. If not, you just circle round. And you're always going to guarantee, like, what, about 6 sheep in this type of area? There's even more he didn't even grab originally because he missed a little bit of the area. But overall, Louis heading to a heavy yield. 13 sheep compared to, what was that, 7 on the other side, I think it was? Yeah. Keep in mind also, this is Order of the Dragon with a 28% increased base gathering rate. They've already been gathering additional sheep. We are on 2 times, by the way. If anyone's wondering, what the hell, how are these players so fast? It's melting my brain. We always like to go through the other game quicker. Especially considering it's 2 seers, I'm not expecting to be aggro-focused. Order of the Dragon typically have been playing a lot of this fast castle type focus at the moment, or 2 TC builds. And on the other side, Byzantines love the game going later. All right, so let's see final sheep haul. More or less feels like it's going to be final one, as it looks like they're scouting the same areas now. 14 to 9. Yeah, that's phenomenal. And also, he's already out on the berries, so this is going to last a lot longer. Grand Winery is the play, so he's going to have the additional olive oils as the game goes on. You already tell that he's setting up for the late game situation, right? Second TC is coming in from Dimmu. It's going to be on the deer stack. Like this secure, because he can also pull the boar in range, set up an outpost, and he's got a fully condensed area that's safe. To be honest, might not even need the outpost. I'm not expecting Louis to get too aggro too early on. In fact, Louis, is he going for a fast castle? No, he's adding into the structures now. That was looking a bit weird the way he was actually scaling food and gold. I thought maybe he was heading towards something a bit more tech-focused. I actually don't mind that idea here, by the way. You're up against double TC Order of the Dragon. Your best move right now is to try and block relics, so when they eventually go Regnants, there's no value. Instead, it looks like Louis is trying to add in a bit of aggro of his own. Longbow contract queued up. First longbow's coming out. I love the fact that he's going into the horticulture so early. So means he's going to get a little bit more bang for buck for those olive grove transitions. Also allows him to get through the initial sheep now. Honestly, this is starting to look like a macro up for castle. I really like that idea from Louis, by the way. Getting into Castle Age makes a lot of sense. You've got Grand Winery, so you can just pump out monks and take relics away. Very important element in this matchup, because even though we talk about Order of the Dragon as an all-in feudal type civ at the moment, if it does reach Castle Age, they still have Regnants, and Regnants gold is a big deal as the game goes on. Here we go. Level 2 assistance set up. Movement on the berries on the left side. This should be Golden Horn Tower in the next 30 seconds. 30 seconds feels about right. That should at least be the start. And nice, dude. This is classic Louis. This is exactly how he likes to play. I mean, Dimmu always gives him so much credit and praise this type of thing that he does. You never know if he's all-inning you or greeting behind. It's very difficult to get that information against a player like Louis. But this is, of course, just a bait. The archers and the spears are here to force Dimmu to invest, and look at what it got out of him. 480 resources of military. To counter something that exists now that is not being scaled into. That's a bad trade for Dimmu. Now, eco-wise, they are neck and neck, and you might go, wow, how's Dimmu behind? No, he's ahead. Remember, Order of the Dragon take longer to produce villagers. 24 seconds instead of 20, but they are better villagers. 28% better, in fact. So he is ahead on raw eco count. He might be behind in another department now. Not just the age, it's what comes with this. Golden Horn Tower on the way. And that means we're easily going to be seeing access to the Grand Winery Monks. On top of that, already archery range is being dropped, so we're getting ready for the crossbow spam. And let's hit the spade up here. Louis won't look for an all-in commitment. He just wants to try and force the dance here, make sure that Dumu isn't moving out onto the map, because these men-at-arms can be very frustrating if they catch you at the beginning of an age-up. Instead, these Lombos are going to be the ones being frustrating. A little bit of poke and prod. Dumu having to back away. Yeah, this doesn't feel great. I mean, he's scaling into men-at-arms. I'm just not sure if they're going to be quick enough. One thing to keep in mind is if Louis goes for like a double archery range with the Conscriptio, the rate at which he's able to pump out these crossbows is quite scary here. So let's keep an eye out for that and see if he does do it. Tech up complete. And right now, this is the moment where Dumu's like pointing fingers at him and going, wait, you son of a... Now he needs to do something about it. Veterancy contract is on the way. 48 seconds away. It looks like he hasn't toggled for the Dialecticus. Really surprising there. Big mistake, considering Dialecticus is pumped on the wrong system here. Oh, man, he's got these both the wrong way around. That's unfortunate. That's going to slow down his boom up to get an answer to these men-at-arms. It might actually give this breathing room that Dumu needs to get something done with this. Love the peel off. Dude, that is actually sick micro. Louis, think about what he's just done here. He's pulled 8 pop for 2. And it means the Lombos can beat the 1 men-at-arms on his own. Really well played there. And remember, there's no Golden Cuirass. This is an Arkan Chapel build from Dumu. So although he's got a little bit extra eco, he doesn't have that extra punch behind his men-at-arms. Frangin also now coming out crossbows as well. Whoa, Louis quick to react though. Isn't going to lose the premium units. But someone else is. Dumu, this is looking really bad right now. He's going into Gilded Archers, but there's already Lombos, and they're veteran Lombos, so they will beat these Gilded Archers quite easily. Frangin also just coming out and poking out this. A little bit of idle time achieved, but with just a few crossbowmen, it starts to feel like this is a wasted investment. I feel a bit bad for Dumu, right? Like, you don't really want to be going into Horsemen. You know it's going to be Limitane. But maybe that would have done more here, because these men-at-arms without mine work feel quite worthless. It's like the men-at-arms are just dented to the point they're not going to be turning around anytime soon. More Gilded Archers are being prepped, but the Lombo scaling continues here. This is really scary what happened. The interesting thing, whenever you prep yourself, and whoopsie, someone's got a housing issue. Whenever you prep yourself for a tech up, having got a Merc contract first, the Golden Horn Tower always guarantees the first contract is going to be the tier 1 unit. That's a very powerful tool for both Javelin and Lombo comps. They're probably the biggest benefactors of it. And it means that you're able to scale the Lombo count a lot quicker than you should be, at least normally. Louis, unfortunately, just keeps forgetting about houses. Oh, man. Wolves going up in a panic. Funnily enough, Dumu's kind of getting something out of this because of the fact that Louis isn't building houses fast enough here. Like, he's pop-blocked. He's got 5 archers that just weren't coming out for a long time. Finally, that is going to get fixed, but I can't help but feel if he'd fixed that earlier, the pressure he'd be piling on right now, Dumu would be on insanely shaky ground. Also, keep in mind the fact that the Golden Horn Tower was sitting there, not releasing its charge all that time. It doesn't start the next one, right? The next one only begins the moment you release the initial. So he missed out on, what, 0.5 extra Lombos? So basically, he missed out on like an extra 2.5 Lombos if you think about it in raw numbers. Doesn't sound like a lot, but considering this is about to turn into a Gilded Archer versus Lombo spam, it's a pretty big deal. I love this read from Dumu. Now prepping for the tech up. This is important. By getting up to Castle Age, he's going to get access to Scale Armor. Scale Armor is huge here. The +3 ranged armor means that the Gilded Archers can never lose this fight. Think about what he's up against right now. Louis has gone mass Lombos and into crossbows. He's also adding in Kara Siphons. An ambitious choice coming in here, considering that he's up against the Order of the Dragon, which means there is emergency repairs. One of these ramps is not going to be that lethal. So, begins the push. Funnily enough, Dumu already knows what the state of the relics are. He doesn't even try to get Regnants here. It's just going to be a Burgrave play. E-Repairs is going to delay this push long enough that Burgrave will complete. And that means the Gilded Archers are going to be able to fight. Already getting ready to move in. They need to wait for the upgrade. So it's likely that Dumu is going to lose this TC, but keep in mind at this stage, he's over 10 villagers ahead. You have to add an extra 28% on that number due to how much more efficient these villagers are. God, that is painful to watch. Wait, just build a mining Oh no. He didn't realize. Oh, bless him. We've all been there. He's like, oh yeah, no, that looks right. There's a mining Oh. I love the random physics in this game sometimes. Like, dude, that was a full surf's up. I just want to hop on that roof and slide. And arms to the backstab here. Not going to be able to contest that at all, though. So TC goes down, 12 eco lead, and Louis has not gone for a second TC. Instead, he's making a play for a Sacred Site victory. All sites locked in now. Karasai can keep rotating, so that's going to push a little bit more pressure onto the pocket ecos. Behind this, Gilded Archer count is going up. We are now seeing the veterancy as well as scale armor coming through. We keep hitting the 2x speed just because when there's nothing happening, we want to try to ramp up towards the next engagement. That plus food's going to be ready soon. These villagers. Oh, this is a big grab. This is a huge grab. He sees him. Lombo's in range. No textiles either. Oh, man, that's going to hurt. If he can keep the chase going, he's going to cut him off on the other side. Dimu does at least have wheelbarrow, so he can move a bit quicker away from this. He also has textiles on the way, so it looks like he's going to minimize the losses. Yeah, unfortunate there that Louis didn't peel the troops a bit quicker. The Limitane might have been able to body block, and also the Relic is going to be blocked, so 5th one not coming home for the Byzantines. Textiles now in, so 98 health on each of these Gilded Villagers means they should be safe. Behind this, though, Louis has gone back for a second TC, so we're about to see some eco-inflation on his side. Love the fact that he prioritizes getting the relics and getting rid of his opponent's TC before he goes back for his own. A smart read there means that as this game scales on, he's going to find himself at population cap a lot quicker. And, well, why is that important? Imperial Plus for Order of the Dragon is not a good win rate right now. Like, I can't break down the stats, and actually I need to ask AoE4 World if there's a way that they can do that. But I would wager that in Imp Plus, Order of the Dragon is like a 40% or under win rate in high-level games. Might even be lower. They just don't seem to have found the comp that works right now. I've had players like Marine Lord literally in my chat saying they're just trash, they don't work, I can't figure it out. And you know, M Lord, although we like to tease him, is quite a smart cookie. He can't even begin to unravel the puzzle. So, for Dimu, for this game to look good, it needs to be locked into Castle Age, which means he needs to start ramping up pressure soon. It's going to become more difficult. The Sacred Site still being locked in. Finally gets the decap. Flash comes in the center. It's going to be retreat away. Behind this, we are now seeing Langstack added in, though. Interesting choice, considering that, you know, he could have kept going Lombos against Gilded Archers, but the problem is that extra armor now. Look at how much damage you're losing. You hit for 10, and 5 of it is being removed. So much. Langstack pushing this back, though. It's kind of awkward, right? Because, like, if this was any other Civ right now, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm just going to build mangonels, that's the solution. But I've said this before, it's really problematic against the Order of the Dragon because you need additional mangonels to get the same impact. You could look at it another way and say, well, that one concentrated area has 2 in it, like for each slot in this army. But the flip side argument is 2 mangonels are not going to wipe, they're not going to splat that spot immediately, right? You're going to need a 3rd. Maybe even a 4th. Take a little raid with Varangi in the back. He's going to get cleared up. Gilded Crossbowmen now coming in. Yeah, I feel like Dimu may be like one of the biggest believers in Gilded Crossbowmen that I've seen. More so than almost any other Order of the Dragon player, I see him going for them. And I'm a big fan. I think they're very effective as a solution to most comps. The extra range guarantees that, right? High base damage, 6-star range. Sure, you're a slow-moving unit. But here's another fun thing. Decent attack speed. 1.75. Look at the comparative over here. You have to wait over 2 seconds with normal crossbows. So it's not just the damage you need to look at, which is higher, right? It's going to be 12 versus 16. It's the fact they attack more frequently. Have a mangonel tower. Oh, for God's sake. These things are so stupid. Okay, I'm going to say it, and I know Kraken's just going to creep up out of nowhere and say, please no enough. Why the hell did mangonel towers not get nerfed? How the hell have they gone all this time and not gotten nerfed? Think about what this is. It hits a 30 damage, and it's siege damage. That's the thing I want you guys to be really cognizant of here. It's not range damage, which would be more reasonable, by the way. If it was range damage, we'd have a different discussion here. That's not too bad. It's siege. And you go, oh, well, yeah, but a Springald, like, think about how hard a Springald hits KP. True, Springalds do slap. But they attack one target. they can't attack 9 targets at once. And also, if you remember, they used to have higher base damage. They had the attack speed increased, the base damage decreased, so that armored units were more effective against them. Look at this, Dimmu. Greedy boy. He says there's no point trying to catch up with you now. He's going to head up into Imperial Age. Okay, so Dimmu is willingly going into what we call the worst point in the game for Order of the Dragon. I feel like most players are in agreement on that. Feudal Age probably is the strongest point for the Dragons. Castle Age isn't too bad. Imperial feels like the biggest question mark still. And also, keep in mind, he just went Imperial in a game where he has no relics. Well, 1. But it's not a Regnitz relic, right? So not a lot of gold to work with. Langstack. Oh, that was cheeky. I love what Louis thinking. He's going to back away. Louis behind this, he doesn't have that many farms, right? No, he's only now making the farm transition. So in a way, this is actually a pretty sick read from Dimmu. His opponent hasn't got late game eco yet, so he kind of beats him to the punchline. Normally, I'd look at this and go, oof, what do you do with Imperial really? What you do with it here is you get more quality. It's not about what happens when you're at 200 pop each, it's about what happens before it. But Louis, he's looking to punish him for it. Moving in with the army to hit the 2-timer because the army has to shift across to counter this. Louis quick to move away there. Did see it coming. Meanwhile, though, Langsnack, and again. I just love how cheeky he is. This is why I enjoy Louis so much. The way he just keeps trying to find these mini raids. Unfortunately, the Gilded Archers are great at shredding you for that. Oof. Now tech up on the way. Love this as well. Foreign engineering companies are sick read. Foreign engineering company is really good because now if you spam longbows up against these Gilded Crossbowmen and use the volley, you disintegrate them. It's not even close. On top of that, think about what he's up against. He's up against a lot of range resistance in the Gilded Archers. Also, the crossbows move slow. How about some Nesta Bees to go on that cake? All right, let's speed this up a bit because we've gone a little bit pausey as they get ready for what comes next. We should see a tech advantage for Dimmu. Incendiary Arrows is already on the way. Other side of this, Louis, he's prepping mass Varangian. Interesting, not spears. Like, that's kind of surprising to me. I think you up against Gilded Archers kind of makes sense. Shield Wall did get nerfed quite a bit. But they're still a pretty cost-efficient tool. The issue, however, is the Grove count. Grove count is still not good enough. He only has 15 in total. So until he has that permanent food source at like 60 groves, Limitane doesn't make sense. Varangian, funnily enough, costs pretty much the same, right? Like, that's an interesting way to think about Varangian versus Limitane here. You only pay 10 more food for Varangian. Yes, you have to pay gold as well, but at this stage, without the farms, food is the issue for Louis. Break from the walls, Dimmu. Looking to come out to play here. The army tactics also on the way. Love that we're seeing Inspired Warriors. Dude, this is sick. This is the correct read by Dimmu. What he's doing here is he's locking in a research that usually goes forgotten when you see people go Burgrave. It's so important that you get it. Remember, your army is not exactly what I call pop efficient, in that each of these units takes up 2 compared to other civs. But within that, your DPS is close to 2 compared to 1. What does that mean? It means Inspired Warriors is more effective because guess what? You don't need as many prelates to buff your entire army. Speaking of armies, I think we're about ready to fight, boys. 200 pop on each side. Elite Army Tactics coming in just 20 seconds. Dimmu, if there's time to take a win, this would be it. Louis has to defend it. Mango shots in. Men-at-Arms chasing this back. Villagers in retreat. Varangian Naga spread out there, and Longbows behind this seem to be the real victors. Oh my god, look how quickly he took out the Men-at-Arms. Wow. I cannot believe how one-sided that fight became. Mangonel Tower and Mangonel, the difference maker there. Star Step Retreat is at least going to clear up a little bit of this, but it's Lombo chasing, right? Lombos that have volley. In fact, Louis hasn't even used that ability yet. Dude, that was insane. If he had used volley there, that's a stack wipe. Like, everything's just dead. That's wild. Louis still not even remembering it. I can't believe this. He built a foreign engineering company, and he's not even using the big reason why you get it with the Lombos. Yet still, he's trading reasonably enough. Hand Cannonier's crossbow's going to stand their ground. I mean, this is a terrible trade right now for Dumu. It feels like he's maybe getting 1.5 for every one lost, and that's just a more expensive exchange for you. Mangonel is also just pushing back further. Looks like we have got additional upgrades coming in, and a keep drop. Louis going full offensive here. Oh, dude, he's sensing it. And the trickle of troops on the way as well. New front line forming, more Lombos also coming behind this. Dumu. Oh, man, he's trying to answer for the siege, but now he has nothing to answer for the keep. Villagers on the way. If the Mangoes notice this, though. Oh, Louis? Louis? Langs? Langs! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! The Langs necked! He wanted it earlier. He couldn't find it. It took several minutes longer, but Louis, the war crimes have been ticked. Oh, my God. Castle might not go up, though, so Louis might lose something in return. Villagers have to leave. Just cancel the keep, but a high price paid for Dumu there. What was that? 12, 14 villagers going down. Louis losing maybe about 8 in response. It looks like it's going to be a hold. Dumu will force the reset. Louis getting a bit too ambitious with that keep. Has to go back to the drawing board. However, now, when he comes back again, look how much better off he is. 32 olive groves and quickly inflating towards 40. Other side of this, Dumu, how are we looking? Well, like 20? 22 farms. That's not good. He's running out of finite resources as well. The gold on the left side? No. All right, let's just speed up this war crime that's about to happen over here. We both know what's going to occur. The Varangian, dude, the Varangian may have just saved him from this. Dumu hasn't reacted yet, though. He's distracted. Mangonel Tower, there it is. Straight under the keep. The only upside right now is that Louis did not use the Berserk. Had this been a Berserk move, absolute massacre. So Dumu will dodge death there. However, his people have been dodging taxes. He only has 180 gold a minute. Basically, you can't build anything that you're going to need to truly break your opponent. Oh my God, the Berserk! Oh no. Even with textiles. 25 damage per strike. He says, thank you very much. Heavy hit there, Dumu. Now trailing by over 40 and more Varangian coming. Oh my God. All right, Dumu has a significant issue right now. At any given time, 20 plus eco is idle. That's a third of his economy. Other side of this, Louis is now ahead by a raw 50. Wow. And Louis, wait, what? Was that a misclick? I feel like I'm watching a showcase video right now. He's literally built one of each thing he can get out of a foreign engineering company. I'm not sure why he's built a Huihuipao, but he has. I'm not even going to try to dissect that further. It's like, yep, cool thing. Looks real shiny. I mean, Louis needs to build an army, though, guys. Like, the Varangian raids were nice. They kept Dumu on the defensive, but I love the fact that he's now moving out. You realize this, right? It's like, okay, what if that was just feigned aggression? Why was there not more coming behind this? Why have we not got into a meat grinder? There must be a reason, Louis. That reason is clear to us. Louis doesn't have an army right now. Well, I wouldn't really call... I mean, you know, he has a Huihuipao, but outside that, this is pretty pitiful. Unfortunately, Dumu, he only sent in a small contingent. A few men at arms here. Shouldn't be good enough. Streltsy should be able to clear that up. Second wave is coming. It's actually a shame. Had Dumu moved this entire army in sooner, we could be looking at a pretty uncomfortable situation in the game for Louis. A game that could be defined by that moment, right? If the farms got raided, how easily this would be cleaned up. But now, with just being a handful of men-at-arms going in, Streltsy will be able to push that back. Walls are going to be going up in time for Louis. Just in the nick of time as well, because the archers are on their way. Needs to be quick about this. Needs to get out of the way. Army chases out. Louis hasn't reacted just yet. Walls are going up. Wait, is Louis? What? Okay, we might have a problem. Dumu. He says, thank you very much. So kind of you to leave an opening for me. Louis like, yes, but once you're in, you can't leave. Welcome to the Louis Dome. I mean, I guess technically they can walk out the other side, but they are definitely not going back. Louis, the great vacation in the area, is like, we need to get out of here fast. So here's an interesting way to think about what Dumu's now doing. That is 56 population that can't find things it wants to kill. Looks like he's at least clearing up the keeps, getting access to the resources, but heavy commitment in this area, right? That idle time alone definitely stung him. Louis does need to find some extra gold ASAP. Army is finally being addressed, though. Lombo Nesta Bees come in, and this is where things really begin to sting. This army has no melee, and he does not have the Bodkin Bolt, so he has no way of killing Nesta Bees. Funnily enough, everything that Dumu has here is countered by just the Nesta Bees. Funnily enough, Louis is giving him better trades. I'm not sure why, but I mean, he doesn't seem to care, right? Horseman spam is coming. Farm count probably has to be at like, what, 45? Wouldn't be surprised if it's 50. 39, so he's got a little bit of way still to go. Dumu, heavy cleanup coming in here. We're going to speed this up because it's going to be a reset and a move towards the center. Dumu has cleared out the keep, so he's got access to 4k gold. That's pretty good. The problem is your opponent should have a lot more gold to work with, right? Admittedly, he's got the relics sitting in the Grand Winery, but he could easily just switch that over. Even if he doesn't, Mercs, they're worth their weight in gold, right? Especially considering that he's scaling into some Streltsy and some Siege. So, although it's not gold, it's achieving the same goal, which is to get your hands on mass Nesta Bees. Centerfold Culverins. Slowly breaking his foot down. It's kind of interesting, actually. Culverins aren't terrible at taking out like weak HP buildings, right? 35 damage per strike with increased attack speed. It's pretty decent. Ooh, the question is Dumu's army decent enough to take this? Mass ranged against Nesta Bees and Horsemen doesn't look great. The only upside right now for Dumu is Louis' army is the same size by raw unit count, right? Double the population because he's got that many. Louis has been a little bit more frugal about this. He's finding raids. Horsemen, get in! Guys, you remember when I said he needed gold? Why not just mug the peasants? He has Expillatores. Check this, 20 gold per kill. Thank you very much, he says. Heavy hit to the backside for Dumu. Archer's also left to deal with this. It's a terrible idea. Dude, what a sick read. Louis now going on the west side flank. He's going to look to cut off the gold and look to cut off the stone. I love the fact that right now he's just not engaging the main army. He's just engaging the economy. You filthy penny pincher. Oh, absolutely fantastic. Expillatore is paying for itself and then some. And Louis, what does he do with that gold? Doesn't really actually use it for anything. He's just spending more olive oil. More Nesta Bees on the way. Oh, dude, what a crazy game. I mean, this is looking pretty grim. Someone's saying they think Byzantines are unbeatable in late game. I don't know if I'd say that unbeatable in late game. I think that this feels unwinnable is the bigger issue. If you get into the hyper late game and you haven't got an advantage, I think Order of the Dragon struggles in most matchups right now. But the Byzantines just have your number with the Western contract. Lombos can stay out of range of Gilded Archers. Lombos counter the Gilded Crossbowmen. Langsneck messes with mass men at arms in the late game, and Spearmen do not fare much better. And then, you know, if we get to Streltsy, well, God rest your soul. I think as long as you go for Siege Engineering Company, or Foreign Engineering Company rather, like, you're pretty cozy. Because Nesta Bees, Wee Pals even, like, the ability to just slow siege or fast blitz a fight is pretty hard to deal with for the Order of the Dragon. Especially when your food income is at a point where you now can't transition into Horsemen. Speaking of which, who likes gold? I do! Louis loving the feel of it, the touch of it, and the smell of it. Alright, this is pretty much over. I am struggling to see a recovery point for Dumu. Louis, he's a little bit overburdened on the eco right now. He's relying pretty heavily on Nesta Bees. And the reason he's doing that is most of the army for Dumu is ranged units. Oh my god, dude. If he just actually clicks onto the villagers instead, this is just a GG. Men-at-Arms are clearing this up. We're speeding this up a little bit because at this point, it's just going to be Death by, I don't even say 1,000 cards. I feel like it's Boo Boo and then GG. Boo 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 Hoo. Like, take one card and die is kind of what it's feeling like right now. It's crazy that Dumu has got double the population in the military, but he cannot fight at all. Springel's also just sniping out these spearmen now. Attempt to build up a keep on the left side. Army is moving in though, guys. That's a bombard. Well, not just any bombard. That's a royal cannon, which means it does even more damage. Goodbye, building. I mean, oh my god, the castle gets cancelled. Dude, this looks so painful right now. I feel for Dumu. You know, it's an interesting idea just trying to rush forward to that Imperial timing to try and take advantage of the tech before it became a triumph. But Louis, the on guard in the center was perfect. The hold on just in time. The stonewalls on the flank. And the fact that he just avoided a fight at a critical point where Dumu could win one to get here. Nest of Bees is his fantasy. Horseman, Spearman to guard it. And Dumu lacking sufficient culverins to snipe it. I think this game is over. We're just going to heat the speed up until it's done. There's no real recovery point anymore. He's out of gold, right? Like, this is the problem. Your culverins are going to get traded out. Once they're gone, this is over. In fact, right now, the Nest of Bees are just annihilating the melee. Springel's moving in. Wait, is this what? Okay, I thought he didn't have shot triggers for a second there. It's just slow reaction speed. Dumu doing the best he can, but I mean, at this point, 80 versus 140 eco. Louis, for the love of God, delete some woodworkers. What is going on right now? Louis the Beaver is looking to build a dam. If Red Bull Warlord does get announced and he does qualify, I'm expecting a Beaver. Good God. 3 bombards. Momentary reprieve here for Dumu to try and break out, but the Horsemen are going to get ready to dive in. Gilded Archers are there to meet them. But guys, I'm just seeing 9 Nest of Bees, and all I can hear is the Nicolas Cage line in my head. The bees! The bees and teens. So it's a good hold from Dumu. I don't want to seem negative about this, but I probably am. How are you still not dead though? And I'm not saying that as praise. I'm now like, what do you do next? If he could set up trade, great. But Louis stopping that. And now this next fight is quite the sticky predicament. It's 5 Nest of Bees, and you've got 40 Gilded Archers. He does have 3 of these culverins. If he gets caught not looking like this, they're not going to be very useful. Springel's moving in. Funnily enough, the bombards get sniped first, but look at the wraparound coming in. Horseman's trying to bleed through. Nest of Bees. I mean, all they need is one touch, right? I'm surprised he's not diving the culverins. These A-clicks from Louis are a little bit low brain for him. I'm expecting more out of him usually. But there it is. Snipe comes in. Culverins are gone. Bombard is going to die. And I think this should be the point now where the Nest of Bees are unassailable. Back to the speed up. Dive comes in. I mean, at this point, guys, you've got mass range versus Nest of Bees. The problem in this game is if Dumu builds Spearman, Lombos counter him, Streltsy counter him. And if you rely on just range units, the Nest of Bees counter you. Like, this is literally an unplayable game without gold. GG gets gold. There you have it. Louis showing you the power of the Byzantines in the late game. And Dumu showing you exactly why the Dragons don't want to be there. All right, guys. So, just noticed someone asking, will I be reacting to the Microsoft stream tonight? Yes, I most definitely will. The goal is to watch that when it comes on, which is why I'm going to get ready to eat now. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to pull up a replay for you guys to be firmly entertained by. And then afterwards, we'll be back, probably cast another game before hopping across to watch the Microsoft reveal announcement, whatever it's going to be. All right, so let me pull up a game. We've got some epic replays here. I'm thinking, what do you guys want? I mean, we're not gonna have community games tonight if we're watching the Microsoft reveal. It's just reality. Do you guys want to see a community game for that reason, or do you want to see a 1v1? Let me check back what we got. We did have some epic games. Dude, I just realized. I just remembered the the one where Voldemar, Corvinus, Beastie, and Wildman play team games. I'm tempted to show that one, but it is quite long. So it depends whether people want another live game when we come back before we get into the announcement. Let's have a look. Or what do we have? Give me a sec. Sounds great. Well, I mean, it depends. It's up to people. Do you want to watch a team game that will take us through until the announcement, or do you want to watch like a game and then I come back and cast another live one, and then we shift across to the announcement? Are you doing community games? If we're watching the announcement, we probably won't be able to. The announcement is in an hour. I guess I'll show you guys the... Yeah, let's do it that way, because I think we won't, like, we'll be, like, tight pushed for time to cast another game for it. So what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to put up, do I put up the video from the other day? Or a few days ago? Dude, choices. You know, guys, I'm going to show you... I really like the team game video. It's really cool. So let's do that one. If you only watch my live streams, this game was actually from quite a while ago. It was uploaded I think like 2 weeks ago on the YouTube channel, if I remember correctly. It's called The Kid, the Mom, the Dad, and the Uncle. It's a really, really good one. Why? Okay, that is dumb. I can't believe they make you watch ads on your own video. Bruh. That's weird, right? Why? Okay, to be safe, screw this. To be safe, I'm gonna like show you an unpublished one so that it doesn't trip us up with ads halfway through. I can't believe that's a thing. That's so weird. So bear with me a sec, guys. You're paying yourself. Cha-ching. I definitely recommend watching that the AoE family one though. It's really, really good. But let me quickly find a game then, an alternative. Got a sub to myself. GG. Hey, sup Merlin? How's it going, buddy? Okay, now my YouTube's crapping out. That's always a good sign. Ad block your own ads. Yeah, so the reason I don't do that is YouTube lags really hard now when you use ad block. I noticed this recently. Like it uses like 6K plus RAM or some crap like that. It's crazy. Yo, what's up, Big Willie? That's the right idea. Get them primes in, my boy. Hell yeah. Welcome to the Swarm. Okay, so there was a really cool 3v1 team game. Oh no, we can risk it with the ads if you guys really want the team game. Or we just go for one of the unpublished 1v1s that probably won't get punished now. Punished or published? What was this game? No, that's Vanadorf versus Wham. Sorry, guys. I'm just like... It's got all these modded games, but I think people want a 1v1 while I'm gone, so let me pull a 1v1. Damn, we've done a lot of community games a few weeks back. Crazy amount, actually. So, we got an Ottoman versus Order of the Dragon game. Or... we can do a Louis versus Beastie. Dude, let's do the Louis versus Beastie game. I forgot about that game. That game's epic. It's an Abbasid Jeanne d'Arc game. Let's do that. Did Louis win? Yes, he did. AoE 5 and 50 mins? Yeah, let's just cut our losses. GG. All right, guys. So... let me just update my title at 6 p.m. GMT. There we go. All right, guys. So I'm going to go eat. When I come back, we should be ready to watch the announcements. Hopefully there's some cool things coming to Age of Empires 4 or Age of Mythology or whatever it's going to be. But for now, you get to enjoy more of AOE 4. In fact, let me crash the game because I can hear it play in the background. Otherwise, you're going to hear that in the video. It's going to be distracting. Enjoy the game. Really cool one. Beastie, as the Abbas, is up against Jeanne d'Arc Louis MT. Louis is a spooky boy, and you're about to find out why.
Well, this will be an exciting one to highlight.
Over here in the orange, Beastie is going to be playing as the Abbasid dynasty. And across the ways on Dry Arabia, we are going to see Jeanne d'Arc manned by none other than Louis MT in the pink. A fun matchup, one that I really had to have a look in on because this is a matchup that you'd think that Jean would try to end the game quickly. And I imagine that is going to be Louis' goal here, right? The Abbas is definitely one of the absolute powerhouses, the Giga Chads of the late game if they manage to reach it. But I feel like I've been seeing the Abbasids out aggro a lot of aggressive civs at the moment. I think Delhi has been one that's been coming to mind. I've seen some interesting builds against the Ottomans recently. It turns out, although the Abbasid dynasty may seem a little bit neglected and underplayed right now in the expansion, turns out Military Wing especially still slaps pretty hard. So let's see how Beastie wants to approach this. Player usually will play for that later game if he gets a chance. I wonder if he's going to try something greedy like Eco Wing. Jeanne d'Arc, let's see how things are going on the scout rotation. Louis goes for a very safe back corner drop there. Interesting mutation here. Against Abbasids, it makes sense what Louis just done there, though. So Abbasid Dynasty is one of those civs that doesn't have to bring back their sheep quickly. So instead of doing this little corner loop, which Louis just done, instead, Beastie could have ran across to his side of the map. So I think why Louis went for his back corner there is he understood that if he walked out ahead of his base, it's a 50-50 coin flip on whether you get blocked and mirrored on your rotation with scouts. And the difference for Beastie there is it potentially wins him the game instantly. But if he doesn't win the scout trade, it doesn't lose him anything. However, for Louis, if he gets blocked out of sheep, it's GG almost immediately for a civ like Jeanne d'Arc. So does actually go for the safe rotation and still yields good results afterwards because it turns out Beastie played to that south corner instead of the north. So should be about a 50-50 split in terms of sheep. In fact, it looks like, well, Louis is doing a lot better. Up to 12 sheep already. Okay, actually, I say that. Beastie, is he clubbing? No, he's not clubbing any sheep down. So right now, Louis looks like he's going to maybe get about 2/3 of the sheep off the map. Culture Wing on the way. Okay. So I was thinking maybe we'd see some sort of melee wing all in because I've noticed a few players trying that against Jean. But instead, Beastie's going to go back to I think the originally theory-crafted solution to Jeanne d'Arc here. The fast castle build. This is interesting, actually, because I don't think Culture Wing is necessarily the most desirable in any other matchup, bar this one. Because in this matchup, we've seen a lot of people's solution to Jeanne d'Arc is to go fast castle, right? Get out of the awkward phase and get heavily armored units or get armor-piercing units that snipe her down instantly. Culture Wing does exactly that. You go in, you get Preservation of Knowledge, you get your tech up cheaper, and you zoom up. And the only thing you have to do to defend yourself is add maybe one outpost on the other side of the gold. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he was to run a few villages out onto the stone just to gather enough. But in this game, because Beastie didn't go for the wheelbarrow tech at all, he's probably just going to be content with maybe a standard outpost to defend him. In fact, Beastie is rushing down those berries, isn't he? Yeah, this is very reminiscent of what we see a lot of the time when you're up against French, Delhi, Mongols. You basically just try to get your dangerous food first, rather, and then fall back to the safe one. So actually, it turns out with this build, for Beastie, the amount of sheep he gets matters a lot. And in fact, he done very well. 13 sheep to work with, so quite a big bump to the economy. And that's going to be 3.25k food to play with. School Cavalry coming out. I think Jean's probably just a house away from taking up. It looks like... Wait, did he have 3 extra villagers working with her? No, that was the pull from the gold, right? So Jean level 2 should be ready soon. It looks like Louis is going to play for a later timing here. So going into the TCs. I think this is a smart read. Abbasids, because similar to Iabids, they can have that fast castle unlock. It's not really a civ that you can dent easily. So unless you're willing to go for some sort of outpost rush, you're probably too late to make a clean play. So I actually like this approach. Instead, what you're going to see from Louis is he probably will add in 1 to 3 knights total. He'll get Jean. He'll look to chip at the eco, but he isn't going to go for that all-in divide timing because we've seen a lot of players on Jean recently trip over on their own aggression doing that. And stone is being gathered. So yeah, it's going to be the Arislets we talked about. Interestingly enough, Beastie done this without Wheelbarrow, so it's a little bit less efficient, but this is what we anticipated him to do, right? Take the berry food first, and then whenever you have to move people back towards the sheep is when he'll look to do the stone drop. This is a pretty solid build. I've seen some players go for double outpost. I don't think you need to against the knights. Like, the raids are mainly going to be 1 knight at this stage, and as long as you have Arislets, there's not enough armor for that knight to dive. Jean is still not up. What? Ooh! No Woman at Arms coming out. It's gonna be a Hunter Jean build. Now, once again, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you don't think you can dive the enemy base, if you can't get on top of targets, then Woman at Arms is pointless, is redundant. This at least gives you a way of poking at the eco, sniping out a few units, without having to dive under TC and an outpost that will kill you. So I actually like this approach. I think it's pretty smart. Beast, you can't take that with you, okay? Return it to the store. Okay, so Jean... Oh, no. No. He just realized what happens. He's like, wait, there's meant to be a boar on the map here. Where did it go? Beastie just trying to pull the boar away. Oh, it was almost perfect as well. Like, legitimately, Louis started to run off because he hadn't scouted the boar, right? Like, he'd scouted one side, and he didn't know where the other was. But it is going to be found in the end. So, Louis will get the first. Also drops the second TC on the deer stack. Kind of unfortunate that Jean's not back here, increasing the build speed with this, with her aura, but it's too late to run back now. You might as well go hunt for the other boar. Meanwhile, military wing coming in, so Beastie is taking up. Yeah, pretty standard build here. Coach wing into military wing. It just gives you the 2 camels to hold back any knights you're facing. Also allows you to then go gank and spanking yourself. And then you're into things like your own lancers and like Golems that are going to be very difficult for Louis to counter with his build. Barrett also now coming in. So, thinking about openings here. Now that you know you're up against archers, I think lancers just feels even better. Yes, there could be French knights, but you know it's 2 TC, right? Beastie rotated around the back of the scout. He knows exactly where the sound center is. He does need to figure out some sort of eco escalation, though. I don't know if he's going to go back for a delayed second TC, or if we're going to perhaps instead be looking at some sort of relic yoink. A relic yoink would make a lot of sense, though. With 2 camel riders and the fact that the grand total of your opponent's army will be the same size, I think you have the ability to play for relics here. Speaking of that army, the entire force of Jean d'Arc on one screen. That's what Scout has seen. He has got double Divine Arrow, but unless you pump the first one and then your opponent's still in range for 8 seconds, you're never going to get this kill. So, Scout is still going to be maintained by Beastie. He's literally got a fast castle as well. No, he goes for spears, so feels a little bit paranoid, a little bit unprotected here. Has to add in the racks. Makes sense. You're up against double Camel Raider. They have 270 health. They do 14 damage per strike. They will dive your TCs. Now I'm expecting there to be stables into a Moss drop probably here. So we are at least going to get Lancers. That was anticipated. But it would make a lot of sense if the follow-up is to grab some eco. Even on the other side of this, Louis, now with that Rax investment, the spears as well, he slowed down his own tech up timing, but I think that is still going to be the target here. With 7 people in the gold and an outpost being built up, love that from Louis. You saw what he done there, right? He brought Jean back and stood her near the outpost, so that just got built a lot quicker. This is the thing, like, it doesn't seem like Jean offers up much in terms of like eco advantages, but that is one, right? If you optimize her placement to increase build speeds, you can minimize the town time where villagers aren't gathering for you. So, cool little read there. Gets him back in the gold a bit quicker. And I imagine he's going to keep her here for when he starts building that tech up as well. Not like she's got anywhere else to be, right? Thoughts about range, John? It's pretty bad. The reason why you went for it in this game is because maybe you have a shot at like sniping out people, at diving them when they're greeting. Jean d'Arc Hunter makes sense only when you're up against mass outposts and no units to fight. If your opponent won't come out of the base and you aren't looking to go for a heavy feudal dive, that's when Jean Hunter can make some sense. But outside that, it'll always be trounced by the Woman at Arms. The reason why he went for this here, by the way, is like, although Woman at Arms has a bit more health and has some armor, if you're moving up into Castle Age, there's a chance your opponent's building things like crossbows, which get bonus damage versus heavy. You're at least a light unit in this circumstance, so you're less impacted. And also, you might be able to catch a knight when they retreat, right? That one hit on their exit. So, I genuinely think that it needs to be buffed. I think it doesn't make much sense to me that Jean d'Arc Hunter is slower than the Woman at Arms form. It doesn't make much sense to me that there's no sort of AoE benefit for Divine Arrows at scales, right? So, like, while Divine Arrow does a lot of damage in a single shot, comparatively, like, if you think about, like, you do one Divine Arrow at 100 damage when you're level 3 versus a Cleave at 35 damage. So if a Cleave hits 4 targets, it already does more damage than Divine Arrow. And quite often a Cleave will hit more than 4 targets. Raid in. Nicely done by Beastie, keeping the walls from going up entirely. And tech up is underway. Keep in mind if Beastie dives towards this, Louis in trouble. More spears coming out. These are Castle Age Lancers, though. They don't really have to care that much. In fact, they go straight after the villagers. There's no textiles. Louis, mistakes made. It's going to cost him dearly. Knight does start to peel away the spearmen here. And should be a few more villagers going down. I mean, Louis, he has to bail on this. This is not quick enough. Spearmen finally come out, but the delays are heavy here. Raid on the other side will claim 1 or 2 lives from the Abbasid Empire. But Beastie yielding more advantage here. He needs to find an additional layer, though, right? He did drop the Mosque. He is now playing out with double Imam Pump. So we could still be looking at a 5-relic game. And honestly, he needs that at this stage, right? Like, despite the little bit of damage he done there, the slowdown, the eco hits, Jean is still ahead. Louis is still 10 villagers up on the Abbasids right now. Where the hell is Jean, actually? Feels like she's vibing in all the wrong locations right now. It's a shame as well, because if she'd been in position defending that guild hall, extra XP. In fact, it's crazy to me that she wasn't there, because if Jean had been there, the guild hall would already be complete. Missed opportunity. Lancers now diving past as they see the tech up. Beastie has to be feeling confident right now. He is gathering on the stones, so we should eventually see a second TC coming in from him. But in the meantime, the relics are going to make up the eco difference. Oh, yeah, I know that Beastie pushed the right side, but like the thing that I think I take issue with is the fact that Jean wasn't here when the guild hall started, right? That's the thing that's a bit puzzling to me. I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out the optimal path for Jean when she defends like this. You always want to have her near whatever you're building, though. And I think not having her on that guild hall, it probably would have been complete while the Lancers were attacking, which is a huge difference here. Still, walls are at least going up now from Louis. Which means the Lancers should be kept at bay, but not really a good sign when Jean d'Arc has to wall herself in like this, right? Like, this is not usually what you want to have to do with this Civ, with this hero. Meanwhile, Beastie now with 5 relics on the way home. Bloody hell. So, he still needs his own TC, I will say that. But this makes up for the eco difference now. 5 relics banked like that. Getting your hands on 400 passive gold, that's essentially 10 extra villages, right? So that brings him within reaching distance of Jean. And then on top of that, you've got the Abbasid's gathering rate, which Jean d'Arc can't have. So I'd say Beastie's slightly ahead when it comes from an eco standpoint. He might have issues elsewhere, though. Wallo does get forced. As the Spearmen do arrive, it looks like it's just going to be a Spearman-only army coming from Louis MT. And it's working. Beastie now trying to get into archers, but that's going to be slow. And he needs them ASAP. Upgrades are being queued. He has got triple archer range drop here. In the meantime, Spearmen are going to try to just burn down the moss. Take some eco away. In fact, they should be going after that TC. Kind of surprised he doesn't. Jean just now trying to snipe down the Imam. Louis has to pull out a range to the Wallo. Didn't have to pull back Jean, but she wouldn't have been protected, right? That's why he moves her away as well. Jean can't be converted, folks. Wallo, again, these Spearmen never able to hang around that long. I actually think Beastie may have done it. I think he's got just enough archers coming on the way to try and hold this back. I mean, it's annoying the damage being done to his mosques, but they take so long to go down due to the fire armor. His archers able to trade out well up against the spears. Second TC also now built. Louis, what's he got behind this? He needs to play out for new resources soon. He doesn't want to have to go for a farm transition this early, which means his only option really is deer to the north side. And that's on open battlefield right now. Beastie could just roam there, and in fact, he is on his way over now. I'm sorry, is it legal to build cavalry in John's kingdom now? It kind of feels like it, right? Spearmen and men-at-arms coming out from Louis. And a third TC now, so Beastie, dude, he's going to catch up. Louis got problems, and he needs to solve them fast. Now, one upside is he's got Guildhall, right? And this is starting to pump a lot of food, so in about 6 more minutes, he's ready for Imperial Age, just naturally. He's got plenty of gold in the bank. He's got food on the way. The relic situation means he's not going to have that passive infinite gold, right? So it's not going to be your hyper-duper, super-duper late game like John Powerhouse, right? Unless he starts trading. But there is a strong window of opportunity coming down the line naturally this Civ. Meanwhile, Beastie, in the meantime, has to start spending a lot to gain a lot. Farms being added in now by the Abbasids. Unless they did block out the deer. So frustrating situation now for Pink. Wait, he's running more villagers out. Wait, Louis? Oh my god, there's no textiles. What? No. Louis. I mean, the spearmen are on the way, but by the time they arrive. Wow, he's lucky he did not lose more there. That was a slow reaction. That could have easily been 2 more villages, 3 more villages going down, but looks like Louis will finally get out here. Walls are being built up, by the way, and I like that he's got units coming along here. I think it's just because they're trying to get out into the battlefield, but it does mean he's got troops trickling by. Essentially, kind of like on patrol duty to keep any builders alive. Now Arbitrary being built in. Men-at-Arms as well. This is a very interesting build from Louis. Like, you'd expect it. Usually the Men-at-Arms and crossbows we've seen a lot in the past, but it's the way they come in on a delay and you've got so many spearmen. I'd say usually, like, this Men-at-Arms Arbitrary comp is a bit vulnerable in its opening phase against heavy cav. But because he opened with spears, he's essentially covered one of those boxes. And now with Beastie going so hard at the archers, these Arbitrary are going to have a field day. As long as he remembers the Pavis. Has anyone else felt like a lot of the pro players still kind of underutilized Pavis? It's very hard to find the right moment in fights, but I've seen so many circumstances where they don't use Pavis and it never gets triggered. And it's weird as well because now with giving extra tar range, it's all the more valuable to use. Level 3 John has come through though. You know, I think part of the problem is actually with Pavis is like, it's the start step logic, right? That because of the animation cancelling, even with crossbows, not just archers, right? You can get extra attacks in if you time it right. So standing still just feels like you're losing effective DPS. It's kind of unfortunate. I wonder if they should fix that, because it is a bit silly that you can just essentially kind of server skip a few frames to get more shots out. I feel like some players would have a riot if that happened, though. Big shout out to Vipala, come through with the sub. Appreciate it, buddy. Remember, guys, you got Prime. Be sure to come across and use it on the Twitch side. I do appreciate it. This is a really close matchup, huh? 18 minutes in, and you couldn't tell who has the lead, really. I mean, you can talk about Beastie having an eco lead in certain ways. He's finding some good raids, but right now, if these two armies clashed, if Louis could force that fight, Beastie would just get swarmed. Now, I think one interesting recovery arc for Beastie is at this pace, with so many Arbitrary coming out, we might see 1 or 2 Mangos in the next minute or 2 from the Abbasids. That's when it gets a bit difficult for Jean to fight because, well, despite the fact he's playing a French variant, he hasn't built a single cavalry unit for the last 15 minutes. So he doesn't have any surefire way of dealing with siege, and this is usually a difficult civ to get anti-siege answers. Credit to Louis, though. He's found a way, right? He's got Siege Workshop dropped on a civ that often forgets to or struggles to get into that siege transition. I think with the walls up, the Lancer raid should come to an end, right? So eco-wise, neck and neck, but remember, Beastie's free TC, so now he'll start to take the lead. I do think at this stage, though, you're so eco-deep that while you're building an edge and advantage, it's not the same as with a free TC opener, right? Where that lead escalates. It compounds so quickly. This happened in the mid-game, which means, although Beastie's eco is now eclipsing Jean's, Louis is still capable of reaching that ultra-late game where both of them are fully ecoed up. Quite confident. March in here. Double Mango coming out from Beastie, though, and this is the strong point we're talking about. Mango's to hold the fight hostage. Springald is there already for Louis, though. However, only one. It's not a quick kill on the Mangos. Let's continue the retreat here. Starts going for a clash. Mango shots come out. A good wall up there in the center. But frontline already dead for Beastie, and you can see the rotation coming around now. Springald sniping out up against the Mangos. Men-at-Arms split the formation. And the siege is going to start going down. Jean d'Arc able to push this back, but it does cost him a lot, right? Like that squishy front line, all those spearmen going down, Men-at-Arms as well, and Beastie, now with a full ranged army, although he takes the win in the fight, he doesn't come out of the map. I think that was smart from Beastie as well. I think rushing out from here, I've seen plenty of players take that win and then flood out, and well, the reality is you are up against Jean that can soak an insane amount of fire. You up against Arbitrier with a beast. So instead, because he doesn't know what's waiting behind this, Beastie backs up for the moment and continues to scale towards maximum pop. And yeah, that's a fair shout coming from Faye there. What happened there is like he got the initial Springald shot out, and then because Jean now does 100 damage, she can finish off a Mango. It's a pretty smart read, actually. It is very situational. I think like there's some Siege matchups where it feels really bad. But remember, Mangoes, they only have 140 health, so one Springald shot brings it below the threshold. So pretty cool read there. And no, it's not good to focus fire Jean d'Arc. She has 50% ranged resistance right now. And Beastie's entire army is ranged. So technically, if you had enough crossbowmen, you could kill her. But the reality is, like, if you're in an even fight, let's say the military numbers are the same, the amount of shots it would take to take down Jean is wasted effort. Like, you know you have to get rid of her, but it means that all these other units in Jean's army are killing you in the meantime. So strategic placement of Jean is a very big part. And keep in mind, because your opponent has a full ranged army that all infantry, you can run in and out of that range and exploit that if you're playing as Jean. Keep now coming up from Beastie. No archers. Not allowed. Louis has been very responsible about the way he's approached this map. After what happened in the early game with the Lancers, he's taken a much slower approach, right? Accepted that he wasn't the raid power that Jean usually is. So I really like the fact he's walled himself off like this. And now, that natural transition point we were talking about, courtesy of the Guildhall, has arrived. Not only that, Louis has 2.7k food more in reserve as he's heading towards Imperial. Behind this, farm-wise, how many are we as well? 34, yeah, so he made the fat transition. On the other side of this, I think Beastie has less. 36, okay, so they're about neck and neck right now. Remember though, Beastie, he didn't get any eco benefits from this. He hasn't got eco wing at all. He needs Imperial Age to unlock that. Interesting matchup this is about to turn into as well, because keep in mind, Beastie, he needs a trade, he needs a fight. This is the negativity of having to deal with Rogue Palace, though. The position of this means he won't be able to get that fight unless it's now before it goes up. Beastie about to reveal it. There it is, he sees it. He's going to have to die for this, but the Mangos should get freebies if that's the case. Jean d'Arc not pulling back the villagers yet. Mangos haven't attacked either. Louis will just commit for the tech up, but it's going to cost him so much here. 3 villagers left alive. Mango shots finally come in. And Louis clutching at straws here. 1 villager left. 1 villager. He's going to get it. Oh my god. No! Louis. More villagers come. Just in the nick of time. The price is high for Beastie, though. Keep in mind what he paid for this. Military now in shambles. And Louis, well, he paid the price in eco, right? That was about 15 villagers going down, but now look at how strong his army is. Jean d'Arc marching forward, looking for targets on the Springals. Villagers being pulled. An army chasing. Now, the castle is the saving grace of Beastie, but he's militarily weak right now. He threw everything, mind, body, and soul at that fight, and barely came out ahead. But Trade Wing is on the way. Now, that's a good and a bad thing here, folks. He doesn't have a great trade route. I'd argue Eco Wing makes 10 times more sense here. I'm really not sure what BC's thought process is here, because this is the type of map spawn where you can't get maximum trade distance. He can at least get half, so I imagine BC's worried about gold access, but considering the keep he's dropping on the 8k gold, that shouldn't be in the foresight of your mind, right? Like, instead, you should be going for agriculture and improved processing here. Yeah, this is wild. I actually think he's about to face a situation where he won't have the food lead that he would have otherwise. This is meant to be the strong point of the Abbasids, but I actually feel like this is going better now for Louis. Well, it's definitely going to get better in a sec. Now starting to march in. Tech Up still hasn't come out yet. Springs will be able to trade out up against the Mango, but right now, with this many Arble Trie, with them elited up, BC doesn't have an answer. However, Louis doesn't have confirmation of the Tech Up. So instead of going in when he should, he backs away here. Doesn't see a way in, right? The castle's just kind of blocking him out. BC has done a good job of maintaining defenses along the line here. Now this cannon placement may have been a bit ambitious by Louis. He's going to cancel it, so Outpost is going to be lost here. Yeah, Louis needs to get some siege out here really fast. He has got extra upgrades coming in, so we're getting to Companion's equipment soon. Level 3 Jean must be getting close after that last fight. BC going for Camelot? What? Okay. I mean, there are spears, I guess. It is a pop efficient unit as well, right? Like, compared to an archer, it takes the same population, but camel archers are better. The camel support, sure, I'd agree that would be nice, right? With the 2 armor. As long as it's only 4 or 5. I thought he was going to start scaling this infinitely. That would have been the problem. Well, that's the problem. It didn't go up. However, Louis doesn't want to breach through. Yeah, it's because I saw him in Q4. I thought he was fully transitioning. I think he's just getting 4, so he can't have his aura insta-sniped out. That makes a lot of sense. So +2 armor support coming in. Still going to be mass arbitrary you're fighting into, though. And also, keep in mind that Louis is gradually scaling into a Jean's champion army. That's scary. If he can get these numbers together, these units are insane. And yeah, you are seeing that correctly. This actually might be the secret MVP in this matchup. Because Abbasids in the late game, they like to frontline with a lot of spears, right? Jean's champions, funnily enough, get bonus damage versus spears. Yeah. And it isn't a small amount, folks. 8 extra damage on a unit that already does 19 damage. It's kind of bonkers. I mean, I'm actually hoping we see this. He's even using Consecrate to make it cost efficient. This would be sick, by the way. I've yet to see someone like fully dedicate themselves towards this. I've seen people gradually get Jean's champions, but I haven't seen anyone actively pump into them aggressively like this. And also, BC doesn't know about it, right? I mean, he's starting to see a few Jean's champions, but that could just be the ones that got spawned by her. So start marching in, has got a cannon. I think this is jumping the gun from Louis. It's not time yet. Get yourself fully fledged, right? You're not up at pop yet. You're not ready to grow. In fact, he hasn't even got incendiary arrows yet. We're still a minute away from that. So interesting to start taking the clash. BC is going in for the Spice Road, so he's committing himself to trade here. It's half distance trade, though. What's the return? 23 gold per. It's not great here, but apparently he thinks the game's going to be going late enough that it's worth it. Didn't know she could change? No, she can't. What it is if you select the buildings when you are looking at the POV of the opponent, it won't show which one they've selected yet. That's why it was showing champions or riders. Outpost being built up. Is he going cannon placements here? That'd be pretty crafty. Charge in, though, and this is a great fight. Jean's going to get level 4 off of this. As long as she doesn't get sniped down. Louis. Oh, no. I mean, in fairness, that cost BC, like, everything there. I mean, he got the kill on Jean, but at what cost? Because that was a lot of army loss there. Louis will back off. I don't think Louis needed to lose Jean like that. That was very neglectful, but we'll just end up buying her back. It's only 500 gold right now, and she should be getting very close to level 4. Funnily enough, if he pulled her back, I don't think she would have died. And yeah, I'm just going to say it. I mean, being the MOBA expert I am, I can tell these guys are RTS players, not MOBA players. Tisk, tisk, tisk. So we're in late game, right? Like, we're officially there, and we start to ask the question, who wins? We have to. I mean, duh, that's why we're here. But, like, we talked earlier about the power of the Abbasid Eco, but I don't think that's here in this game. Not without Eco Wing. And I also really do think that the Elite Champion choice is so smart here by Jean. Because Louis, oh, and Jean de Blast is out, by the way. The Markswoman is online. Oh, we're partying. So this is the cool thing. I said this before about Hunter Jean, is like, realistically, if you can get to the late game, she's just better, right? Look at the range she brings with 7 tower range. The problem is often you just can't get there, right? The game's usually over in level 3 form, one way or the other. But if you're able to find the right comp the right way, that 7 tower range, just think about what that does in a game like this, folks. That can start to snipe down buildings quite easily. That can easily allow you to reach in and just shoot down a Culverin or a Treb or a Springald with a Divine Blast. It's a pretty cool idea for this late game by Louis. I'm starting to wonder if he always knew we'd end up here. Because if you think about how he used Hunter Jean in the early game, he didn't attack the base, really, right? He didn't go in before it was Castle Age. So it almost feels like he always knew we were going to reach the final form. Treb's now coming out from Beastie. Really the only thing you can use to clear these buildings, right? Because if you build a cannon and you bring that out and Jean's nearby, you've just fed away 1,000 resources. So I think this is the correct approach by Beastie. It also allows him to put more resources into traders if he needs to. Right now, I don't think his trader count is that high, right? Yeah, 7 in total. So pretty pitiful. 5 of them were for free, remember, because the trade wing tech. Villagers, just a few war crimes here, and another freebie. Oh, this has to be so tilting. Like, legit, I don't rate Jean range form in many matchups, but I think if it's going to become Siege, that's her one shining beacon in the late game, compared to melee form with this huge cleave. Just the ability to walk in, snipe out a Siege weapon for free. Because there's no Siege works, right? Like, I actually think, yeah, look, Beastie's getting it now, but this not being there beforehand has cost him just so much surplus Siege. Mass Arbitrator just pushing it back against this Beastie. He looks a bit stuck on what choice to make here. I mean, he's going hand cannoneers, but I'm not sure that's the golden solution that it's meant to be here. Mangoes are at least going to get some good shots in. But Louis is going to back away. And now, massing out on spears. I kind of feel like Arbitrator just destroys hand cannoneers here because of the Valorous Inspiration. Keep in mind what you've got here with the crossbows. You've already got crossbow stirrups, so they bring their attack speed down to 1.75. You then juice them up with Valorous Inspiration. They're going to go down to, what, 1.2. They're going to attack quicker than archers. I don't care how many hand cannoneers you've got. That's not going to solve. And right now, this shot it's just sniping out the siege like it's nothing. Does go down in the end. Almost gets the final Mango. I mean, the cannon should be able to clear this up. Arbitrator now starting to dive in. Beastie on the ropes. Only 5 hand cannoneers and no front line to hold. Louis looking like he's broke the beast. Keep in mind he needs to soon as well. Louis himself is running out of gold access, right? So he even needs to start trading soon or he needs to end this game quickly. But Beastie right now is struggling with this. Arbitrator just enough to hold for the time being. New wave coming afterwards. I imagine the Guildhall also, yeah, it's set to gold. Louis has everything he needs to end this game now. Almost 4,000 gold in reserve. That's going to be mass Arbitrator pump and mass Jean's champion pump, right? Because the thing he saw in that last fight is Spearman coming out again. And people highlighting, like, does Louis know how far ahead he is? The issue that Louis having was those keeps, right? He didn't get rid of the keeps beforehand, which is why when he saw him here before with like 50 Arbitrator versus 10 units from Beastie, he didn't dive. He was worried about losing that army, I think. I don't blame him. I do think he should have got into cannons a bit quicker, though. I love this. Royal Bloodlines coming in. This isn't about a horseman transition necessarily. This is actually quite simply about making sure that Jean lives longer, because she will get the extra health from this deck. People ask if Beastie needs to kill off units. I think once he has enough gold, sure. But right now, I kind of understand why he isn't, is that he needs to get up to like 25, 30 hand cannoneers and then build a reserve of gold. That's when you start to kill off a few of your villagers. Remember, his comp requires a lot of gold. 30 for the Golems, 120 for hand cannoneers. And then God knows how many siege he's built. Like, he's lost so many Springalds and so many Mangonels in these fights. Villagers are going to have to run away. It looks like the Jean's champions have found them. These guys turn into Goliaths, by the way. 302 health. 7 armor of each type. And also keep in mind, if Jean de Blast is in range of them, those numbers only get better. In fact, Jean, if you'd like to move your ass out to the front line, thank you very much. We can flaunt that. BC, are we increasing the trade now? Yeah, he's up to 11. So he is gradually playing into it. I mean, he has to, right? Like, the gold is gone at this stage, I believe. Yeah, no gold workers. It's all just the passive income as well as the trade income. Where is Jean right now? She's taking on an army. As you do, as you do. So yeah, look at their armor now. Look at their damage. These guys hit for 30. Jean's champions are like Samurai or Rodachi in the late game. They can do so much work. And here we go into the fight. Springal's trading out. Mass right now does favor, but look at that. Bombard's coming through. The ultimate counter to Jeanne d'Arc in late game. We've seen it before. Remember, these units, they hit for siege damage. It means the range damage reduction of Jeanne simply does not work. However, right now, this fight doesn't work for Louis. Beastie pushing out. Red Palace now in trouble. Village is going to start repairing this. They need the garrison as well. All the shots are firing into the massment here. Bombard gets just out of range. Now, keep in mind this dive. It's going to cost you a lot of hand cannoneers, so Beastie does back away. The price is paid, right? Like, he takes a decent fight here, but the hand cannoneer losses are what matters most. Now this keep drop attempt. Louis, he sees it. He counters it. He moves out for it now. Cannon shooting into this. Beastie, this may have been a bit too greedy. No divine arrow shot, so you can't snipe out the siege, but hand cannoneer count is getting low. Jeanne d'Arc also sniping down the villagers, has to pull away, but the cannon has done so much damage here. Beastie is going to have to pull repair, but he gets it up. Castle is alive, 3.5k HP. Arbitrary Mass is still standing their ground in the area, though, and Red Palace still Gatling gunning down a lot of troops. Even the Bombards now getting a bit too close to the landmark. Beastie, though, keeps pushing. Mangonel gets a good shot out. Arbitrary have to retreat. Jeanne de Blast, she's gone so far back here. Needs to get over here and use the Divine Restoration. Pavis is going to be dropped, so a lot more armor to work with. Has got the Valorous Inspiration, but yet to pop it. Beastie, well, here's my worry, right? Like, he'd done a good job. He took this fight. He got the keep drop. Look at his gold. Look at his hand cannoneer count. Look at the cost. Look at the fact these sacred sites are still going. 6 minutes away now for Louis. Rams not gonna work here, Beastie. No, this is praying for someone that's never gonna happen there. The Rams are not gonna get him out of this. Beastie, I don't think he can even afford to throw away with like that, right? Like, it has to be being depleted quite quickly, yeah. Like, we're getting into no man's land, right? Where you have to get your wood, and that's not a safe place to be. Cannon. Also, this wall. I don't think this wall actually helped Beastie. I think it helped Louis. Gave the cannon clear access. Arbitrary now diving in, trying to get rid of that repair force, but looks like the cannon is going to go down in return. And Jean is still roaming around the backside here. Where is she going right now? Hell. She's going hell. Okay. So here's the thing. Beastie, he has got the Trebs sieging in the Red Palace, but look at Louis' wood. He can afford to defend this non-stop. Beastie, I feel like you're running out of time fast here. I get why he's focusing on the Red Palace, but needing to go through this Red Palace is in a lot of ways making this map even harder for him to play. Trebs still just not adding enough in either, right? And these villagers, well, some of them are going to be sacrificed, but Louis, as long as you have 100 eco, I think you can afford it. It's worth it to keep this strong landmark alive. Dive through from the Spearmen and from the Camels. Looks like they're going to get cleared up. Villagers are going to survive this, and Beastie throwing away another army. Another expensive loss here. Resources that are drying up that he can't afford to keep throwing away. He's got 57 people working on wood, but that wood is about to dry up. Beastie needs a new way, a new solution. I prefer this approach. He's sieging to the south side, so he's looking to take out that win condition. Sacred Site did already get decapped in the middle, so Beastie has removed that timer. But it's not enough to do that. He needs to start finding a way into the base of Louis. Let's be real about what's happening here, folks. Louis keeps surviving off of the Guildhall gold every single time. Beastie, this trade really isn't giving him what he needs right now. 23 traders, 30 gold. He's trying to mass hand cannoneers, but never feels like it's enough. And if he has to keep falling back on archers, that also has a limited life cycle due to the lack of wood. Ram should get cleared up by the villagers on the north side here. Trebs have retargeted now onto the Red Pass after the keep has fallen. Newcastle going up here. So Louis says, get off my lawn. This is my wood. Beastie, he started this, by the way. He dropped the outpost first. He got exactly what he deserved. So I think the problem with what Beastie's doing here is he's playing the eco game, but and Beastie loves this game. For anyone who's not watched a Beastie game before, this is how he usually plays late game. He just tries to exhaust the resources. He tries to make sure he's got a big account of what exists on the map, and then that tends to get him through to victory. I don't think he has the bigger amount of what exists, though. Like, ignore the food number. The food number's irrelevant because both of them can permanently produce food, right? Look at the other resources. Look at what's happening. Income and existing. That's where Beastie's going to fall flat at this rate. So he needs to find a way in to those eco pockets. Oh, much easier when the front line is those villagers. Army is getting react though. Beastie, it's so much siege right now. I'm a bit worried. If a dive comes out, what is protecting it? Has he got at least cannon towers? No cannon towers coming out from Beastie either. If Louis notices this and dives under that siege, that could just be the end of it. The amount of wood he has spent at this point. It's worth it though, right? As long as it exists, Beastie can't just dive. That's the power of the Red Palace. Here we go. Sniping now. Jeanne d'Arc starts to move in range. I mean, it's such a big army of Arbalists. And also now Rams, Louis. This has been what's missing. And sadly for Beastie, he's the one who tipped him off about it, right? Like Beastie, who added in Rams first. Louis looks and says, oh yeah, that's a good idea. I like that. And also these mangoes, he's just sniping them for free. I love this from Louis. Jeanne d'Arc, the truest anti-siege unit in the entire game. Now Sprinels will take out a few extras as well. Beastie just throwing away so many mangoes, so many siege weapons. Look at his wood. He's struggling right now. Arbalest move in. Another mangonel down. Spring will trade out finally, but Beastie, he's got no mangoes to protect anymore. Arbalest is going to move in, and this looks like the end of the road, right? Like Beastie, he just doesn't have the wood anymore. He's trying to pump into mass Camel Archer against Arbalest. Doesn't feel great. It's just how many siege weapons has he killed now? Sorry, she killed now. Oh, this is fantastic to watch. Here we go again. No, go on. No, go for another one. Don't be shy. Take to the stage, milady. You've earned this. Louis going to back up again, though. How much gold? Another 1,000. He's still sitting on 4K. He's not running out. I mean, where do you go if you're Beastie? Like, you could argue he's trading. I just don't think it matters. And everyone who says that, you know, like, Louis has a pretty good trade route, I just don't think he needs to win this game. As long as he has wood, he's fine. Like, as long as there's trees to chop on the map, then trade is not needed. And look how desperate Beastie is, all for one small tree. They'll never get. Did he snipe another siege? Not yet. But don't worry, Jean's on her way now. She wants the goodies. She's gonna go down for it. But so worth it. And the Rams! Holy crap! Yeah, they reached the target. 13 Rams now shuffling deeper. Beastie's army just doesn't feel like it's ever coming together. He's going for a mass switch over into Horsemen, but Louis doesn't skip a beat. He's going into Spears. These Raiders are going to come in, the Camel Riders and the Horsemen to the backside, but the Wolves are going to limit their ability. A few Spears could easily clear that up. Front side, although there are Horsemen now to counter out the Arbalest, guess what? Just step back over to the Red Palace, step into my office, and die. So this is Beastie trying to do classic Beastie this stage, right? Let me run around the base and be annoying, but keep in mind elsewhere, these Rams have been shuffling into the production, and frontline-wise, the second wave can't follow up, right? So these keeps, these Arbalest emplacements, are really kind of blocking a lot of raid routes for Beastie right now.
We're gonna have to speed this up, guys.
Looks like he will be able to find his way into the back
almost
farms,
time.
so some damage to be done there.
Should we zoom forward a bit? I think we know how this is ending.
Really bad food income right now. But Beastie needs to keep this pumping. This feels like it's a do or die play, right? Because he built up, what was that, 12,000 food? He's now down to 3. And weirdly enough, his Horsemen are having to fight on the front.
Don't want you guys to be without
Your production lines, in your eco lines as well. It's like the south side, the keep is going to stay up, so I don't think this should be dropping to just a few torches. Even if it does, really the main fight is what matters here. Flank attack coming in though. Beastie sees the overextension. The tree are going to get surrounded here. Valorous Inspiration looks like it's on cooldown.
We've got 2
More
minutes.
Spearmen on the way, however, and the Horsemen, I just don't know if it's going to be enough here. I mean, this is the thing. It feels like he's trading well, but by the time he gets on top of him, he loses about the same amount of units. And big shout out to Krakeny, actually, a very fair point that we have to remember here. At this stage, most of the things that Louis is producing out of is cheaper, right? He's got the Consecrations giving 25% discount.
This up more because
He's able to kill enough, right? In fact, he's getting blocked off the key. Oh man, no way does this go up. I mean, it's a crime if it's allowed to go up. So Beastie also now losing eco because he's trying to desperately play for wood. I think he's officially out, right? That's the last of the trees that he can access anyway. So if Beastie has no wood, as he often does with mass horse, and Louis will take the win. Sick game.
All right,
really cool game.
I didn't want you guys to miss how it ended. I'm sorry I sped that up a bit, but if I didn't, we were going to be late to watch the live stream, the Age of Empires announcements. So I had to kind of do a weird kind of like last few minutes. I think we could see writing was on the wall at that point, though. That was kind of obviously heading in a direction of a GG for a little bit of time at that point. So let me switch over to our appropriate scene. Do we keep the anime waifu cat screen up? Maybe we do. All right, it's almost time to begin. Look at that. Is my head good here? I think my head is good here, right? Do we move to the corner, maybe? What do you think? I think this works. We got music? Here we go. Crap, I never sorted the chat window either. This is a little bit weird. Let's get in-game chat. I've got to sort that out. The box has disappeared from the CSS, so it was good before. Yo, what are we doing? Wait, we open with a trailer?
Hello, everyone,
okay.
and welcome to the Age of Empires New Year, New Age stream. My name is Wellen, a fellow Age of Empires gamer, enjoyer, as well as streamer, and I will be your host for today. I have chat right in front of me, so I can see everything you guys are saying in real time. And I just kind of want to see, you know, Age
Who
of
is this guy,
Empires
by the
such a
way?
global game.
I
Where
know
is
they used
everyone
him
from
previously,
today?
but I don't know who he is.
Yup, no way, bro's hosting. Let's go. I have my chat, and I have Age of Empires chat there as well.
Oh, by the way,
I see
guys,
Brazil, Mexico, Persia, Canada,
we got
UK,
Moscow Mules
Nova
because we're going to
Scotia,
get a Roos variant civ, right?
Belgium. Oh, man. This
Cheers.
is so exciting, guys. This is a game series I've loved since a kid.
Okay, yeah, I
So
know his
it's
name,
just-
but
it's very surreal that I'm here, and I
Where
get to
do-
tell all
like,
you
what is the
guys some
content
very
focused on?
juicy tidbits, some of which have been kept from me. Peru, India, China, Venezuela. All right. Well, we have a lot to get through today. We're going to be getting an exclusive look at what we can expect
mug.
from Age
Yes,
of Empires
please.
in 2024.
That's right. Actually, yeah, that's
and
the way you got to have it,
beyond.
isn't it?
And I haven't seen all
Of course,
of it,
a
like
strong
I
one
said.
as well.
So
It's a double.
Some of this is
Let's
going to
get
be a
mule.
surprise to me as well. I'll be reacting with it.
Hey, look,
with
that
you
guy's
folks
copying my
live.
headset.
And also later
Just
in the
saying,
show, I'll be
Microsoft
playing Never
could have me there
Before
too.
Seen DLC
Wink.
coming to Age of Empires 2 that you do not want to miss. What do you guys think we're going to get today? What do you guys,
Is that clear?
I've seen some speculation. I feel like the prostagma is I'm seeing
Prostagma.
that, you know?
No, dude, you can't do it. Mister has to do it. You're not allowed to. Mister has to say it. It's
Interesting.
the way it
New
works.
Civs, AoE3 DLC, campaigns. All right. Well, guys, before we get into all of that, I've got some stuff to show you reflecting on the past year. It was a huge year for Age of Empires and in 2023, and so we're going to get into that right now.
Let's play some Age of Empires 2 on the Xbox with the controller.
Wow, the
This is not, of course.
Xbox.
Nobody
We cared about
believed
that
us
for
in
like
the
2
beginning
months.
when we say we're gonna play this
Sorry,
on Xbox.
dude. Don't you find that interesting? I feel like everyone just. I'm not sure. Do people still play on the Xbox? I'm curious. Have we got any Xbox gamers in chat? I feel like that got hyped up and then kind of disappeared a bit, right?
Everyone is excited for the matches.
NAC, my boy Nilly.
Behind the nicknames, but it's all about, right?
Yo, notice this is 2023, so we completely ignore that Red Bull Wallow happened. Pepe hands.
Oh, she's not late to anything, dude.
Wait, what?
Sending the villagers all these 9 games for this moment. Here is the Flemish Revolution. The button has been pressed, and he calls the GG era, winning NAC 4.
All right, so we're gonna show some AoE 4, right? No, not the monster stuff. Actually show our esports, bro. This was like the biggest meme imaginable. It could have been so cool, but they made it a one-off thing and they didn't integrate it in like a meaningful long-term way. Voice chat, love that. Don't use that. Do I have any voice chat users in chat, by the way? Anyone who actually uses the voice chat, I'm curious. I don't know why my my CSS code has broken
Great surprise. Age
for
of
the
Empires
chat. It's a
4
bit weird.
Anniversary Edition, an award-winning game on PC, is now available on Xbox consoles.
Does that work?
Today.
No, it doesn't work.
I knew that it was important to bring RTS and Age to as many people as possible.
Some of us even prefer to play on the controller now because it is so good.
I can't get the chat box outlines to come back. That's kind of weird. It's really weird. Hey, remember when I cared about Age of Empires 3 for a week? Big pog. Okay, I've refreshed chat. There you go. I'm just going to leave it like that. We'll figure it out another time. Sorry if it's hard to see your messages, but... I need to play that AoE2 campaign, actually. It does look sick. Biggest expansion in the history of Age of Empires! Bruh. Japanese. Massive. No need to worry about anything, because we're always winning with Nippon. Wait, did we actually have 50 million players? No, that's like all games combined, right? No way we have 50 million players on AoE4.
Guys, 50 million players, a tremendous milestone.
Yeah, franchise players. There you go. Okay.
What did you think of that video? What was your highlight for Age of Empires in 2023?
Interesting for here.
Me. Nilly's apartment.
That means like, you can combine the original AoE2, the original Age of Empires 1, the original Age of Empires 3,
I've known my whole life.
The definitive edition.
When I was a kid, and I still play with them now.
The whatever the other edition was. How many? Like every single edition combined for 50 million. By the way, I'd be curious to know how many are in the recent games though,
Because I think AoE 2, the original,
Oh, yeah.
didn't it sell like
The
16 million or something,
Flemish?
right?
Oh,
And then
pressing
like
the
AOM
button,
done
yup.
4?
AoE on Xbox
Is that right?
too. Like, bro, porting it to console, becoming playing Age on a console on a controller, it's crazy to me. I'm amazed, flabbergasted even. The button. And of course,
Corvinus
Georgians
counts for
and
20
Armenians
million
in
of
AoE
those.
too,
There you
the
go. I
wicked
knew
composite
he was a
bowman.
filthy smurf, dude.
Very cool. Lots happened, and to celebrate the 50 million player milestone, you can get 50% off, up to 50%
Oh,
off.
there it is.
Age of Empires games
Dude,
and expansions.
okay,
right
imagine
now.
if he didn't
So if
say
you wanna
up
save
to
that money,
the
that
false
is a tremendous thing
advertising
going on
issue
right
they would have
now.
had. That would have been brilliant.
I'm laughing so hard. You have no money. Okay, well, you need some because you need to pay the 50%, up to 50% off. But big
Dunking on
stuff.
our
I've got
accomplishments.
chat
I mean,
right
this
here in
dude, I
front
want
of
to
me,
see
so
like
everything
I
you
want to
guys
see.
say, so you have
I
to
feel
be on
like
your best behavior.
Age like so. Swords
You
Ascent
have
is the
three. You have
best-selling
money. You are
expansion
hot.
in
Hey,
the IP's
Electro-
history.
Electro.
Apparently,
Thank
I
you.
think you flex that as
You're
an
a real
individual
one, real
statement. Like,
recognized,
look at
real.
what
You're
our
looking
most
good, too.
recent
What is
DLC
Bro's
done.
hairline? All right,
I was a little
chill.
bit surprised.
All right, we're 1-1. We're 1-1, chat. You going to the gym? Okay. Yes, I went to the hotel gym yesterday. We're getting off track, folks. We have so much to share with you guys here. We just
How do I
saw
get on one of
what
these, by the
happened
way?
in 2023, but
I'd love to
and I
go
wanna
talk the
say
crap
this,
with them.
I have not seen the next video that we're about to see. They refused to show it to me. I was like, you know what? I don't even want to see it, okay? There is some
Custom
secret,
Xbox games,
secret
dude. I'm
spicy
literally
stuff
just gonna
going
go.
on
I'm
right
like
now.
skill diff. It's aim assists.
So we're about to get into that, and we're going to see what we can expect from Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition coming up, and let's hit that right now.
Where's my AoE 4?
Hello, everyone. I'm Ramsey Abdul Rahim.
New
Here
expansion?
at World's Edge, we've always believed that the community is the driving
How many new
force
civs,
behind
guys?
the success
AoE
of
2.
the Age franchise.
How many?
Over the years, we've partnered with community creators, from streamers to scenario designers to modders, and helped bring their ideas and passion into the games.
Okay,
We've
I guess
also
being
heard
down
from
here is less
many of
cursed.
you who have asked for more content, especially campaign content. We listened, and I'm thrilled to announce Victors and Vanquished, the first ever campaign-focused expansion pack for Age of Empires 2
Oh, there's
Definitive
no
Edition.
new civs.
It features 19, yes, 19 scenarios. That's more scenarios than any previous expansion for the Definitive Edition. But more than that, I'd like to say Victors and Vanquished is a
Wait,
labor of love.
I mean, I
You
don't
see,
mind that.
Before joining World's Edge, I was a community scenario designer myself.
I would
built
like to
dozens
see
of
them.
custom
Like, I would love to
scenarios
see a similar
beloved
thing
by
announced to
most
AoE 4.
passionate campaign players.
Because
Now, in Victors and Vanquished, I'd like to share some of the very best and most popular of these works with the entire Age community.
Okay.
If you've played my scenarios before, you didn't play these scenarios. Each
So,
has been carefully
one thing I
updated
say
and
is I would
polished
love to
reach
see
the
a similar
high bar you
announcement for AoE
expect
4.
from the
This
Age
doesn't
of
mean like,
Empires
oh, what
franchise.
did AoE 2 get for it? I'm
talking
thinking like,
full professional
something I want to
voice
see is them
struck
highlighting, we saw Sons Ascend, we saw how much people appreciate the amazing work we've done on Sons Ascend with the campaign specifically, and we're bringing more.
Never before
I hope we get something similar. Like, it's not just like, I'm not trying to like sound like the spoiled brat that got missed out, but like I was just thinking, with them doing that for AoE 2, 4 has so many civs now that would benefit as well.
In Victors and Vanquished, we want to go beyond the familiar and give you something new. Something that resparks the sense of wonder and possibility when you first played the campaigns many years ago. And for new players, or those who haven't dabbled in campaigns before, these scenarios may justify your expectations on what an Age of Empires scenario is. In Ragnar, you unleash your inner Viking.
The warriors beat their swords against Oakenshield.
Send your warbands across the sea on a massive map of Northern Europe. All big empires start from humble origins, and yours will be no different. Begin with raids to pay and recruit warriors. Then capture jarldoms in Norway, Denmark, and Sweden to grow your power. As you rise to become king, more possibilities are at your fingertips. Use your achievements to unlock technologies, find powerful heroes, raid wherever you want, and even worship the gods for bonuses.
Am I the only one surprised that there's no giant conquest campaign map for any of the Age of Empire games like what Rise of Nations has?
But your power is not absolute.
Right?
You have 3 vassals.
That would be
These
pretty
can
cool.
Be your very best friends, helping you achieve your ambition to become Holy Roman Emperor, or they'll be a rebellious thorn in your side. Balance your power against theirs and use well-timed gifts to keep them in line. Finally, in Oda Nobunaga, choose to play as one of 6 different unique factions.
Dude, we
Will
were
you lead
talking
the
about
Takeda
this
and crush your enemies
with
with the best
4
cavalry in Japan,
yesterday.
or will you command the Otomo and find your advantage in the arrival of strange people with new weapons?
So we were talking about like it would be
Or
cool if we got a variant
assassination
Civ. If it was a
style,
hero
try
one,
the
I'd
Mord
love to
clan
see Oda
and leverage
Nobunaga.
your criminal network to recruit unsavory characters.
What are those?
Yo,
Oh.
In Victors
ninjas?
and Vanquished, you tell your own story like never before in Age of
Wait,
Empires.
is that a new unit?
Victors and Vanquished is now available for pre-order, and we have a lot more coming
Bro.
in Age of Empires 2. This is only
They were
the
like,
beginning.
it doesn't make sense.
Will you be
AoE
the
4 is more future. Why do they have Shinobi? Shinobi belong in the past. Boom, there we go. I actually like that they're sending
Victors.
Shinobi into AoE 2.
Vanquished, folks. Not Vanquished and Victors. That was cool. Bro, those ninjas, they one-shot. They one-shot, man. I saw that. They can't slip that in there and hope we just glaze over that. That's cool.
But can
That
they
is very cool.
Shunshin, man?
And,
Imagine they
who
teleport in
presented
AoE
that?
2 as well.
Ramsey Abdul Rahim is going to be playing one of the campaigns with me later. Well, I'm going to be playing it, and he's going to be offering me sage wisdom. And he also created these scenarios, so he can probably be like, yeah, you want to, like, we'll get into all that, folks. What did you guys see in there? Because sometimes, like, you know, it's all happening. I haven't seen that, okay? Like,
So,
I saw the ninjas, and
So I really would love
those
to
look
see
really
them.
good, though. Ragnar looked hot.
Like I was just saying though,
The,
I would love to see them create a campaign map. Like I genuinely think AoE 2 would be very easy to execute, and I'd love to see them do it. So for those that don't know what I'm talking about, if you play Rise of Nations, it has a campaign mode where you start on a map and you take territory pieces. I was just thinking, like, it's very surprising, especially with AoE 2 having so many civs, that they've never done that.
Powerful heroes,
Watching the ninjas
raid
again
work.
real quick.
Finally, will you lead the Takeda?
Oh, ninjas win the map edit for a while. Okay, got
It
you.
apparently seems like we can pick the civilization we play as, which is pretty cool. So you can have like different perspectives on the same campaigns. All right,
Rise of
I'm watching-
Empires?
okay.
Is it a thing? Am I imagining
That's
it?
a quad kill, folks. This is a quad kill. Observe. That's professional. I don't know what they were looking at. The samurai. Man, this is cool.
World Quant game mode. Okay, but there's nothing like official, right?
I love
Bit
how they
surprised.
have all these like custom buildings in the campaigns. I always was wondering if they could have those in like multiplayer or something. You know, I always thought that.
I
would
do
be
think
really
like
cool.
that. Now that I see it like that would be one
the
nice
ability to have
thing
that.
in
And
AoE
then
4 with
Gaia.
Japan. Is like
There's
because
few
they're
things
like
more
I don't know if you guys
satisfying
realize
than
they're
walking up
rice
to
patties.
something
Like
and,
if you have
claiming it, you know what I'm saying?
if you have like a Kura storehouse, it says that they're patties that is spawning. I don't know. It's like a weird kind of aesthetical thing, but I'd love to see in AoE 4 if there genuinely was like sunken ground and water there. It's like immersion factor, but I think like I don't know why they didn't do that. I don't know. I guess maybe they're trying to keep it simplistic and they want units to look the same, so that might be why.
So that is Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, Victors and Vanquished. But it's not just AoE 2 stuff coming.
So the
everybody.
reason
We
why,
have,
so someone asked about
next,
Wayland specifically.
little bit of
He's a
stuff
big
for our
YouTube creator.
Age
I'm
3
not
and
familiar with his
Age
content,
4
but
players. Do you have any
the-
Age 3 and Age 4? I'm not.
the reason why you do this is so that you integrate it with a new audience. It makes perfect sense. One thing I say is typically I'm a bigger fan of these type of things, and admittedly I'm selling myself up for this one. You have the content creator host, but then you have a seasoned host to assist them, if that makes sense. Because if you've got a lot to the show, streamers are great at what they do, but they're not used to like the flow of a like production run of show necessarily, or like leading it, if that makes sense. Maybe Wayland is, I don't know. I haven't seen his previous work, but I'm saying like I have seen a few events before where they go for the big content creator, and I felt bad for them because they were overwhelmed because like being in an on-live production where it's not just you doing the stuff is very different.
I'm Emma Bridle, Director of Player Engagement for World's Edge.
And I'm Ernest Yun, Director of Production for World's Edge. As you just saw,
What you got?
2023 was the best year yet for Age of Empires.
Oh yeah!
we have delivered new content for Age 4 with the Age franchise best-selling expansion pack of all time.
Burn it, baby.
Sultan's Ascent. And we have given players a new way to try out Age 4.
Yeah, wait, why is AoE 3 and 4 together?
Rotating rosters of 16 civilizations found in the base game.
And as you heard from Ramsey's Age of Empires
Which is cool.
2
They should do that with 4.
we at
They
World's
genuinely
Edge
should do that
and
with
our
4.
development partners are hard at work creating, planning, and imagining the future of Age of Empires. More importantly, we're listening to you, our community, and your feedback is critical to what we do.
That's why we are excited to share some of our upcoming plans with you today for both Age of Empires 3 and 4.
Yo.
First, Age 3 will be releasing new DLC that includes 2 civilizations that have been highly requested by the community. While I have not been clear to say their names, as our franchise creative director Adam will challenge me to a match, I think maybe an image or 2 will speak louder here. This new DLC is coming to
Wait, was
Age
that
of Empires
Danes
3
and
in
what was the
late
other flag?
2024.
Oh,
and while
paying
you
enough
wait,
attention to that.
remember you can play Age
It
of
looked like a
Empires
Spanish
3
emblem, but
for
that wasn't
free today.
Spanish.
Very sneaky, Ernest. I sneak peeks as well. Ladder.
Jesus, come on.
For Age of Empires 4, we're excited to announce our next major update is coming early this spring, which will also coincide with the start of Season 7. This new season will include many new features that you've been requesting, such as Team Ranked on Xbox, adding a free-for-all mode to Quick Match, and much, much more.
Oh, that is pretty cool, Sneak Peek.
Wait,
and remember, our latest expansion, Sultan's Ascend, is our best-selling expansion ever for Age of Empires.
Okay, bro.
And it's available to play right now. What's more,
Hold my
if you
tongue
jump
until
in
the
to
end.
play Age of Empires 4 today, you'll get this limited time only New Year, New Age login reward. Look at that, it's beautiful.
On behalf of all of us at World's Edge, thanks for trusting us with Age of Empires. We can't wait to show off these new Age experiences. Start the game already.
Okay, that... Please tell me there's more.
Well, chat, welcome back. What do you guys think? AoE 3, AoE 4? I played Sultan's Ascend
Let's check that.
in AoE 4 a week ago. I got clapped on the Red Sea, I'm not going to lie. I got my village burned down by pirates. It was a little bit sad.
Jesus, all right, man.
But I had a lot of fun, even though victory was not in the cards, at least at first.
No. There's our boy Corvinus. He's on it. He's on it.
Very cool that it's
much
the
more
greatest selling expansion ever
all right,
in AoE history.
I'm gonna vent because that was pathetic. I had this same issue when they released a roadmap where they highlighted bug fixes as a feature. I would genuinely rather you just don't splash a screen that shows all these new features and just say, AoE 4, we've got free-for-alls coming, team ranked as well, and then just move on. The fact that you put much more there suggests that either A, you are once again, like, ballsack tickling us in a frustrating way and just not telling us anything, or B, which is genuinely where I think a lot more people are going to lean, if I'm being totally real, there isn't anything. That upsets me a bit because I would genuinely rather they just say, we've got a bunch of tweaks coming. We're working on the UI, the UX. We're also adding free-for-all, which a lot of people have been requesting. And we also have Team Ranked being added in for Xbox. The much more is genuinely going to be a complete cringe meme now.
So let's get
like,
into
I bet
that
if I look,
now.
Is it still being spammed? No, because it's just Age of Mythology. If it wasn't for that, you'd be seeing much more everywhere, dude. That's disappointing. Here we go, mobile. Alright, here we go, guys. This is how I make money out of casting Age of Empires. Oh crap, I'm in the way.
这是一款真实大战场战争策略手游，包含丰富的 RTS 元素、快节奏的战斗、趣味的王国建设、多人社交玩法以及多个文明的历史英雄。玩家需要建立自己的帝国，并加入联盟，与来自全世界的盟友一起驱逐入侵者，并且扩大联盟领土，最后向王城发起进攻。
Wait, so is it like a make-believe world?
由 World's Edge 与天美联合开发，我们与 World's Edge 拥有相同的愿景，希望通过 Age of Empires Mobile 这款游戏，让更多的用户体验到策略游戏的乐趣。天美的团队成员基本都是 Age of Empires 的多年粉丝， 对 Age of Empires 的热爱，也是许多团队成员投身策略游戏研发的原因之一。我自己在高中的时候，常常玩 Age of Empires 2到废寝忘食，一张地图能重复的玩6、7遍也不觉得腻。
So does anyone know who Timmy Studio are? Did they have like a long history of making good mobile games?
策略手游，希望利用天美在大地图设计、多人在线、社交功能方面的经验，融入对 Age of Empires 诚挚的热爱，与 World Age 一起，将最顶级的策略游戏体验带到手机上，让 Age of
They make
Empires
COD Mobile. Ah, got you. So
与更多朋友
So
一起体验。
I can explain what the logic here is. So for anyone who doesn't know, one of the biggest mobile markets in the world right now
Fresh take on the Age of Empires series.
is...
We preserve the classic Age of Empires
pause that,
elements
pause
as
that.
much as possible,
It's no longer
while
subtitles.
introducing new gameplay and controls optimized for mobile devices.
Okay.
We hope to deliver that classic Age of Empires feeling in a brand new experience.
So then, is it not
What sets our
PvP?
game
Is it just
apart
PvE?
Is its large-scale epic stage battles, where hundreds of players clash on one screen.
Oh, dude.
It's a dynamic and immersive combat experiences that blends large-scale alliance strategies with individual maneuvers.
Age of Empires Mobile also caters to players who enjoy single-player adventures. You can build and expand your empire independently, delve into diverse single-player dungeons, and freely explore the vast world map to gather resources. Embark on PvE encounters or engage in intense one-on-one PvP
I'm gonna be honest, the graphic style looks like every game I've seen coming out of China in the last few years. Do you know what I mean? Like the cut and paste mobile side.
And specialized discussions to stay as true to history as possible.
Which, by the way, you don't have to do that. Like I think actually Clash, like Warcraft Rumble, perfect example recently. Unique style
Mosaic decorations and the Chinese
feels different, right?
With its abundant wood resources.
I guess these are different graphic settings because some of these screens are ugly as, right? Like, this is that's quite pretty.
Influenced our choice of materials and art style when designing.
Yeah, that's my full happy access. Like some of the things they're showing looks like those classic YouTube ads that play for you on a mobile game. But then some of them do actually, like some pictures look really dope. Like I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Citadel resources, iconic
Like that, dude. That right there, that must be pro. That's got to be prototype footage because that looks way worse than the other stuff.
Aspects such as base build, freedom of movement during combat and strategic unit placement, and a wide variety of strategies.
Speaking of strategy, Age of Empires Mobile focuses more on pre-battle strategy compared to Age of Empires.
Got it. So,
well-known
are we not an RTS
heroes will be
then?
Fighting alongside you, carrying a diverse set of unique skills and tons of room for customization.
Dude, can I turn these
You
guys
can
off?
then technically combine these heroes into battle teams, opening even more room for creative strategies.
So I've heard
So they're going for
many
like a
players are
Total War
curious about
Arena
what
feel?
kind of game Age of Empires Mobile is. It's a war strategy game with rich RTS gameplay, specifically optimized for the mobile platform. We've simplified the input scheme to make it more intuitive for the new player.
Age of Empires Mobile is currently under active development. We're planning regional tests to continuously optimize the game, and we can't wait to introduce it to players worldwide.
Age of Empires Mobile is available for pre-registration on the App Store and Google Play right now. Also, check out our official website for pre-registration events and more information. Join our official communities for the latest updates on Age of Empires Mobile.
He's very proud of
Looking
himself.
forward to seeing you in the game.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep a positive mindset, but while there were some screenshots there like where I'm like, yo, this looks kind of cool, a lot of that I'm like, it almost looks like you're so in prototype phase that you haven't done yourself a service showing it. You know what I mean? Like some of those scenes were so blocky prototype. If people were given crap to Stormgate for how some of their placeholders look, these guys should get crap as too. I don't know, man. I was hoping for something like intuitive, engaging, like, you know, you get in, you play a quick game, 15, 20 minutes, but I'm getting a really bad feeling this is going to be a Farmville type game, you know what I mean? Okay, dude, you know what this actually looks like? It kind of looks like Raid Shadow Legends in a little bit in the combat, right? Okay, so that actually looks a bit better. But like, this is not meant to be played as like a 20-minute sit down, right? This is just kind of, is this like browser game style? Because it's looking like it's going to be browser game style. dude. Okay, that. Dude, that's gonna mount my Nokia D600. Sorry, I'm out. Wow, that was a lot of clutter.
Gamers.
All right, sorry, mate. I'm gonna mute you for a sec. So I think there is a severe issue with the graphical cohesion of the product they just showed. Like, they've been working this, was it since 2016? What they say? Looking at that, did anyone else get Duke Nukem Forever vibes? You know what I mean? Where it's like, it almost looks like you had 3 different devs working on it. I mean, they actually said you have 3 different devs. But like, I think step one, my advice, before we even get into gameplay, why does your game look like 3 different games at different points? Now, I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it works. I didn't see, like, what I think makes good mobile games, especially for PvP. I pick up my phone, I can play for 15 minutes, a game is done. That's your advantage. That is literally what you're meant to be aiming for. If you're making a strategy game that is meant to be PvP focused on mobile phone, you need to sit there and go, how do I make it so that someone in 10 to 15 minutes can get in, have a session, leave? That, if you can't do that, if it's a check your stuff 5 minutes a day, web browser type, RP MMO type experience, then you're just like, you're copy and pasting what there's already so many of. If you want to grab the audience and keep them long term, which by the way, I think Warcraft Rumble is the pristine example of a game that can do this, you need to create a system where I sit down, I do something meaningful in 15 minutes, and I leave. Because that is the mobile audience. They're the casual gamers. That's what they need.
And we've already seen some amazing things happening in the Age of Empires
I didn't see that there.
scene.
Our community is truly
all right,
phenomenal.
move on. Screw it.
And we are excited.
No one cares about mobile. Let's go. Boom.
All year round, big and small. A special thank you to all of our creators, tournament organizers, and admins for putting on such great shows.
In January, we watched as 10 of the best Age 2
Oh,
players
by the
from all
way,
over the
the
world
comment about them doing
headed
Call of
to
Duty
Berlin
Mobile,
for the 5th
I can explain that
and
later.
final
There's a
edition
reason
of
why
Millie's Apartment Cup.
it makes sense to work with Chinese devs.
The memories
Just
made
someone
there
asked me
will
off
last
this.
a lifetime, and we'll always look back
Nilly!
fondly on years of
I
heartwarming
miss you, man.
and
I miss my Nilly.
moments.
Thank you to Lily for bringing players and casters together and literally inviting us to your home to watch this unique tournament experience. There's a tough act to follow, but I hear T90 is up to the challenge.
He certainly is. We're glad to see another Hidden Cup after a 3-year break. The qualifiers have been incredible, and we're so hyped for the main event starting February
A4's down to £17 on Steam.
We have
Hog.
to admit something.
I guess,
we
maybe.
did conspire a little with T90 in choosing the hero names to represent the players. We've hidden a few from our newly announced upcoming H2 campaign DLC, Victors and Vanquished.
So the heroes were hidden.
Okay, no.
too?
Here's what you do.
I thought we were just having
The
to guess
civs you're
who
working
amongst
on,
the
you name the players after new
That's
civs
not
that aren't
all
released
we
yet
have going
for
on.
different Age of
The
Empires
release of the
games.
Sultan's Ascent expansion
But you don't tell them
brought
which ones are
fresh
real.
energy to H4 esports. The new expansion really shook up the
They
meta
mentioned
for
esports.
players, and there are so
They
many
mentioned
new options to
esports.
explore.
Adding 2 new civilizations and 4 variant civilizations has really changed.
They need to give a shout out to EGC.
Can't
They
wait to see
can't.
what new
They
strategies
can't
players
flag
come up
T90 who's
There's
got
no better
an
time
event
to
this
see
month
this in
and
action.
not do EGC.
EGC
Yes, there we go. My
the
boy
Elite Classic 2
Festy.
qualifiers
Oh.
are about to kick off.
Sorry, let me do it.
Make sure to tune in to the playoffs
There we go.
starting March 2nd.
Full Leonidas mode.
And let's not forget the latest news. Our friends at Red Bull have given us the honor of making a big announcement. Red Bull Wololo, El Reynado,
Yo?
is coming later this year.
Are they going to Spain?
We are looking forward to it. This partnership has been so wonderful over the
Is that
years, and
SA?
I can't wait to see what this next event brings. There will be some differences, but we are not ready to share any more just yet. Stay tuned for more information.
Speaking of information, we know it can be
They-
tricky
they
to
didn't
keep track
even
of
show-
the many things taking place across all the
They
Age
didn't
of
show
Empires games.
Marine Lord.
We've added an official events calendar
I think
to
we're
our
good,
website,
right?
covering tournaments and in-game events and information, so you can easily see what's happening in one convenient place. No spoilers there, though. Some news will have to wait for a big reveal, but rest assured, 2024 is shaping up to be a great year for Age of Empires esports.
Wololo! Guys,
no, buddy.
there's some big
buddy.
stuff coming.
Let me help you. Wololo. There you go. You gotta go a little bit huskier. Hey, wololo. Okay, so I'm a bit. So here's the thing. I'm hoping Red Bull, like, Red Bull has to be AoE4 as well, right? Especially after the most recent expansion. But one thing I don't think I saw there was any footage from the Age of Empires 4 tournament. It might just be I'm reading into it too much, and I hope I'm not. I genuinely hope we're getting AoE4 at Red Bull, because I think it would be criminal at this point not to. I know a lot of AoE2 people, well, not a lot, but I know some AoE2 people may aggressively feel that Red Bull is the precious thing, but I think it's actually a mutual Age of Empires thing. I love the fact they even included #1 in there. But the footage didn't even show Marine Lord and Mister on stage, like the trophy lift, right? But they did show Tato in the finals of AoE2. I'm hoping, I'm just imagining things, I'm not reading into it too much, but that does, I did notice that.
Certain chat. This is...
Okay, so I was kind of hoping, like, maybe more. Like, I mean, we got an announcement of the title, I guess. So, El Reinado, which makes it sound like Spain. We might be going to a Spanish Gaza. I may say we. I haven't been invited, so I don't know. Kind of sounds like it. If they didn't do AoE4, I think they would be saying that genuinely, if Red Bull weren't required to do AoE4 as well, I genuinely feel at that stage that you have indirectly sent a message about the future of AoE4. So, I am holding on to the hopes that we will be getting a Red Bull Wallalol with Age of Empires 4. Fingers crossed. Because remember, the prize pool funding comes from Microsoft. Also, at the same time, they can block an event technically if they want to. So, like, I don't know if they're going to be that deeply ingrained. But my point is, like, if they wanted to, if they really want, like, if Microsoft, like, we want AoE4, we require AoE4, then Red Bull has to tip the hat and say either we won't do Red Bull Wallalol at all, or fine, we'll have it in.
But, what was it? A little prostagma?
Yo?
Bulume? Perhaps?
Is it mythology time?
I haven't seen this, so I'm not sure exactly what we're going to get, but
Yo?
Let's get into that.
Gameplay?
Now.
It better be gameplay.
Prostagma. Hello, heroes. I'm here in the studio today using augmented reality to step into the world of Age of Mythology Retold. Yes, I am standing next to a Titan Gate, and yes, we will get to that very soon. My name is Melinda Rose, and I am the art director here
The
at
chocolate
World's
part
Edge,
is they've
and
got
I
all the
feel
production
so
equipment in the
honored,
background.
to be a part of this team and to be able to show
I hope that
off
was
this game
intentional
to
in the
you
shot.
that we all have been working so hard on and we love so much. So in Age of Mythology Retold, we're not only upgrading the engine and bringing all of those quality of life improvements that you've come to expect from World's Edge.
They've got the beta in
but
Steam.
in addition to that, we're doing even more to update the art. So that means all new 3D models, all new animations, textures, UI, VFX, the whole shebang. So we are going to be showing off 3 characters from the Greek civilization: Medusa, Pegasus, and Cerberus. You know, usually you'd be seeing them from high up in the sky as you command your battles, but I'm biased and I wanted to show the characters as close to life size as we can fit them. Well, without any further ado, let's bring Medusa into the studio. You excited? I am so excited. Oh, hello! This is so cool to see her in real life like this. She's not so low poly anymore, is she? From this distance, you're able to see
She's
all
kind
the
of low
details
poly.
we
Like,
added
so
to
for those
her
who don't know,
mold to
you
tell
can
the
use
story.
like layer masking and shadow maps to like give something more shape
Grecian-styled golden snake
from the
armband.
texture shading
Her
level.
armor is made up of flexible scale mail
Like, you can
to mimic
legitimately
scales,
see
and
the
if you're brave
polys.
enough to get super close and risk being petrified and turned to stone, you can even see her vertical snake-like pupils. All right, well, I don't have any good counters for Medusa in the building today, and we got to keep this rolling, so I'm just going to cut straight to her death animation. Medusa, I'm so sorry to see you go.
Oh, that sound!
Oh, that's brutal, isn't it? Well, next up, let's bring in Pegasus.
Pegasus!
Hi, Pegasus. Oh, he's so cute, isn't he?
Okay, he is kind of adorably small, I'll give it that. I actually have to give him
an
that.
archaic age aerial scout for the Greek civilization. This Pegasus looks a little fancier than you may remember, and that is because in Age of Mythology Retold, when you upgrade your myth units through technologies, those units will get a brand new visual upgrade to reflect that increase in power. So we're looking at the upgraded version today. Say hello, Pegasus.
Okay.
I don't want to keep us too long from the Titan that you're all excited to see. So
Don't kill him. Don't
I'm sorry,
do it.
Pegasus. We have to say goodbye.
Flappy Bird his ass. Boom! There we go.
Oh, that makes me so sad.
Yo, the sky was
All
made for
right,
pigeons,
last
guys.
but not
Okay, let's
least,
just be real.
Bring in Cerberus.
Hot dog.
The Hound of Hades and Titan of the Greek civilization.
Okay.
He's a little smaller again.
That is
than he will
better.
be in game, but believe it
Can-
or not, this was one of the
Can I
first
just be
models
real?
that we
The
made
first
for
two
Age
models,
of Mythology Retold.
they
Back
were
when we
alright,
trying to decide
but it
what
felt
we
like it
wanted
was
this
just a
game to
remake.
look like. He wears
That
heavy
actually looks a
chains
lot
and
better.
tattered armor, which
That looks
represent
more
his
like,
escape
yo,
from the
that looks more
underworld,
like than
as
just a
well as the mark
re-graphics.
of
You know what I
Hades
mean?
on
Where
his
like
shoulder
the level of
blade.
detail
Titans
is
have
really
been
impressive.
upgraded to be more powerful against walls and
Am I the only one
buildings,
thinking that? That
and
looks so
even
much better.
rivers and oceans won't be able to
Because
stop their
here's the
wrecking
problem
power.
with this
With
this
three
choice
ferocious
by the
heads
art
and more
director, because I
destructive
don't know if
power
that's their
than ever
choice, but like
before,
whoever's choice was to do
Cerberus
this.
will be a formidable
You're
opponent
showing
or
a
powerful ally
full-size
in Age of Mythology
version
Retold.
of RTS units. RTS units are configured to be low art
He is
poly by
obviously
default.
raring to go, and we
But
will
the
see
thing
him
is,
on
the
the
Titan
battlefield
is
eventually.
huge in Age of
I'm sorry,
Mythology.
Cerberus, you
So
gotta
you can
get
actually
going.
see a clean level of detail there. That was a good
Wish I could
choice.
do that to my
The other
opponents
two
in
were
the game.
questionable, but
So,
that
to
was
wrap
correct.
things up, our goal is to not only pay homage to the past, but to breathe new life into this game and maximize the mythology. And one more thing before I go.
Joe gameplay?
I'd like to reveal our official cover art, featuring
Oh,
so
okay.
many of the iconic gods and heroes players will
Wow,
remember.
I can buy a physical copy and it'll move like that?
I am excited to announce that Age of
Kappa.
Mythology Retold will be available on day one on both PC and Xbox.
Wait, so it's coming in 2024?
So follow us on socials for behind-the-scenes concept art as well as before and after comparison
Okay.
images of the
Big
three
pog.
models that we've showcased today. And don't forget to wishlist us to stay informed in the future. Arcantos will awaken in 2024. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Wake Arcantos. Guys, this year.
Wait, wait. So, okay, so pause. We gotta go through a few things. One, it's genuinely like it's more like an Age of Empires 2 definitive. Is that correct? Right? Because originally the thing that they weren't being clear on is whether it's going to be a complete rebrand or if it was just going to be a remake or a remaster. So it's sounding more like a remaster now. Other thing, big pog that is coming in 2024. But, and I hate to be negative Nelly here, one thing that is a bit weird is now you have a maximum of 10 months to release your game in, and there isn't a gameplay trailer, there isn't a cinematic trailer. Why? There are images on Steam? Okay. I feel like you show off the game though, right? Like that.
Dang.
Because here's the thing, like casual people aren't going to go and look for the Steam page. They just look and go, why is there no trailer?
I remember this music.
That feels a bit weird to me. Okay, so let's go Steam.
Is this the is this the mythology music? All right, Mastima. You gotta relax, buddy. This ain't that kind of stream.
Wait, that's not the thing. Oops.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Snakehead.
Okay, that was the redundant trailer. I remember that. But basically, this is a trailer used at when people do trailers like this, it's basically part of their pitch deck to product managers.
Oh.
So that's why it like looks
He's an
unfruitful.
archer. Okay. I remember
Okay.
Centaurs. Those were archers.
So
That's what I
this is
For
not a
some reason, I
complete
thought-
remake from the ground up in that it's not, it's
I
going to be
didn't
the
think
same
she was an
story,
archer
the same
in my
design, I
opinion.
assume. Because I feel
It's
like
the
a lot of
Greek
this
theme.
looks
Okay.
like something we've seen before, right?
Special ability to turn land units into stone. The Minotaurs, I remember those.
That looks good. That
Archer
shot
with
actually
heavy
looks good.
damage.
That
Okay,
shot
well,
right there
let's go
does the
look at
game
Pegasus
justice.
now. Oh, I love how they got the goofy music for Pegasus.
Yeah, it's like it's not breaking any graphical barriers, but then again, like I'm gonna be totally real, it's in the Age of Empires 3 engine. And I know Merlin likes to sniff his panties about how amazing that engine can be, but technically you are talking about what is fundamentally an outdated engine unless you do a full revamp. And I'm not sure if they want to go down to like a kernel level on that. But I'm pretty sure this is the original, right? Like they're not changing they're remaking it from the ground up, but they're not changing the story or anything. That's what it seems like. think so, anyway. Are we missing anything else? No, he's just staring at the Pegasuses. Norse one looks really good. Yeah. Like, okay, so this one, I like this one. It reminds me of like Northgard or whatever. It kind of reminds me of Cultures games, which is cool. That one is a great picture. The lighting, you can actually see the difference. The lighting is great. I think they done themselves dirty with this. I also think they done themselves dirty with the first 2 units they show off, because once again, like honestly, they're not going to be high graphical quality. What you have to keep in mind is that if they put a lot of extra effort into how Pegasus looks, you're not going to see it. You're zoomed out. That is what they can do. That is what they should lead with. That is what they should flex. Because remember, Cerberus is a Titan. So he's going to be substantially larger, right? He's going to be look at the difference in size. Tiny little guy, big mama. All right? So like, they're showing you that there is a lot of graphics here, but I think they may not have used the best units to indicate that. So like, for example, a Pegasus is always going to be flapping. So actually you put even less graphical emphasis on the specifics of the wings. You just want good paint jobs because it's moving like this. But showing the Pegasus that big shows you the lower poly. So like, I don't know if people think I'm crapping on AOM. I'm actually saying they didn't do themselves justice here. I'm actually saying the graphics are clearly a lot better than they just showed. The only thing that done them justice was Cerberus. Cerberus was the right call. If they had gone for 3 normal units, people would walk away from this right now going, pass. But that looked hype. Like, finally, what disappoints me is you've got pictures like this. You didn't even use them in like the stream. How many people like are gonna? So how many people are gonna base their opinion on that first shot and then not come through here? Is my thought. I think quite a few. There's people who are already going to buy into Age of Mythology. That's a given. But even though those of us that played AOM love AOM and we like to hype it up, I want us to also be realistic. The Age of Mythology was by far the worst selling Age of game in the history of Age of games, right? Still this day, if I remember correctly. Like, by comparison, I think Age of Mythology done like 1.8 million copies, which sounds like a lot, but then you remember the AoE 4 done like 16. Dawn of War 1 done like 4.5. RTS's by sales numbers. Let's see if I can find it. There's a really good chart for this. Don't know if I can find it. Don't know if anyone knows the one I'm talking about. It broke it down really well. I'm probably not going to be able to find it. It was a really good chart. I won't be able to find it. Let me know if someone happens upon it, and then I'll show it on stream. What we got here?
But I hear you want to play some Victors and Vanquish.
No, I don't. Sorry. So, here's what I propose. This is like the strongest play, and it actually is so good for Red Bull as well. Age of Empires 2, and you can do the mix, like you can do like early day AoE2, end day AoE4 if you want. I don't think I'd advise that personally. I think you just let them have their own independent days. I think Red Bull knows that having the bundle tickets was a bit of a mistake because it meant that people who want AoE2 bought the bundle tickets and then there wasn't any extras for people who want AoE4. So keep them separate. But what you do is you do 2 show matches. You do 1 show match before the finals of Age of Empires 2, and another show match showing off something else new for the Age of Empires 4 pre-Grand Finals. And then you release Age of Mythology after Red Bull World Law finishes. That's how you do this. This is how you market campaign it. And that is a value play to Red Bull, a value play to build up the game. It's exactly what you need. I hope that's what they're going to do. Once again, we may be huffing hopium and hoping that Age of Empires 4 is even going to be included. We do not know for sure that Age of Empires 4 is going to be included. But on that side, that's where my focus is with that. The only other thing is obviously where's it going to be? It sounds like it might be in Spain, either that or South America. Looking at the other things here, I think that was not a great way to market Age of Empires 4 after its biggest expansion ever. And I'm specifically highlighting the moment where they mentioned what's coming to AoE 4. I would rather they say, We're working on a bunch of user experience improvements that you guys asked for. Some really big standout ones. Everyone wants free-for-all. We're bringing free-for-all. We're also extending the ranked experience onto Xbox. And then there are plenty of more things I'd love to talk about, but I'm sure you'll see them in the upcoming months. Done. That sounds a lot better than much more on a slide. Okay, so this is like, if I was in charge of marketing. If I was in charge of marketing and someone showed me that deck, or if I was in charge of production even, I would actually recommend that slide needs to be altered. Because here's the other thing. Maybe I'm just like, maybe my memory is just different, but like that gave me flashbacks to the roadmap where they had bug fixes listed. I don't like that. If your content light, spin it differently. If you can't tell us, don't try to leave us guessing by putting ambiguous things. The fact that like AoE 2 had a whole campaign, Age of Empires Mobile, Age of Mythology, like everything around it. Age of Empires 3 also getting new civs. And your big flash up on the screen is we have an icon and also much more. That's... I'm going to be like not sugarcoating it here. Age of Empires 4 is a very fun game. It has a lot of potential. But I have to be real, the marketing efforts, at times, fairly consistently, have not been doing it justice. Yeah. I just hope that doesn't hurt too much. I mean, luckily, obviously, Stormgate has its own positives and negatives at the moment. So, like, you know... All I'm going to say is if like Stormgate had like gotten everything pitch perfect the last month and then that announcement came out and you're an AoE 4 person, you're looking at that, you're going, oh, I guess you know what you do? Like, okay, let me do a live recording of what would happen if you were an Age of Empires 4 person. Stormgate just had the EGC major, no bad statements coming out, everyone's positive about the game, no one being like, oh, this is missing, that's missing, we need to wait more time. Like, it's just looking great. And then you get into the Age of Empires announcement, you see that 4 segment. Do you know what the first thing you're doing is? And then you're wish listing it and you're backing it when they open the pledges again. Right? The goal here is to have Age of Empires 4 in control of its own destiny. The goal here is to make it so that it's not at the mercy of the success or failure of another RTS. If you've got cool crap, flaunt that crap. If you haven't, learn to spin words or hire someone who can. Reach out. I think at this point, I feel pretty confident in helping you get the message across that you're looking for here. And I bleed that bloody game. You all know that. Or just get, like, there's plenty of other hosts that can help you with that message. Or just, like, I don't think it's even a host. You can have the devs just literally have someone who understands. Like, dude, just get a PR person in to read through the script. And once again, have the producer just, like, double check. Does this look like, will this be hype on the stream? Because, like, much more is not going to be hype on the stream. I almost felt like they didn't even want to do that segment, but they're like, we need to do it and move across quickly. Let's go. Woo! All right? It's very weird. I'm not sure Stormgate will take AoE 4 that much. They're very different styles of RTS at the moment at a base level. But I also think there are plenty of, like you say that, Farmman, most of the competitive scene of Age of Empires 4 are former StarCrafty type people. So I disagree. Also, I've been over this before. Stormgate is targeting a middle point between all the RTSs. It's a middle point between the pacing of AoE 4, StarCraft, Warcraft. It's bringing elements from all. So I think you actually will see people hop onto it. On top of that, like, you know, if you're a person looking for single player experiences, or you're looking for co-op, or you're looking for modding, Stormgate has already said they're aiming for that, right? But, you know, like, so We didn't see, for example, an expansion on access to the modding tools so State Tree becomes accessible in Age of Empires 4. We didn't hear about plans for new expansions. We didn't hear that there's extra civs in the work. Like, if I am a person hoping that Age of Empires 4 has a history, has a future rather, instead of just history, I'm probably like listening for you to say there is stuff coming. And much more is probably not the best way to say much more is coming. Oh, that's what was missing. They just need to put the coming on the end. Hey, I don't think it's going to be doom and gloom. I don't think AoE 4 is going to be bailed on tomorrow. I just think like there's plenty of people that need to be convinced it's not going to be bailed on tomorrow. Many people need to be convinced it's going to exist in 2, 3, 4 years. And your job in marketing is to do that, to sell me on the belief that this is going to grow. If you can't do that, the game is going to die. Not because you're not creating content, but because no one's around to view it or play it. So, I think I've been like a stickler for this, and I imagine at this point, there's probably people, like I think there's people I still get along with well on the dev team. I imagine there's people bloody hate me on the dev team at this point, because I'm like a dog with a bone, but the reason I'm like a dog with a bone is because I want it to succeed. Is you need to ramp up and tailor the marketing element of AoE 4. It is a fun game. It is an accessible game. It plays at a pace that boomers and zoomers alike can find different things to enjoy. You need to show that. On a screen, a small slab of the entire broadcast, and a screen that says much more after 2 things doesn't do that. I would have genuinely asked for permission to reveal specific sales numbers around Sultan's Ascend. If it's your most successful expansion today, you shouldn't have a problem showing those numbers. Flaunt it. Talk about it. Talk about why Sultan's Ascend was a success, what people loved about it. We're a really big fan of these variant civs, and we think it brings a new breath of fresh life. But within that, we're aiming to ensure that as we produce and develop these civilizations, the original civs do not lose their flavor or originality. We want all of them to be relevant and successful. We're looking at you, French pickers. On top of that, we know that people received the Sultan's Ascend campaign phenomenally well, and we are only bummed out we could only give you one. We are working now to make sure that there are going to be small extension campaigns dropped throughout the year, similar to what you just heard announced for Age of Empires 2. And don't worry, when the next expansion comes out, we'll be aiming to have an extra 1 or 2 campaigns in there. On top of that, we know esports is an integral big part. Big shout out to EGC TV for keeping the scene alive pretty much single-handedly. But we're looking to expand that, thrive upon it, which is why hopefully we'll be seeing Red Bull include a certain Age of Empires 4 game. And who knows, maybe we'll even show off a few extra products you're not expecting. Dude, like, I can't, like, send the money in my PayPal, bro. Like, I'll do it for you. I hope this is not coming across as negative, right? Like, so I always try to aim, like, I'm a big believer, don't flame, criticize. If there's something wrong, provide a solution. And I'm literally writing the solution, I feel like. And I want them to do it so badly. Like, dude, you can tell how much I freaking bleed this game by the fact that I'm so dying over it. Like, the amount of hours I've put into Age of Empires 4, there's only a certain handful of people that can counter that, right? Like, the content creators, they know who they are, and I appreciate them. Like, we're all there. I want it to succeed. I believe more than one RTS can succeed. I believe that, like, we're not doing it a favor with the way we keep marketing it, man. Even the build-up to Sultan's Ascend, when we had the creator preview, but the creator preview was 90% pro players and no content made. How is that a good marketing effort? We have an amazing game here in possibly one of the best balanced positions it's been. You could argue maybe it was a bit better before the Sultan's Ascend, sure, but you throw several new civs in, you expect a little bit of busted. It's in a great position to be marketed. It needs an effort on the modding side. Do a modding tournament for the love of God. Get people to actually participate. Bring in outside influencers. Show them the game. Expose it to their communities. Show them how magical it is. Be more consistent on the map rotations, on update cycles. Don't wait an entire bloody ranked season. And don't be afraid to create little interesting custom game modes. I'm a big believer in the idea of allowing devs to have one day a week to work on side projects, whether that is mods in the community or official little game modes they want to tack on. Do you know who done that? Google done that. Do you want to know why Google has so many different services now? Because they done that. So many cool things here that you could do and be bragging about. But whether it's NDA or, I don't know whether at this point that stands for non-disclosure agreement or nothing do happening here. But either way, what you're doing isn't a successful marketing effort. You're doing the game disservices here, man. The hard work the devs do, it's not being flaunted right. And that breaks my heart because as a content creator, I want to be able to make a living off this game, goddammit. But also, as a fan of Age of Empires, I want to see the series thrive. That's the detail missing. That's the takeaway here. That's the secret sauce that makes this a spicy meatball, right? Market it better. And you know what you could do? You could do an Apex Legends. Guys, are you familiar with the term Apex Legends? I've coined it. Let me show you what an Apex Legends is. You ready for this? Try to have your eyeballs not pop. Sink in a bit, but check this. An Apex Legends, and this is just on Steam alone, right? Notice how that keeps going up. It's gone down a bit. They've had some slip-ups. But this isn't even truly indicative. If I show the origin numbers, I don't think I can show you them. This game, I think I can do it with Twitch stats. Twitch stats might be able to help us to show what I'm talking about. Apex Legends and what I mean by that. I don't think they don't allow that on this site, do they? Maybe Sully Gnome does. An Apex Legends is they were huge and then they plummeted here. And I know the numbers don't look impressive, but trust me when I say player base wise, this was accurate. And then actually what's happened is it's trajected upwards over time for years. You can see it in the Steam charts numbers. They had maybe 20, 30k people playing the game after a few months after launch. Steam alone, when they launched it, 120, 200, 300, 400, and up. They peaked at 620,000. That's what an Apex Legends is. Good marketing efforts, good effort on the esports to the side of it. And then on top of that, they also made sure that they continue to update the game very frequently. We do that, we got a home run, guys. We do that, it's out the park. All I'm going to end this by saying is I'm always here to help. I am a caster. I am a host. I am a content creator. I'd love to help them on the market side because I really feel that I can do much more. Dun, 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 dun. Hey. Dude, I felt bad saying that. I don't know, man. Maybe one of the I hope one of the devs saw that. I don't know, someone send it to one of the devs. I want this game to be great, dude. I mean, you kind of got to hope it's going to be great when you spend... How long have I been creating content on it now? 3 years? Almost 2.5 years? Jesus. So they're playing one of the scenarios here, right? Oh, they're playing the Siege of Constantinople, right? I think so. It's cool. Yeah, I think they're playing the Siege of Constantinople. I think we've seen everything we're going to see, right? Co-op campaign? No, I think Ramsey's just a backseat gamer. So yeah, no news for Age of Empires 4, folks. Kind of a bummer.
What do you think of no Chinese civs in Age of Mythology Retold? They'll probably tack it on as an expansion you pay for. Thank you, Cameo Man. I try. Oof. We'll see. If they don't do Summon soon, we're definitely gonna have to diversify our content because, like I said, you know, for those that don't know, maybe you're more recent. I basically had to take a break from doing Age of Empires 4 content creation in August of last year because I was burnt, so burnt. Not the only one. Merlin and chat done the same thing. He even actually put a video up about it. Sorry, Merlin. Sons of Sem was meant to be a turning point, but they literally just like doubled down on this nothing to see here thing, which is sad. It's so unnecessary. Man, I'm so bummed out. How long have we been going now? Been live for 7 hours. Took some time off, yeah. So in August, like June, July, August, I think it was. I said I'm just taking a break from AoE4 content creation because the game wasn't evolving, the game wasn't being improved. There was no announcements on the way. We weren't being told anything. I just remember literally just having a dev be like, "There's stuff happening. I swear, we just can't talk about NDA." And I was like, "Dude, you literally, I trust you, but at the same time, it's like, come on." And then I had Diablo 4, funnily enough, to focus on. Because I don't know if you guys, maybe some of you watched the Race to World First Diablo 4 events. I literally made those. That was me. I was the event creator and manager. So not only did I host and cast them, but I basically organized them as well. So that was me. Hello. That's right. KP, not just cast or host, I can also run shows. But then the build up, finding out that Sons Ascend was coming, I was like, okay, sick. Let's check this out. And I felt really good over Christmas. But then the creep-in happened again, where you see certain bugs that shouldn't be there. Like Capture Rage is a perfect example. Or the devs aren't necessarily like able to implement the feedback that's coming in quick enough. Or some areas are ghosted. Like I'm just bluntly going to tell you guys, like, because it's pretty obvious at this stage. Capture Rage has no development from what I can tell. I've tried to find something, but as far as I'm aware, Capture Rage literally has no one working on it. Or there's like someone learning it, but that's going to take ages. Which is wild. That's another reason I'm really praying we've got Red Bull Wallow. I feel like when Red Bull Wallow gets announced, they bother to put money into Capture Rage for AoE4 because otherwise AoE4 looks really bad in the front of the biggest crowd, in the face of the biggest crowd. Spoke to Capture Rage guys. I mean, they're being fully paid to do too, right? Our only savior is Cal. And that means we're screwed because you've seen Cal, man. I mean, that guy, like, guys, you know Cal. You've seen Cal. The reason we're screwed is, one second, let me show you why we're screwed. Like, we're doomed if it's Cal. I'm sorry, because when we have a look at these very clear stats, you can see clearly that's the guy we have to trust with Capture Rage, guys. You seen that? Look at that. Doomed. GG. 4th worst player in competitive. No, I'm kidding. We love Cal. How many events are you doing in a year? I think I've seen you everywhere this game. So this year's really bad for me, Buffoon. Last year was kind of rough as well. But it's probably easy if I literally just, hold on a sec, should we just notepad, write down what we do. Let's have a look. People are like, no, I want to see the stream. Oh, actually, no. Because the way that sets up, let's do it that way. I'll still show you the stream. So, let me list them in chat. So I do Apex Legends. Wow, I want to do more Apex Legends. It's actually hard to get into ALGS though. But I did do Stockholm. I've done a lot of Dota 2 in the past. Would love to get back into Dota 2, but Dota 2 is just basically kind of locked off to a tippity top few. There's not really many events I've seen announced at the moment. We do Age of Empires 4. We do Stormgate. We're now a Stormgate person as well.
I've done some Call of Duty, both standard and Warzone, but like community levels, nothing huge. There's been a few random miscellaneous games I've done as well. What am I forgetting there? I'm definitely forgetting something else. Oh, Rocket League. I can do stage hosting and sideline reporting for Rocket League. Oh, and eFootball. Okay, there you go, guys. That's like my that's my experience. That's my resume. Someone go send that out. Get your favorite bird hired, Kappa. Yeah, this year's been weird. Not gonna lie. Like actually, the last year was pretty weird as well. Like esports winter hit pretty hard. I remember me and my partner were like sitting there talking, like last year. It feels kind of weird because like I went from 2022 being my best year in esports, best earnings so far, most events, to like my worst year in 2023. That was a really polarizing experience, and I'm praying we don't see a repeat in 2024 because it would suck to like double down that issue. It's hard to tell in January because things are weird in January, but the problem is if you can't find ways in January, a lot of people lock things in for the year and whatnot, right? So I'm hoping the later part will look fine. Really big shout out to actually, I think like Method was a really big contributor to 2023 not feeling like a big fail. Same with Global Esports Federation. If it wasn't for those, yeah, there wouldn't have been much traveling, much of anything. But yeah, the esports side, doing events is very important for me because I don't make money off of content creation currently. I burn money. Okay, let's catch up chat. It's in the BC stream. He seems depressed after the news. I mean, I don't blame him, dude. Like you heard everything I just said, right, Trongo? I mean, go back and look at my thoughts if not. It's baffling. Yeah, there's nothing to announce for AoE4, basically. Oh, you know me from Apex as well? Hell yeah, man. Dude, I really, really want to get back to doing Apex. I have so much love for Apex. It's insane. But the problem is the esports scene can support very few people. And I think to even stand a chance of getting on LGS consistently, you have to prove your capabilities in the lower leagues. But the problem is the lower leagues, because there's so little going around, the very few people there are doing those leagues. So like, it's very difficult to get in. Even if you've got a big-ass resume. Which, you know, kind of got a big-ass resume. I mean, there's a lot of Tier 1 talent that have bigger-ass resumes. But, like, Tier 2 talent. I'd say I'm pretty firm there? I don't know. Will there be AoE for Red Bull? We have no confirmation yet. We're going to have to wait for Red Bull to announce it. I'm praying so hard that I get contacted by them. They reach out, they say, yep, we want you, we're doing it. And I can start doing cartwheels and feel good again. The problem with having only EGC doing everything is if EGC disappears, the entire esports scene disappears. That's not to say EGC is going to, but let's be totally real, right? Like, if, for example, they get to a point where they could be doing bigger scenes, if they could have like a foot in Dota 2 and CSGO, right? And they become like stretched on the bandwidth, it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't blame them. I can be totally transparent and say, like, you know, there's plenty of situations where you're left in limbo waiting to know anything from a dev side because there's always NDAs. Yeah, like, honestly, the way they done, like I already went over, like, you can see it in the replay, how I went over it, what they should have done to explain the AoE4 situation without making it look like a whole lot of nothing. They screwed that up. Like, whoever rubber stamped the way that whole segment was designed failed. That's not how you do it. Even when there's nothing to announce, spin it, dude. Be like, we've got big plans. you know, without promising anything, highlight things that you like about what happened with Sultan's Ascend. We already gave examples. Love the way people receive variant civs. We're looking at ways of implementing those type of things in the future. We also have our eyes on some unique other civs that we know people are going to love. But we have to be aware, the devs, they just went through an insane cycle to get the largest expansion in the history of Age of Empires 4. So they aren't ready to cook you more in the kitchen just yet. You have to tuck into the meal you've got and look forward to a sprinkling of dessert here as we get a few quality of life improvements in. Boom. That's how you do it. So, did you do Rip or Wallow? Yes. It's me, Drongo, and Nilly. And then, of course, they always use Riley for the hosting gig. And then Ellie, I believe, is the sideline reporter. Why do you think AO4 is not as popular? Barrier to entry too high for new players, poor marketing, poor content creation. Poor marketing. It's been poor marketing. Poor marketing and the dev cycles are just, like, unresponsive. Like, the way the development works is very rigid because of the authorization process, and that hurts really badly. You need a more fluid process. In 2024, you can't develop like a granddad and wait 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Games are a live service now. If you don't treat them as such and aren't able to implement bug fixes within a week, you've got a problem. Like, think about some of the bugs that get discovered and how long they're going to be in the game for, right? How, like, some bugs that have been discovered that have been in the game for months, for example. You can't have that. It sends a bad message. On top of that, there's just some things that, like, to me, it's baffling that there's been no movement on, and it's a big failure on the development or publishing side. So a pristine example is Q dodging should be gone. Q dodging needs to be gone. Dude, if you fix Q dodging the way that I've been suggesting Q dodging be fixed, and other people have been suggesting it's being fixed for months, years now, you already have a leg up over other RTSs to an insane degree. Guys, I tried to play some team games a few months ago, and I gave up. I just gave up, man. I'd solo queue in. I'd end up against whoever, and I'd have a teammate that literally, like, one spearman arrives in his base. He doesn't like that one of his villagers got stabbed once, and he just GG's. And the game's ruined for me. I've wasted 15 minutes of my life. More than that, because I'm going to have to load into another lobby, right? That's another example. These are the type of things that just need to be fixed. Holy crap. That is a pristine example of... And Q dodging is an issue, not just... Like, Q dodging as well, like, huge issue. I know I, as well as other prominent players, have been complaining about this for well over a year. And we still have that problem. How is it Age of Empires 2, which is older than... Dude, older than... Like, how old is it now? Like, it's insanely old, right? Like, it's older than my dead cat. She was old when she died. And yeah, they have the solution, just don't show names until in game, and we don't. Q dodging is a thing in AoE 2 as well. Not from what I've been told. From my understanding, you don't know your opponent until you're in game. Until you're locked in. Correct? Because that's what I've been told. No? Is that not the way ranked works? That's the way I've heard it described. Just Alt F4? Well, no, because you still lose the elo, right? That's the way you design the systems. Once it's locked in, it's like, yep, no longer taking bets. Roll the roulette table. In the loading? Okay, well, I mean, literally, all you do to fix that is the moment someone starts loading in, you lock the elo into the gamble pool. But, like, you're saying it's like, oh, there's still that issue. Okay, but AoE 2 has actually made strides, at least, to try and fix it, right? Just a ban for 5 minutes the second time? I mean, dude, like, there should be a scaling ban. So the way it should work is, like, if you dodge once, oh, maybe there's a connection issue. Dodge twice, 5 minutes. Dodge 3 times, 10 minutes. Dodge 4 times, 20. 40. I don't care if you end up, like, if you dodge so many times that you get banned for 2 days, that's on you, dude. You shouldn't be dodging. Stop being a pussy. Play the game. Right? Obviously, alongside that, they need to implement a better matchmaking system because it makes no sense that Dumu can queue for 4 minutes, Lucifron can join the queue, and then Dumu will queue into a ranked 1000 player. What? So don't get me wrong, that needs to go in alongside that. But those are two problems that have existed in Age of Empires 4 for quite a long time. These aren't new learnings where we're like, oh, I've never seen that before. Things to solve for, man. AoE2 is a mess right now. Dude, I'm not saying AoE2 has all the solutions. I'm saying some of the things they've tried to implement are at least an improvement in the right direction. On issues that Age of Empires 4 content creators, pros, standard players, like even people who like, Tom, Dick, and Harry have all been complaining about for a long time. That's my point. So, I think, I guess that's it. They're going to play the Age of Empires 2 mission and then Game of AO3 or something. What are they even showing? This is the new campaign pack for Age of Empires 2. They've got like 18 scenarios they're adding to the game. But like, I actually can perfectly show my point around matchmaking, actually. I just realized this is very easy. Good match. That's a good one. Terrible match. Core never stood. No, I'm kidding. Look at this one. Frodo Bolson, 1611 elo. $4.99 conk. Okay. Still within the threshold, but I wouldn't be surprised if I open this. Am I going to find like some absurd crap? Yeah, Defender, dude. 594, okay, not too bad. I'm looking for, like, I've genuinely seen plenty of these before. Dude, there you go. Mika Verlesf. I don't care if they're only 10 games in. Why the hell are they going up against a top 10 player? Poor guy is like on average diamond every season. He got thrown into that crap. Go watch Corvinus versus Dimu. Thanks to Heads Up, we already like had this mentioned by It Was Cursing. The goal is going to be, if it's still there on Monday, we'll check it out. Because I'm probably going to wind down the stream soon because we've been live for 7 hours now, which I think is a good time to chill. I'm also a little bit demoralized that they showed what they showed and the way that they showed it. Play versus Lucifer once. Dude, I still remember, I think I like had an, I don't know if I ever uploaded it to YouTube. I cast a game where Dimu was up against like a gold level player to try and make a point about how problematic the system is. Like, look at this, dude. This guy. I mean, he's ranked 790, but still, like, that's ranked 790 versus a top 10. That's crazy. Is dev team small? They're just not putting the money. I think the dev team's a decent size. From my understanding and everything I've seen, they're a decent size. I don't know. I'm trying not to be like, I'm trying to be more of a positive mindset because it's how this the cyclone of negativity comes. But like, I think I feel like I've been pretty tame today for the most in what I'm trying to highlight. Like, I've literally even provided solutions, spins, things to do to make it better. Probably won't happen, but I legit feel like what frustrated me more is the fact that they just made the same roadmap mistake they made before. And I've talked with devs about this before, that if you don't have anything good to announce, don't announce anything. It's better to say nothing than say stuff. If you can't emphasize something clearly, no one's going to care. They're just going to use it against you. Anyway, I guess that'll be it. For what we said today. So, quite a roller coaster of the day, right? We learned the tips retired at the start of the day. We learned that nothing new about AoE4 at the end of the day. But, Age of Mythology is something to look forward to at least. And we can still, fingers crossed, look forward with anticipation that hopefully we will be getting a Red Bull Wololo AoE4. I hope. Other than that, Age of Mobiles, Age of Empire Mobiles, whatever the hell's called, I'm skeptical. To me, they didn't do a good job of presenting a cohesive product. I might be wrong. There might be a lot more they haven't shown. Maybe they just didn't do themselves justice. Guess I'll give it a spin when it comes out. Oh, I didn't explain why it's a Chinese dev, did I? So the devs who made that made Call of Duty Mobile, and they probably are good at what they do. But also just as big of a reason why there's a partnership there is because if you want to expose your product to the Chinese market, you need to partner with a Chinese company. That is that's a law, by the way, in China. So basically, mobile games are very big in China. Like with the growing middle-class demographic, casual gamer audience is huge there. So that's a big part of why that studio in particular is being used. Like I said, let's not say they probably don't have the talent to like deliver a really good product, but it was the same with COD Mobile. It gives you access to a new audience. So if people are wondering like why World's Edge aren't just doing it themselves, as an example, I guess is my point. That is why. AOM looks like a Clash of Kings. I think Age of Mythology, like we just went over this a little bit earlier. The pictures look fine. They chose terrible things to show, I think. Like, look, this first picture's trash, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but your lighting there is bad and almost looks like an older version. A little bit better, but like this is the one where it really, I think it has a nice vibrancy in the styling, and then this really makes it pop. They did not choose pictures that done them justice there, in my opinion. I will buy Age of Mythology Retold. This will be hype. I will enjoy this. I do not think it will be the next big Age of esports, if I'm being totally honest. A lot of people missed out on this game because of the marketing around the timing other games out, so they didn't really get into Age of Mythology. But the reality is also it's a blast from the past and not something evolutionary necessarily. And RTS needs something revolutionary to get back in. All right. I think we'll get ready to round down. I also don't know why the chat box is bugged. It hasn't even been showing the newest comments, has it? That's weird. But let me find someone to raid. We'll call it. Thank you for tuning in, folks. I will be back tomorrow on EGC's channel. I'm going to be opening the qualifiers to the Elite Classic. I should be doing so with Lidicor. I'll be taking you through the action there. We'll be seeing some new maps in competitive play. It would be really cool. But that's it for streams on this channel this week. Goal is to be back Monday, Tuesday. We will probably look to catch some of the Stormgate tournament games. There's a small tournament that Adico is organizing that's going to be happening Saturday, Sunday. But my goal will probably be to download the replays and cast them because I want to try and take a rest day on Sunday because we've kind of been going non-stop the last several days, last week plus. So I want to take a little bit of chill time. So next stream on this channel anyway is going to be on Monday. And I am looking forward to seeing some more competitive Stormgate. Let me just say there's been some spicy things people have been doing. Let me see. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Dabby. All right. Let's see who's live. It's very new faces, people I haven't rated before, I'm wondering. Always nice to see if some new content creators. After all, we've just lost one, so it'll be nice. I've raided Jiggly in the past. Doesn't mean I'm not going to do it today, but I'm having a look. Figure this out myself, see what we've got. Who's this guy?
Kan du ikke bygge en eller anden...
Not English. Oh.
Schöne gebautes Buch.
Wait, I could have sworn someone said there was a tournament going on.
They were sitting on 3,400 viewers, and they went all the way down to 1,000. Like, they lost 60% of their audience.
Okay. I guess we'll go with... Did I raid Jiggly or Credo more recently? I think I raided Credo more recently. Alright, guys, I'm going to raid Jiggly. Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom is what I'll say to people. The reality of what we saw here today is we just had a very big update. I think the developers, publishers, whoever's choice it was, didn't communicate well that we literally just had a big update. It's not realistic to expect a huge update again. But while there's definitely a lot of things they can do better, one thing I'd highlight is there are hopes. We got to get Age of Empires Red Bull. I'd be surprised if we don't, considering literally they just had the biggest expansion in the history of the entire franchise. So hold on to hope, folks. Bare minimum, we've got the Elite Classic to carry us through for another month or so, kicking off tomorrow. But I'm going to call it there. Much love to everyone that tuned in. Appreciate you. If you're not already, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you're dropping those Prime subs as well, so that you don't have to worry about those pesky ads whenever we're streaming. But I am done for this week on this channel. I'll be back tomorrow on EGC's channel when the qualifiers kick off. If you can't make it then, be sure to check in on the weekdays. We should be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday is usually what I always aim to do. And hopefully I will see you all there. Until then, you stay safe, you stay smooth, and I'll catch you all on the flip side. Toodaloo.